Don't you know he's streaming it live? Take a look at some of his clips on Twitch TV. That's Twitch TV/Hitch. Hitch.
All right, good morning. Welcome to day 3 of our South Korea Grand Slam tour. I'm in my tent. It is -3 this morning. So, on the cold side. Sleeping quilt. absolute banger of a sleeping quilt. It's wonderful. I'm so cozy at night. It's really nice. Getting up in the morning is more challenging for sure. Okay, so yeah, classic order of operations: pack up, get ready, get everything on the bike, and get out of here. Battery situation is questionable. I don't know if we have for the entire day. I have enough for the first bit. If I see an opportunity to charge my batteries, I'm going to take it. So, that's what we're looking at. As for like where we're actually going right now, we just have to go a little bit further the same direction we were going yesterday to get that final stamp on this route. And then I've got to backtrack 70 kilometers. It's nice, like it's a nice route, so it's supposed to be a nice day up to like, again, like 12, clear skies. But still, although I have something I do want to try partway through the day, I think it'll be really cool. Hey. I just tested my alerts. They were working. I'm Angelica with the 8-month reset. Thank you. I just did it. Ah, it switched to headphones. That's why. Of course it did. Okay, let's pack up. Oh yeah, my straps. So the sleeping quilt has little straps that I put underneath the sleeping, connecting two sides of the sleeping quilt underneath the sleeping pad, and that keeps it tight to the pad so you don't get drafts coming in through the night. So otherwise, the upper part of a sleeping quilt is very much like a blanket. And you can definitely, roll around and make it so you're getting all the cold air, which cold air from a 20°C room temperature room isn't so bad. Cold air when the ambient air temperature is -3 is another thing. I'm going to be following your journey on YouTube. A YouTube viewer. Nice. We just started simulcasting this trip onto both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Just try it out. Anyway, first night, we got down to about -1. I felt wonderful and cozy. Tonight, we got down to about -3. I felt wonderful and cozy. I didn't bring my big, Patagonia fleece jacket, which is using my pillow, so I've been using a rolled-up waterproof jacket with a merino wool shirt wrapped around it, which is not quite the same level of luxury for a pillow. So, that hasn't been as nice. It's looking like, not tomorrow, but the next day. It's supposed to get down to -10 overnight. Now that's a test. YouTube channel? Yeah, it's Hitch Streams, one word. Ooh, have we updated the links in our... Oh, I haven't updated the panels in my Twitch channel. But have we updated the, we have commands for my YouTube and stuff like that. Curious if we got that sorted. Okay. Takes a bit to get this back compressed. Right. Oh, that is upside down. There we go. Stamps you have so far? We got 8. Currently we're updating the title as we go.
Channel 322 just subscribed with Quick Prime.
M. Tanner. Thanks for the 6 months. Because I see Sarah here as well, so I didn't even acknowledge that. Hope you had a good first day there, Sarah. Looked like you had a nice dinner with some nice people, or a nice shop owner. It's a good way to start.
Alex Zolpride just resubscribed for 15 months.
For stamps. So, in South Korea here, they've decided to essentially develop a pretty involved cycling network all over the country. And along, like, the official routes, they have these stamp booths. They look like phone booths. And when you go there, there's little custom stamps for each one along the way. And you can get this cycling passport. And as you go, you fill out the stamps. And if you complete the entire passport, all stamps,
just resubscribed for 62 months.
you qualify to get a medal, a gold medal. Damiani showed the 62-month resub. Thank you very much. It's a sick tourism idea. Yeah, it's the most clever thing I've seen a country do to promote like bike tourism, for sure. Going today, temperature rising 15 degrees. I'm supposed to get to 15? My phone was saying like, I think 12 or 13, but it totally could be 15. Yesterday I think it was like 13 or something like that, and it felt really good midday. It's very comfortable. So, cool overnight, but still reasonably warm during the day. I think it's like in 2 days. Here, I don't know if it'll be the same where I am in 2 days. It says high of 1 degree, low of -10. That'll be a chilly day. That's where I might need a better, like, face cover than just this polyester. This might not be it. Sarah's still holding her good camping gear hostage. I just replaced it. I got a new sleeping quilt. With that said, I would have been stretching that sleeping bag that she left in England a little bit to its limit. So, and the quilt I got, I'm quite happy with. So, I'm not too upset. She apologizes a lot for that. And I more like try to, in a fun way, make fun of her for it. Like, I'm not actually upset. I think it was the right decision at the time for her to just leave her gear and go. If you don't know, Sarah had a fall. Well, she was borrowing a lot of my gear, and she was touring through Europe in a fall in southern England and messed up her knee and stuff like that, so she just kind of stopped her tour. But she still went to Paris for TwitchCon and stuff like that. And then after that, she was finished her trip and going home. But the logistics of traveling from Paris, well, actually Belgium at the time, to Plymouth, England, to try and just get the gear and then package it up and catch another flight to get home to Canada was just very complicated. So I was the one that suggested it. I'm like, just leave it. The person said you could keep your gear there as long as you wanted. Like, they have the space for it, so just leave it. Good for camping my stuff. So, like, my sleeping quilt is rated to -12, but tent rating or sleeping bag ratings are a very subjective, imperfect thing. Oh, there's a spider in here. Yeah, so I think in most places, it's not tonight, but maybe tomorrow night. Is that what we're testing it? Where's the night after? Anyway, we should have a good test of the sleep system. It will definitely not be to the point where I'm risking hypothermia or something like that, but what I could be risking is a bad night's sleep. If we around the -10 degree range. I usually sleep on the warmer side of things. So usually the rating that you see on a sleeping bag is ballpark for me. But there's another rating on a lot of sleeping bags called the extreme rating. And that rating is, well, you probably won't get hypothermia and die down to this temperature. And that rating is usually substantially lower than the comfort ratings. Did -2200 stars, the sleeping bag was horrendous. It all depends on the sleeping bag and how you load it up. I did -32 in a sleeping bag under the stars with no tent, and it was fine because it was a very good sleeping bag. And a very good sleeping pad, a very insulated sleeping pad, because I was sleeping on top of snow in Inuvik in winter. Okay, we're good. The you won't die rating. Yeah, they call it the extreme rating, but it is the you won't die rating. Nice. Okay. Oh, I forgot to put my booties on. Alright, gotta put the booties on. It's important. Okay, so I was saying how I don't like how their door system is. So you gotta, so the rolling's fine. That's just what you gotta do. But this, can you even see it? Kind of. This like little clasp with this little T thing. T-shaped little thing. I find them very annoying to use. It's very cumbersome. Yeah. Okay, well, stay. So, I cycle in sandals in the winter. What of it? I just put on warm shoe covers. bit annoying. I should just cut those off. Pants are using. These actually aren't cycling specific pants. These are Solomon pants. I forget the exact model number, but they've got Gordon finium, so like a windstopper membrane in the front, but they're just kind of like normal active, probably polyester in the back, so you can, as you're moving into the air, you can you don't feel that wind chill. But since I'm doing something active, I didn't want something that's completely locked in, so I can vent out the back. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact model name off the top of my head, but I can look it up for you in the not too distant future if you are curious. Okay. Booties. Okay. And my gloves. I think we picked a good spot. It's pretty quiet. I think I can hear people playing the what we have dubbed medium golf in the distance. It's not mini golf, it's not regular golf, it's somewhere in between. What do you guys say it's actually called? Park golf? Field golf? I'm gonna put my down jacket on to start our day. There's batteries stuck in it, apparently. There's battery. Oh, there's multiple batteries. Okay, well, that's awkward. Out. You out. Our holy jacket. The end of the East Coast or the center of the mainland. So far the plan, the plan is to get this last stamp here on this little offshoot of the of a bike tour here, and then backtrack back to the main center route, and then continue going down there towards Busan. There's one other like off-track route we have to take along the way. But yeah. Oh, stomach's grumbling. What am I gonna eat? I don't know what's around here. Don't galbi. What did I have last night? Was anyone here watching last night? I had some kind of chicken that was very tasty. It's a sweet 10. Yeah, I like this 10. Big Agnes Copper Spirit HVUL1 bike pack edition. The bike pack, they have the non-bike pack and the bike pack edition. The only difference with the bike pack one is the poles break down to shorter segments, so it's easier to get them into your panniers. Or the actual stuff sack is meant to be a handlebar bag roll that you can just like hang off the handlebars of your bike. And normal pole brakes are just too long to fit in that kind of situation, so they broke that down. Stuff sack's different. And they have like, there's like a random helmet strap on the outside and stuff like that. There's just a few extra accessories that make it kind of bike specific, but very similar to its normal sibling. A bag of batteries. In you go. Sort out the charging situation. I don't know how. If I can complete today with the battery I have, it'll be close, and we'll definitely need a long charge tonight. But I might not be able to finish today, so if I find the opportunity to charge today, I will take it, even if that's sacrificing cycling hours. Yeah. It's a little questionable. I was hoping for more charge last night, but they closed the restaurant early for, honestly, a very good reason. South Korea was playing. Is it football? Like soccer? And the guys working there wanted to watch, and I respect that. And he's like, that's why there isn't anyone here right now. they're all waiting to watch the game. So, come on. There you go. Not much condensation in my tent the first 2 nights, so that's good. Condensation a cold night can get pretty uncomfortable, in that it can start getting your gear wet. And when your gear starts getting wet from that condensation, it can be harder to stay warm. Anyway, I'm very happy with all my equipment so far in these conditions. Both apparel and camping equipment has handled these not really extreme, but on the colder side conditions very admirably. -10 night, if it does get down to that, will be a test though. I'm very curious. It's using the solars? Not on this trip though. New equipment? Some of it's new, a lot of it's been used before. This tent we've seen on my hitchhiking trip to Chuncheon, Vegas. Got a new sleeping quilt. Some new clothes, like these pants are new, these overshoes are new, these gloves are new. A lot of small kind of cold weather accessories are new to this trip. But yeah, the usual suspects have been around a while. The Sinister with the 100 bits, thank you. You're not cycling sandals, are you? I am. I just have overshoes on. These are my sandals underneath these insulated covers.
Sinasta cheered 100 bits. Hope you've been well, buddy.
And Sinester with the 100 bits as well have been well, but yeah, I've been good. Happy to be on a new trip. A trip that I'm quite excited for. A trip I've been planning on doing for a long time. I've known I wanted to do this thorough South Korean bike tour for a while. I just had to fit it in with my life. And somehow winter ended up being the time we're doing it. But to me it's interesting. Hopefully it's interesting to you guys to do something in a season that most people probably aren't doing this. Lock for your bike? Yeah, just a basic, like a cheaper lock. I'm sure bike theft does happen here in Korea, but places like this, I'm not that concerned about someone taking my bike at night, because there just isn't really many people out and about around. And usually, if someone is wandering through the bush that you're in at night, you kind of are very conscious of it, because it's quite quiet and calm, and when you hear someone trudging through the bushes, you're aware. Dressed like a Bond villain? What? That's a weird Bond villain. Tent. Alright, so loading up these panniers. You doing what you enjoy? Yeah, I certainly do enjoy this. You know, I used to be where's my battery at? It's getting kind of low. It's kind of cold, so I might have problems soon. I can always swap to my other phone if I need to, which is more fully charged. Yeah, I was a hitchhiking only travel kind of guy, as you do. It's a very common thing, right? For a long time, for like 8 years. I only started cycling as a pandemic activity because I didn't know what to do with myself. And it turned out to be a good choice. So this was Monday on your trips. You were Sarah. Food purchase exceed her accommodation costs. Probably not. Accommodation is pretty expensive in most places, not everywhere. Like that absolute feast we had yesterday was $25 US. Even a cheap motel here will be more like 35,000 won, I think. Wait, no, 35,000 won was what I paid for my meal. So, well, okay. It really depends. I don't know what Taiwan's like, though, for prices for really anything. If it's cheap or expensive. But yeah, quite often she spends a lot less on food because she just eats less food. I don't know how she survives. Witchcraft or something. Using Dynamo front hub, able to do a bit of charging on the go. Yeah, Dynamos come up fairly regularly. The reality of Dynamos, everything I've seen from them, is they're usually doing at most about 5 watts of charging at 20 kilometers an hour. A lot of them are less than that, which could keep your phone charged. So it would do something. When people are bringing this up, a lot, it was when I was doing my solar trip. And like I had a 225 watt solar panel, which is just a completely different class of power generation than a 5 watt dynamo. You'd have to take into account like the energy you get from a dynamo isn't free. Those 5 watts of power you generate, since generally power generation isn't 100% efficient, it probably takes like 10 watts of power from you driving your bike and converts it into 5 watts of power. Is that a spider? How do you get in here? Or is this a spider web? I think it's just a spider web. Okay. Well, there you go. So, if I'm putting out 100 watts of power to go that 20 kilometers an hour on a nice smooth surface, I might only be actually getting 90 watts to the wheel because the dynamo's taking 10. Which can still be worthwhile to conserve power. But it's just a judgment call. There's no one right answer to how to power everything. Right now we're on the I eat every night, so I might as well just charge every night thing. But it does add an extra point of logistical complications. There's no guarantee every place will have an outlet that I can use or allow me to use their outlets, even if they do have them. Oh, yesterday I used the batteries there. I'll have to pick up my batteries for the Bella Box today. Nothing's fully charged, unfortunately. Alright, which one do we want to use? I guess we can start with that flat one.
Stream with 92 viewers.
Which Marley was it? I know two. 1 second. Making battery selections. Oh. The heck? What are you caught on? Ah, another battery. They're Velcro together, as you do. Start with that one. GN Marley with the raid. Thank you very much. Never welcome to Hitch. What's my battery at? Getting low. I appreciate it. You go in there. You go in there. You go in there. The rest should be okay. Sorry, I'm missing that as I just logistically put all this in here. Alright. Not gonna fit. Don't want to fit. Alright. That's fine. You can go there instead. And I should brush my teeth. Eat Korean food last night? I did. Had some very good chicken. Restaurant where the owner was super nice, and he spoke well, he actually used to be an English teacher, so understandably was very well spoken in English, which meant we could have a pretty thorough conversation. I just want a couple grams of sugar injected into my veins. Oh. See how I need to shop restaurant streets. Town's a rural area, a little bit local and quiet. Where I'm going though for the next stamp though, that's people say it's a bit bigger. Is that what you're talking about? Because we gotta go a little bit further that way before we turn around and backtrack all the way back to the other trail we exited yesterday.
Matt just subscribed with Twitch Prime. 4 months hype. Brush them teeth lol.
Sorry, we're back. One thing I was like wanting to bring, but because of all the limited capacity I have in my bags, because I have my smaller front panniers right now, and the extra amount of insulation I have to bring, is I wanted to bring my camp stove so I could, while I'm doing this in the morning, like have a cup of coffee. And yeah, I just don't really have any extra space in my bags to put a stove in something to cook with for. It just needs like a small little sovereign little cup. But I don't have the room. Where's that little, maybe? No. Let's bring this then. How about you? Runs up to here, we're gonna finish where you started. Yes. I wasn't sure how I was gonna do it exactly, but if I do want to get the medal at the end, I do have to go back to that very first place that we started at. It's the only registration center that can issue medals. So, also now that I missed one of the checkpoints yesterday, right where I was sleeping the night before, was a checkpoint, and I was just focusing on trying to find a place to sleep, and I pretty much drove right past one of the checkpoints, not knowing it. It's not too bad, because it just finalizes I have to get back to Seoul to finish this. So I don't know if it'll be like riding back somehow, or if it's just like I finish the tour and then we just put my bike on a bus back to Seoul and then bike to the last checkpoint that I missed and then do the final like 60 kilometers back to the registration center. That could work. These are kind of unbalanced weight-wise. Doesn't really matter. Your head, like, makes sense that your pannier should be like equal kind of weight, especially on the rear, well, on the rear pannier. But in reality, you just, like, without even thinking about it, you adjust for the weight and balance, and it's kind of just fine. I'll just put some batteries in there. It's currently, the front right pannier actually has nothing in it, so I actually should grab a few things, because that's where I feel the imbalance more is on the front, because it can introduce like a shimmy in the front steering. If there's weight in one but not the other, or extremely unbalanced. What's this one? Anyway, we're pretty much done packing up. I just got to switch over to the bellow box and the bike setup, and then we can give her. Should be fine. This is a half charge. I don't know if that's actually accurate or not, though. Let's see if we do this. Can I run both of these, or is it going to complain? How do I want to do this one? So I still haven't found my exact system for how I want to do everything every. Oh, it's on. Okay. Oh, my phone's about to die. It's at less than 5%, so it's about to die. I'm switching over things to the bell box right now, but we'll probably lose the stream briefly. So stay tuned for that. I'm going to take this mic, so it's going to switch over to the internal mic for a second here. Hopefully we're over. Sorry, that was a bit of a... I forgot that scene didn't even play clips. We're back. Oh, a GPS reminder, thank you. Yeah, let me do a sec here. The cold is making this a bit harder with battery management and stuff. Batteries don't like being cold. Okay, let's get the battery cranking here. Put the brightness up a bit. Final panniers on the bag. Pretty much loaded up. Should be moving in a few seconds here. Alright, that is my correct location. Let's load up RTIRL. Give that 3 seconds to think. GPS should be running now. Alright, now just helmet on, sunglasses on. Oh no! 5-second roll. We're good. Oh. Seat cover. My bike style's leather, so it doesn't like getting wet, so we cover it at night. This toque's too thick. It's toque inception. A toque within a toque. Very Canadian. I don't think I thanked I Mad Matt for their 4-month primary sub. So, thank you. I think that's when I was brushing my teeth. Why is that uncomfortable? Okay. Oh, you smacked the bush. Also, are you level? Looks straight. That looks fine. Okay. I'm just gonna strap up this cable so it doesn't flop around as we ride. There we go. Let's roll. Let's get some stamps. It's stamp hunting time. It really feels like it gamifies this whole thing, you know? I want my next stamp. Alright, hopefully I don't slip on my tush walking down here. Looks a little frosty. Alright. No tush slipping. Alright. Far to the first step? Not far. There's my tush. But still adapting back into touring. Let's see, let me look at my map real quick. 3 to 4 kilometers, looks like. Not far. Need these. Over our hunger.
Os4HWKS just resubscribed for 20 months. 20 months? Thought it was longer?
Yeah, honestly, me too. Ozrox, though, thank you for the 20-month resub. I appreciate it. I feel like you've been a big part of this stream for yeah, longer than that. Huh. This place got the tunes. Months plus 100 bits a day. Well, you're assuming that I stream every day. And I pretty much do when I'm on a trip. I'll take the occasional day off, but the majority of days, I stream a lot. I stream more than most when I'm actually on tour. That's hitchhiking or cycling. And then when I'm not on tour, I don't really stream much at all. Kind of start with the break. Never the break because she was in Korea. If the most recent break, like after TwitchCon, was the thing. But before I started my stream in Korea, I actually flew in like 5 days before that. And Sarah had just finished her South Korea trip, and I was just starting mine. But we spent 5 days together. in Seoul. A little secret get together, because as per usual, I don't tell people. You know, I don't like hype up in my stream or my Discord. I'm like, so I've decided I'm going to South Korea. We're doing the Grand Slam tour, and I'm going to be doing it in 3 weeks time from now. I just start the stream live when I'm starting the trip. Like still Jack from previous cycling trip. Physical conditioning wise, I feel pretty decent in pretty decent shape for cycling. Like we did 87 kilometers yesterday or something like that, which isn't that much. But I didn't really feel that like fatigued from the cycling. My butt is fighting me a little bit. I have a sore butt. Usually don't have a sore butt to this extent at the start, especially when I've got padded shorts on, so I don't know what's going on there. Just normal like saddle pain, nothing out of the ordinary, but still. Usually with this saddle, which I do actually enjoy a lot, I just don't get much pain at all. Bukkangkang. Wait, 66 kilometers. You can keep going 66 kilometers this way? Maybe I should look. It's kind of an interesting way to do this whole tour. I'm going to have to do some research. Would be if I continue from where we get this next stamp here and I continue like northeast and we get to the northeast corner of South Korea, and that's where we start the East Coast route, and then we'll go down the whole East Coast. I want to say interesting because then rather than doing the entire tour and having to like bus back at the end to Seoul to do the final little bit, because there's no like logical way to do it otherwise, I don't think. We could actually do the Busan to Seoul, like actually ride the last bit, and there'd be a bit of overlap the last like 100 kilometers or whatever. I think the route map is heading northeast. Yeah, so if you look at the route between like Seoul and Busan, I don't know which way is which. When you leave a little bit from Seoul, there's like a bike route that offshoots to the northeast off the main route running from Seoul to Busan. I assume this is right. I'm on this offshoot, so if I'm going to continue towards Busan, I need to turn around and go back 70 kilometers to go back en route. Otherwise, I'd have to connect to the East Coast route, which would be pretty far on what I don't think they have bike routes that way. So I'd just be on roads most likely. So I'm just looking if this is the right way. Yep, looks right. But yeah, only a couple kilometers here till our first of the day. Very well could be the last. of the day, just because we're kind of in the middle of nowhere now. This is probably where we had a viewer saying there's like some open space in a couple kilometers. You just camp here. Oh, they do have actual signs there saying no camping. I'm happy with where I stayed then. A picture of a tent with a red line through it. Maybe you can see. There's another one on the right here. This would be a logical place to camp on a bike tour, I think. Well, this kilometers the Grand Slam. It really depends how you do it, because if you look at the map, I think we have a command for just a map of all the different checkpoints we have to stamp at. They're not all connected, so you have to like kind of go your own way and connect them. And it can be a lot less distance if you like take public transportation between each and every official bike route. So you still did the whole bike tour, but you'd always just, you know, use the bus or whatever to get to the start of the next route. Or you can ride everywhere, which would be much longer. Someone's putting the solar panels to good use. Well, they're not much use right now. They're in Tromsø, Norway. It's in the Arctic Circle, and it's coming into winter.
Selfie just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Hello, Mr. Hitch and Chatters.
It's a very limited amount of daylight, sunlight that they're getting in Tromsø, Norway in late November. We got Selfic with the 21-month resub. You know what I should do when there's nothing around? This. Oh, these gloves make it harder. I can't. What? Huh? The gloves make it impossible for me to ding my bell. Never mind. How does it make it impossible to ding my bell? Anyway, Selfic got the one bell.
Selfie just gifted 5 subs to the community.
So with the 5 gifted subs, thank you very much. If you're gifted a sub, welcome to the Twitch Bikers. Selfie, thanks for the resub and the 5 gifted subs. Showing how you strategize the routes. Yeah, I think no matter what, it's not going to be like the most efficient. I usually don't think about stuff in with 100% efficiency in mind. No, honestly, this route, it's hard to do perfectly efficient. I just put a sweater with on my handlebar bag. candy and lava cake for breakfast. That's an interesting combination. I am curious what I'm going to end up having for breakfast here. Yesterday we got lucky and there's like, right on the bike path, there was like a bunch of little cafes servicing the bike path. Let's see if there's something up here by our checkpoint. This is a cool bit of the path. I like that it's... I'm telling you, Korea loves building bridges. Wow, that's so neat. Like bobs and weaves, it's kind of cool. Huh. It's beautiful. What a place Korea is. This is one of my favorite little sections of bike path I've been on, just because, like, I don't know, I got all to myself, so quiet. It's all this like built up bridge right on the water, and it's a cool boardwalk. There's so many things going for it. I don't want to leave it. Ducks. I like some herons and stuff too. Could be wrong about that. I just see like a big white bird on the water. I'm like, that's a heron. They got solar, and then they got little spinny dudes. Are those like just an alternative design of wind turbine on top of these kind of light post things above the solar panels? Door. Certification center, 1 kilometer. Nice. don't miss it. Whatever. Annoyed at myself. You don't know, I missed one yesterday. I don't think it'll be that much of a challenge to go back and get it just at the end of our trip, but still. The heck, Trevor? The GPS is working this morning just fine? GPS good. All right, nice. Wait, 5 kilometers down already? Huh. What did I say? It was like 3 kilometers to the certification center? I was wrong. I just like spitballed it looking at Google Maps. It's apparently 300 meters now though. Thought maybe it would be that big funky looking thing, but hasn't been 300 meters since that sign.
Wilhelm Tiskibberger1 just subscribed. Thank you.
Wilhelm Berger with the sub. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Twitch Makers. Ooh, a dog. Has it been 300 meters yet? Cabbages. Isn't it pretty late? Like it's frosting. Isn't it bad for cabbages? Yeah, we even got Cabbage Man here to critique their cabbage growing technique. Maybe it's at this ball up here. Oh, it is. All right. Well, 100 meters apparently. All right, I see it. What is this ball? I don't know. Oh, it's a bathroom. You can go to the bathroom in a ball. Here we are. Another certification center. Nice. Okay, gotta find it though.
Os4HWKS cheered 100 bits. The third day of bike touring. Followers, hopefully you're securing. Exploring in a colder climate. Not much traffic, very quiet. Come join the community, it's fun. Many cool gifters of subs.
Oh, that was a good one, Oscar Hobbs. Thank you very much. Let's replay that. I was distracted trying to find my little passport here. Yeah, that too. Every day by 2 a.m. I thought it was that you're securing. Very cold climate, now it's travel very quiet. Come join the community, it's fun. Many cool gifters. and subs. I like it. Thank you very much. I do appreciate the daily poetry. And thanks for the 20-month resale. So, this is what we're working with. Korea's cross-country cycling road tour, passport. And then in here, got little stamps. Hopefully this ink is not frozen. Which page am I on here? It's in my bridge. Got it. That one stamps pretty good. All right, we filled this page out here. Reached the end of this Bukhangang bicycle path. Perfect stamping. That's one of my best stamps yet, actually. Can actually fully read everything. I gotta look at, why is my voice raspy?
Shelfie gifted a tier 1 sub to Jusso_G. They have given 194 gift subs in the channel.
Solid, another gift sub. Oh, handlebars. Thank you. You get special dinging privileges. Make sure it's the exact stamp. Yeah, I can actually read that one. It's the right one. Okay, I need to pull up this phone. Ooh. Look at a map. It's around Chuncheon. Look at the route map. Curious if there's any bike routes that continue east from here. I don't think so. Yeah, there's nothing between here and the East Coast. So I don't think we're just gonna YOLO it on like roads all the way to the East Coast. Planning on riding a bicycle with a seat, have a mountain bike. Do you believe a hard or cushioned seat would be more suitable? Bicycle with seat. Like all bikes have some kind of seat. I don't think there's any one right way to do it. It's all personal preference. Like I have a Brooks B17 saddle. It's a leather saddle. It's not particularly cushioned, but it does kind of like form to the shape of your tush, and I find it quite comfortable. I say my butt's sore, but I'm at the start of a tour, so body just needs to adapt. Generally, the mentality for like long distance touring is if you have like a really cushy seat, a gel seat or something like that, the extra squish means when you're pedaling, there's more like abrasion at where you're pedaling from, like in your inner leg there, and you're much more prone to like chafing. I haven't tried a really squishy seat to try it myself, but that's the how people talk about it. Come back to the mist station? No, we won't until the very end of this trip. So when we go back to Seoul to certify that we've completed it, we'll just get that last stamp and it'll be fine. We have that, so I have to change to bricks. No, you don't. Because what works for me might not work for you. Like I said, there's no one right way to do things. There's no one right product that'll make everyone happy. Different people have, different preferences and just different bodies, so I can't tell you what you should do. Which is unfortunate because, like, the best way would be to try a few and pick one that you like. I think there's some companies that will let you, when you buy a saddle, like within like 30 days you can return it for credit to try another one. So you can just like keep trying saddles until you find one that is your saddle. Maybe you cycle out in the world. Well, it's been my job to stream hitchhiking for, well, at that point, like 3 years, I guess, or something like that. And then 2020, pandemic happened and I couldn't hitchhike and travel internationally, so didn't know what to do, so I just bought a bicycle and rode across Canada and discovered I liked it. Now I keep doing it. Okay, I need to figure out what I'm doing now. I think we're just going back. It's kind of a shame.
Wilhelm T. Skibberger 1 just gifted 1 subscription to the community.
Wilhelm Skybberger with the gifted sub. That's very kind of you. The sun feels nice and warm. I'm going to overheat soon. Yeah, I guess we're going back. 70 kilometers to get back on a new route. Hey, these look good. No, I still got some Bacardi sweat. If there was a hot coffee in here, I'd do it. They're all cold. It's nice. Flower, also, did you sleep? Oh, it caught up. Sleep on? I slept pretty well. I woke up a few times. I think it was my pillow. Because I was warm. Even though it got down to -3 last night. But, I don't have my usual sweater that I use for a pillow, so I think my body's mad at me for that. And yeah, Sarah gave me this flower when she met me in Seoul, so I'm touring with it. Oh, why bicycle across the word? My moose knuckle? I don't know what the moose part is about. But this is just a trip around Korea, not the world. I have, if you, there's a map of this specific bike route, but yeah, we're at the terminus, the end station here. Let's look at it a little closer. It'd be cool to do one trip where it's just a proper around the world trip in one go. It would take the better part of a year. Right, I think the top one's where we're at right now.
Current dog cheered 200 bits, 2 degrees, by year.
Hernt dog. 8 degrees Bert, yeah. It's winter here. It's cold but clear, how I would describe it. So far we haven't had much wind either, which has been nice. This way. 1, 2, 3, yeah. I think each of those actual circle bike things are the checkpoints. There's 4, and we've done 4 on this route. On the map on the bottom right, it looks like this route gets pretty close to the route on the east coast, but it's still quite far. Turn that oval on to click those stamps. Yeah, Jeju, we are going there. All I'm deciding right now is, it's probably hard to see from this distance, but maybe. We are here. The East Coast route is here. I don't think this map is to scale because it's bigger than this little gap, the distance we'd have to make to get to the East Coast route. But rather than backtracking and then going down this route, the thought would be, well, we can just continue to the East Coast and then go down. But I don't think there's any clean way to do that on a bike. Yeah, it's still quite far. We're just gonna head back to the main line route. You wear clips? I do. Oh god, flexibility limited. These are actually cycling sandals with insulated overshoes on. Rob took a bus to the East Coast. From Seoul, though. I don't think there is a bus from here to the East Coast. You patch your holy jacket? Not yet. Let me see. If I go directions. Directions. Google Maps has worked for bus directions. Choose on map. There. Looks like we can take a bus to, I don't know what this town is. Singyangdairi. It's not really showing up well. Then another bus to Sangdongri. And then another bus that would take us to our spot in the northeast. It would take all day though. We essentially give up cycling today. Tent for Asia, WTF? Why is that WTF? To use a tent in Asia? One by what group set? It's Shimano Dior 3x9. So. Never mess for biking here. Yeah, I've been using Cacao. Actually, what does it say? If I use Cacao maps and just put here to the East Coast. They do cycling navigation. And it usually seems fairly competent. It's very slow though. Load's very slow. Current to on the map. Just loads so slow. Very unsatisfying to use. And see what it says. 20 hours, 29 minutes, 222.9 kilometers. Elevation gain 6,000. Elevation loss 6,000. I think we go over mountains. Up to 770 meters. I don't think we're going to do that, honestly, right now. Okay, we're going back. It's decided. I don't feel like taking a bus ride. I'd have to take a day off. Although with my batteries, maybe good to take a day off. Anyway. I should be charging every day, and I took 2 days without charging, and now I'm falling behind. And yesterday, the restaurant I was charging at closed early to watch a soccer match, or a football match, depending on where you're from. Again. Back we go. Why is he streaming on YouTube? Because I can. I don't think there's any negative reason to not stream on YouTube. The only reason people didn't do that really before, did I need to wash them? I don't think so. Was because you weren't allowed to. It's part of the agreement you have with Twitch when you're an affiliate or a partner. Or I should say it was, because now it's not. You're allowed to. Never mind dual streaming. Oh, okay, yeah, you're commenting from the YouTube, thinking it's only on YouTube. Yeah, we're everywhere. Well, okay, no, we're YouTube and Twitch. Who knows? Maybe we'll be on 5 platforms soon. Stream on Kick now too? Yeah, you can. It's completely open. Partners only can multi-stream? No, anyone can. It's unrestricted. Well, I think they've made a clarification. They're like, you can't go out of your way to make the live streaming experience substantially better on the other platforms if you're also on Twitch. Like, I don't know how you do that. And people responded being like, well, YouTube allows us to actually broadcast in a higher resolution, higher bit rate. Is that considered a substantially better experience? And they said, no, that doesn't count. So you can stream at a higher resolution and bit rate on YouTube if you want, which I would assume you'd want to if you can. That's the wrong YouTube link. Apparently it still works, but yeah, my channel is called Hitch Streams, not Hitchhike. My other social links were incorrect yesterday. I don't know if they've been updated. Want you on X? Oh yeah, they allow live streaming now too, don't they? By default, is it in like the TikTok aspect ratio, like the vertical cell phone video format? Which is so stingy bit rate for a video streaming service. They are. And the states due to cost, like I would literally pay, even though like they pay me based off my performance on Twitch, I would pay a premium to like for the cost of hosting my stream if they just let me push whatever bitrate I wanted to. I'll pay for the hosting, I don't care. It's a cooperation, you mean a corporation? They suck? Well, I don't think. The fact that something is a corporation by default makes them bad. I think there's many different ways they could do that with their bitrate. That would make it better and still not lose them more money. Oh, the infrastructure is just set up for it. Don't want you to invest and let you pay extra for it. Yeah, it's similar to keep it the way it is and has been for like, hasn't it been these same settings for like over a decade? They're constrained by cell coverage anyway. Depends where we're at. Here in Korea, quite often I have this set to like 9,000-ish locally. But essentially how this all routes is it goes from my local hardware here and cell coverage here to our server, and it takes that ingest. If I want to, I can send 20,000 bit rate to my server, which is a lot of data, but would give a nice clean feed. And then our server can take that 20,000 bit rate 1080p stream and downscale it to whatever resolution and bit rate Twitch can accept, and it'll look a bit better than if I was just natively right from the get-go max, like having my bit rate set to 1080p. Whatever Twitch's official max bit rate is, like 7,000 or something like that. So it should be 16K and 10G. I could probably push 16,000 bit rate. Actually, I think, what does the Bella Box max out at? 10,000, 11,000, 12,000? I think it's the max you can set it to. This looks awesome. Yeah, this is very cool. $12,000, okay. You mean, oh, 16K resolution. Max is 8K. Well, you definitely can't do 8K on Twitch. I don't know what kind of bitrate you have to push to have a nice, like a 8K resolution feed that actually look decent. You get brekkie? Not yet. I've just munched on a couple fuzzy peaches. Breakfast of the champions. So, see, somewhere along here there'll be some cafes and stuff like that that I can stop at. Maybe when we get a cafe, I'll just like take two of my batteries that can charge at 100 watts and just charge them at 100 watts while I eat breakfast and stuff like that. Even 30 minutes gets a good charge at 100 watts per battery. A cool path. The haze, is that pollution or is that just morning haze? morning pollution. Like tomorrow I'm supposed to get like essentially a dust storm from China, where it's going to be like I need to wear a mask to be outside. So actually I should pick up a proper mask. Same bike as the Netherlands trip. Yes. Well, I've been through the Netherlands on this bike, but also on the tandem bike, so depends which Netherlands trip. Accommodations to stay on travels in South Korea. Mostly my tent. I'll just sleep outside. We're actually about to ride past where I was camping last night because we finished this route. Now I have to backtrack to get onto another bike route that I can continue to chug along on. Met Norway? Yeah, this is the same bike for Norway. No solar-powered trailer, though. Down jacket. This is a down jacket. Usually I wouldn't cycle along this one, but just to start the day till I get properly warmed up, we're adding the extra insulation layer. And then when I start to get too warm, we'll shed down to something that looks more like cycling wear. When will you take a bath? It's a great question. I don't know. Do they have like hot springs here? I wouldn't mind going to a proper hot spring. That'd be nice. I was a fan of the onsens in Japan. I was always the only foreigner there every one I went to, so I really stood out. What do you have for Christmas this year? You know, Sarah kind of complains because like I'm not easy to get gifts for because I don't really have many wants. I don't like accumulating a lot of things generally. So it's hard to get little knick-knacky fun gifts for in the context of, you know, she wants to get me something that I'd actually use and appreciate. Because for the most part, everything I kind of like want I already kind of have, and I upgrade my outdoor gear as needed and stuff like that, but that's really hard to shop for me for, because it might get me like some kind of biking accessory or clothing item. There's a good chance it's not something that is actually on my upgrade list, and that item isn't actually an upgrade for me, and then it just kind of feels like a waste. So I don't know, and I'm hard to shop for. And in saying that, like, I don't really expect gifts. I specifically tell her, I'm like, can you just take me on a date or something like that? Can we do an activity together as an alternative to gifts? That's more special to me. Go to wheels for tour. Oh, you mean tires? Yeah, the Schwab Marathon. My fronts are Marathon Mondals, my rears are Marathon Pluses. Because the tread on my rears were gone, but my front still had a bit of tread, so I just kept the old ones. rather have money than gifts? Yeah. It just, gift of like money or gift card, it feels very impersonal. So people don't like giving those gifts because it's just like, feels like it has a lot less meaning or emotion to it. More cabbages. Where's Cabbage Man? Are you not swatting yet? Sweating? No, it's like 3 degrees out. It's for kimchi. Oh. Like specifically late season cabbage is good for kimchi. There's Cabbage Man. It's a challenge you recently overcome. Riding the length of Norway from south to north through all the fjords to the Arctic Circle to Nordkapp. I don't think that's exactly what you meant, but that's where I'm going. Alright, almost back to my camping spot. That was a tough trip, the Norway trip. I got really lucky with weather, which made it a lot easier mentally, physically, to just not have to be slogging it in the rain all day. Because the west coast of Norway, even through summer, is known to get pretty wet. That guy's on Team Snot Rocket as well. Respect. Rain, you be lucky it didn't snow. On the coast of Norway in the summer? No. It doesn't really snow there in the middle of summer. Especially being on the coast, it keeps it more mild. Says the non-native. Like, we've got quite a few Norwegians, and no one ever said it commonly snows on the coast of Norway in the summer. I spent all summer there. No one was warning me about the potential snow. It doesn't? No, I don't think it does. Is this place open? Coffee and bakery, that could be good. That inside section, I'll probably get my batteries charged a little bit. And they got jams. I just camped like 100 meters over there. Let's see. cold. -3 overnight, and it's probably like, I don't know, maybe it's like 5 degrees by now. Open 10. That seems like now. Let me just go see if I can get food and plug in a battery. Where did I put my... More than a battery, a few batteries. Maybe several batteries. No, probably just 2, then I can do 100 watts each. What are my best batteries for doing exactly that? Mexican music? I think it's from that animated film. What's it called? It was like Afterlife, and then your family only exists in it until the last person alive still remembers you. Once everyone forgets you, then you disappear into like some limbo thing. What's it called? Okay, this one is good. And then we'll just do the other one of these. It's not Idiocracy, although I do like that movie. Coco, yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Good memory. I don't have a good memory, apparently. That was a horrible description. I'm impressed you got it with that description, or you just knew the song. I wouldn't have to charge a little bit this morning if I got as much charge last night as I was hoping. But I got kicked out early because there's an important soccer match or football match. I feel like I have to say both. Otherwise I upset people. Okay, I need to use specific batteries that are capable of doing 100 watts. This one is not. That one is. Is this like a frozen one now? Okay. Let me... I got all my batteries together, which is a little bit like... I need to figure if I can... if it's even actually open. It says it's open, like the time on it says it's open. But, if they'll even let me charge my battery. And if there's food. Well, it says it's a bakery. It should be fine. I'm still gonna check. I'll be right back. The mic will probably cut out. Oh, there's outlets at the table. Oh, I need my... forgot my wallet. Should be good enough. There's outlets at the table, that's a good sign. Means they're for customers. Where's the bakery stuff? Cream cheese twist. Is there more baked good? Cafe cloud bread. Oh, upstairs. Oh, I'm just deciding what to eat.
So to eat, the chicken is too hot, spicy.
Spicy?
Yeah. Is cheese. Okay.
Do you have, is this your recommendation, the chicken?
Recommendation. But
This chicken?
two people eat.
Oh, it's bit,
Potato.
yeah.
Along it is be okay.
Okay,
One people eat
okay. Potato and then,
potato.
is there like
this potato?
a small chicken?
Small chicken. Small chicken. This Coke set.
Oh, okay.
Only
or
chicken.
only chicken.
Only
Maybe I kind of want potatoes and chicken. Can I
potato
do,
and chicken.
so maybe like
Yeah.
this,
Ah,
that,
potato.
and the small chicken?
Okay.
Yeah.
Potato is two
Oh, two types.
types.
Like French fries and smiles?
Yeah, it's bigs. It's potato bigs.
Yeah.
You only mashed potato.
Oh, okay.
This one.
Yeah.
You smile base. Potato.
I'll have both.
You go.
Oh, before I, is it okay if I charge my batteries at an outlet?
Ah, yeah.
While I'm here?
Okay.
And it's okay.
Charging.
Card?
No. Charging cell phone.
Charging a battery like from the outlet.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when I eat, can I have a camera facing me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sure. potato and small chicken.
And small chicken. Yeah.
Small chicken, Coke set, or
Could I have
only
coffee?
chicken?
Just chicken.
Just
Unless
chicken.
you do coffee instead of Coke, or no?
Coffee.
Coffee.
Americano.
Americano, okay, yeah.
Ice and
Hot, yeah.
Hot, okay.
추가하실 상품을 선택해 주세요.
Okay.
Okay.
주문 조건을 확인해 주세요. 카드를 넣으세요. 감사합니다. 카드와 영수증을 챙겨가세요.
For 400.
Okay. All right. 감사합니다. Thank you very much. Alright, sorry that took a long time. Their food is weird. It's not really. It says it's like a bakery and cafe, but there's no baked goods. My mic, yeah, would have been cutting out. It's too far. Okay, so we're good. We got our order in. Camera's okay, and I can charge my batteries. So happy days, fun times. We'll be switching to the phone just for this because I want to charge a little bit, so be off from this. I'm just gonna pull the plug here and then we'll switch to the camera when we get inside, or the phone inside. So this is a janky start because we're a little bit deprived of power due to a soccer match last night. I'll be back. Hello. Live? Yeah. Hitchhiker.
Yay!
You wanna say hi?
Yay! Yay! 何これ何のライブ
About 1000 people watching.
100人見てんの
I'll show you.
なんて言ってんだろこれすげえ
Twitch TV.
やばいめっちゃ
964 views.
すごいめっちゃ見てるよ映ってんのこれすごい撮ろう写真撮ってもらおうこれ撮ろう有名人だ
So they all say hi.
Say hi
No, all of them. Waving.
めっちゃコメント来てるじゃんなんて言ってんの可愛いって言ってんの
Interesting. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I love that interaction. That was the best interaction I've ever had in Japan. Who's Brenda?
Rest in peace, my love. Ellie giggle one, Ellie giggle
Who's
one,
Brenda?
Ellie giggle one, Ellie giggle one, Ellie giggle one, Ellie giggle
Cam,
one.
you point to last, Cam one. I don't know which one I pointed to first or last. No, same thing. No idea. Serious face? Alright. Okay. I'm gonna grab my mic too, because I'm too quiet. Look at that hair. Nice. One moment. Alright, should be a mic. Just gonna make sure this actually will charge at the watts I need. Should be able to do 100 watts times 2. It's a 200 watt power little brick here. If I just do 2 things and each one can handle 100 watts input. Yeah, they're both doing 100 watts charging. Nice. Ever been to Thailand? I have not. I would like to at some point. Too much clothes. By the time I go out, it should have warmed up a couple more degrees and I'll probably just be down to this shit. That'll be me. I'm guessing I'm the only one here. Lady working here speaks really good English. She was helping me pick. So I didn't know what I want. Oh, I didn't bring the mic. Anyway, that's fine. Touch a small hole in the, I know there's a hole there. I just have been lazy about it. Still wearing too much clothes. So we have chicken and a bunch of carbs, a lot of carbs. Not really what I want for breakfast, but the nutrition, like calories wise, is good. It's not a cafe. Then what does that mean? Okay. Coffee. Coffee. Drop batteries. Keep doing your thing. Alright, I want to try this chicken. I'll just wear it. Try getting sponsors on your clothes when you bike. We've been talking about it. Potentially in the future. It would make sense. But it depends on the trip. Like on this trip, the piece of apparel I have as my outer layer that you can see on my back while I'm riding changes all the time. It was very hot. Alright. What's this? Barbecue chicken seasoning sauce. Okay. You know, like dip it on something. Do I just pour it on? No, I don't. I think I want to dip it. No slow down for this trip? No. It's winter here in South Korea. It is sunny. It's been sunny every day. This is day 3, but generally when I looked at the monthly weather for Korea in the winter, for like Seoul and Busan, I just looked at those 2 places. It looks cold but dry. I think Seoul for the month of December averages like 2 days of precipitation through the month, which is not much. Well, I can only have the sauce if I can figure out how to open the package. It looks like it's supposed to go there, but there's no tip. I was hoping for more like of the toast thing I had yesterday. Where is it? I can't find it. Dang it. I feel bad sitting inside when it's sunny out here because I just have limited daylight hours. I think that's it. But I do have my viewer book if viewers come by. I feel like our best chance was in Seoul and maybe Busan. Is that embarrassing? Maybe. I could probably use this lid as my... Someone said that in chat. As a dipping spot. Even remember last time you were embarrassed? I felt kind of embarrassed and just dumb when I realized that I'd missed the checkpoint already on my stamp. So yesterday.
Starboy _Q just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Itch hey, have a great trip.
Astuboy Q, thank you for the 31-month resub. Box of all wedges. It's a combination of wedges, these, standard fries, tater tots, and smiles. He's really freaking hot still. Wow, what a mix. All the carbs. And I get some protein. I was gonna be like, if I don't finish them, I can just bring these with me, but now I've covered the lid with sauce. Shove some in the cup. Yeah, I just have a small amount. It's true. I feel quite hungry, so theoretically I can eat all this. I might need to get more ketchup. This is a lot of potatoes. All right, gone from 0 to 18%. This one went from 27 to 43% in a few minutes here. It's good. It's good. Size is so different than USA. Well, I think this is a. I think. Do you mean these are small? I feel like this tub of wedges is like big anywhere. Like you got some fries, some. That is a lot. But in general, I find that, yeah, the portion sizes are pretty small. Most places that aren't Canada and the United States. Last night, my chicken dinner was really good. And it's like where they cook it in front of you and stuff like that. I forgot the name, what they call it here, but anyway, I go in there and he's like, oh, like I tell him I'm like eating for one. He's just like, I don't know, like, is this like a 2-person thing? And we don't do like a smaller size for one person. You're supposed to come here with someone. Apparently being alone is not okay here. I'm like, it's okay, I can eat for 2. And I very much could eat for 2. I ate the 2-person chicken meal, and then you can have the option to make fried rice with the pan that they made the chicken and vegetable and stuff thing with. And then even after that, I asked if there was dessert because I was still hungry. Remember the 72-ounce steak attempt? Yeah, that was embarrassing. I didn't get very far. I threw up. Can I eat my fries yet? How'd they make them so molten hot? Carbs are perfect recycling. Yeah, they had a little touchscreen menu thing that I was going through for like a while trying to figure it out. I'm like, yeah, I want some carbs, but I need some protein. Otherwise, if I just have carbs, then I process it so quickly, like I get hungry very, very fast. So I like if at all possible, I like a heavier meal for breakfast because it just sits in my stomach better. Some ketchup too. I haven't had these little smile potatoes in a very long time. Cohen's restaurants for dinner, most are made for sure. With SOFA, I've learned with my appetite while riding, I can share with myself. Me, myself, and I, we're gonna share it all, and we'll still be hungry. How much was this meal? What was it? The giant thing of carbs, our potato thing was 12,000 won, so like, what, just under $10 US? And then our little chicken cup was 5,500 won, so like $4 or something like that. And I think our coffee was 4. Wait, I have the receipt right here. Yeah, 12,000 for the fries, 5,500 for the chicken, and then 5,000 for the coffee is pretty steep, but got food poisoning from these trips. Potentially once in Japan, but I think it was from the temple water, where you're supposed to like slurp it. Well, it's just not sanitary. I ended up very much out of commission for like 3 days. Can someone convert with the, yeah, 22,500, $17, $17.50. Like, this is attached to a museum, so probably wasn't the best place to go as far as value is concerned. I've been biking back before? No. I've never been to Korea before, so this is all new to me. Actually, a lot of today will be not new because I did the other direction yesterday and now we're going back the other way today. Because of this specific bike path dead ends around here. Or the same as North America as far as price. I'd say, yeah, this would be, no, I feel like if I went somewhere, no. Let's just say I went to KFC. I got some popcorn chicken. This is kind of like popcorn chicken. And a big ass thing of fries. Yeah, I'd probably be able to go with that. The meal I got yesterday, that huge 2-person meal and bottle of soju, was 35,000 won, was like $25 US, and that's supposed to be a meal for 2. I'm like, that's really good value. How many days will it take to finish this trip? I was estimating about a month at the beginning, but it might take longer. Specific thing you're most like excited about seeing, or just going to take it all in general? The latter one. Just take it all in. I as per usual, if you have watched the stream for a long time, I don't plan much when I go somewhere about like what I want to see, what I want to do. I quite often have a destination, but what I see and do along the way is just whatever I feel like at that specific moment. There's a certain amount of like the spontaneity of it, where like I don't know what's in the next town and I'm okay with that. Now I'll probably miss some things that could be cool because, you know, I don't look ahead. But when stuff happens, it's just so random. Happy early Thanksgiving, stay safe, be here watching. I enjoy the hitchhike content. I'm glad you like the content. I run lobbies. Wait, when's Thanksgiving? It's already happened in Canada. We're like a month before American Thanksgiving. How long is your flight to South Korea? 12 hours. Well, I had like a 20-minute flight, 30-minute flight from Victoria to Vancouver, and then a 12-hour flight from Vancouver to Seoul. Thursday. What day is it? Wednesday here? Tuesday there? This Friday is Black Friday. So anything? Last Black Friday I bought these because they were half off. Oakley had a sale. I think it was directly through Oakley. And I bought this helmet because POC is having a half off sale. Maybe I need to, well, I don't need to. Maybe I want to get some more things. How do you transfer your bike to these countries? So I just go to any. Okay, I go to a bike shop, and a lot of bike shops when they receive all bike shops when they receive inventory will get them in a big cardboard box that's bike sized. Generally, they just unbox the bike and then recycle the cardboard. But quite often it just sits as a box for a while. If you just go in and you're like, hey, do you have any bike boxes, cardboard bike boxes that I can have? Quite often, if they have them, they'll give them to you because they just be recycling them anyway. So it's no bother to have them just grab one and give it to you. So yeah, I do that. Quite often when I leave Canada, I have a bike shop that I go to for my regular maintenance and stuff like that. And then as part of my pre-trip maintenance, I just ask if they can box it up for me as well. And usually if I did it on its own, it'd be like $50 for the service to box up my bike all like professionally and protect things well. But since I'm doing it as part of a bigger maintenance package, they just add it on essentially for free. There's no extra labor cost or anything like that. So I usually do it as a combo. I'm still really curious, like, it specifically says on the thing right here, coffee and bakery, and I'm like, yes, coffee. I did not see any bakery, baked goods. I like pastries. Ketchup, sweet, sour sauce. There's like a chicken, like a chili kind of sauce for the chicken and then ketchup, so we got both. What's in your fix-it bike kit? Tubes, tires, etc. No spare tires, spare tubes, yes. Usually two. I only have one right now though. So hopefully don't have a bad run with punctures. And then just, like an Allen key set, like the different wrench sizes. Like tire levers. My set's pretty basic because I can't do much more than fix a flat tire. Is there a bakery somewhere else? See, over there was a sign that's like, oh, Cafe Cloud Bread 2F, like second floor. So before I even like bought this, I walked up to the top floor and it was just seating. There was no like separate. It's just the upstairs seating for this place because this is called Cloud Bread. Because I looked through the menu first, I'm like, there's no bakery. Maybe it's upstairs. It's not upstairs. Show it, Hitch, can't see what you're pointing at. Well, I can't see it from here either. I was just gesturing, it's over there. It's around the counter, a ways from here.
Stetson just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Stetson, with the 13 months, thank you for that. Still going northeast, hit the end of the line and turning around already. Well, yeah, we hit the end of the line. We got the last stamp from this section of the passport. If you haven't seen the passport, this is what it's looked like. A cycling passport here in Korea. So we've completed this route. As you can see here. So we've got each of these stamps. That orange one is a bonus one. There actually wasn't official, but there was one between those two checkpoints, so I just stamped it anyway. So this bike path is complete, but now we got to get back to here to continue the next one. Greasy fingers. many calories do you eat a day? It's totally variable. Like there's no set amount. I don't log the amount of calories that I eat. I just eat to feel satiated, to feel full. I just listen to my body, or I at least try to. I need to throw these fries down. Like, we just need to eat for effect here. This is not like the fries. They're fine. There's nothing wrong with them. But I just need to throw these in me. What are we eating? An assortment of fries. Every type of fry. And some chicken. Is it chicken good? Yeah, I still got a few pieces, but yeah, no, it's pretty good. It's like this little, similar to like the popcorn kind of chicken. Boneless little chicken bites. How did you attach the long camera pole to the back of the bike? Is it fully extended? Good luck on the trip. I love South Korea. I can show you when we go back out, just remind me. So it's a pretty sturdy monopod, is what it is. And I have like a clamp kind of camera mount on the rear triangle of my bike. That kind of, so the clamps on the rear triangle, then it has a little adapter mount that sticks the pole out a little bit and then points it that way. And then the rack goes back across and over top of the rear rack. It's resting on the rear rack, and there's a big clamp mount holding the pole to the rear rack to secure it to there. And then I have a strap pulling up on the pole and attaching it to the seat frame, like the metal part of my bike seat. My Brooks has a metal rail on it, strapped around there, kind of pulling it both down and up at the same time. And then I have a paracord at the end of the pole attached also back down to the rear rack of the bike, securing the ends to the rear rack to stop it from getting too much vibration in it. I'll show you. South Korea, my old home, and the damn rainbow palms. You used to live in South Korea. I didn't know that. But yeah, and the red shirt that you fixed. Which shoulder was it? This red merino long sleeve shirt. When I was riding my bike across Canada, there was a hole in the rear of one of the shoulders. And when I got to Winnipeg, Madame Rainbow Pens offered to sew it, to mend it for me. And it still holds to this day. Lived in Korea for two years, nice. I didn't know that. Obviously, this 360 planning cycle from London to Morocco. Very cool. Love the view, love to capture it. Yeah, I can show you. Let's stick around for a little bit. Where are my batteries at? %, and 52%. All right. Staying in Seoul tonight also? No, we're going back 70-ish kilometers to the main, like, Four Rivers bike path. But then we're continuing southeast on our way to Busan. So we won't get back to Seoul until we finish this tour in about a month. Grab on my coffee. Glasses and helmet on the outfit. Kind of looks like Dr. Disrespect biker mode. Do I? I'll take it. Like Dr. Disrespect's a pretty cool looking guy. I could grow up my mustache like him. I can grow a decent mustache. Wait, does he do handlebar? What's his look? Or is it just mustache? No, I forget. Pole is 1 meter fully extended. I think mine is, of the actual length I use, is more than 1 meter. I use a fairly heavy duty monopod. It's, the brand is Three-Legged Thing. And I think the model is called Trent, and it's a magnesium alloy, sturdy, hefty monopod. It's not to say you could do something thinner, but I think it helps keep it just stable as we go. Try Korean beef if you get a chance. I'll have so much opportunity to try so much different Korean food. It's one of the big things I'm looking forward to on this trip is my dinners at the end of the day. This mustache is fake though. Well, then mine will be real. Recommend the orange pie with bella box. Thanks for that. My bella box still has a Jetson Nano. Yeah. But yeah, I've heard with the orange pie, like what you're talking about there, you rock that and get it set up as a bella box. It's like half the power usage, I think. And already the Jetson Nano 2 gigabyte only uses like, what is it? How many watts does it draw? Not many. So it's getting quite power efficient to do a pretty high quality stream. Stem count is still an 8. No, it should be 9 now. Recommended it at TwitchCon. Oh, did I? Well, people were telling me about how, like, for a couple of years, the only board you could use with the bella box was the Jetson Nano 2 gigabyte and 4 gigabyte cards, or boards. And now they've opened it up, or they've made it possible so you can do it with different ones. And the orange pie one that came out recently is apparently a very good use case. So, I haven't used it personally though. Street food that I miss the most about Korea: egg bread and the deep fried goguma in dokboki sauce, and the hot tug, like the pancake with cinnamon and sugar inside. Ooh, that all sounds good. Should try all those in my month plus here. Something wrong with chicken fingers for breakfast? This is not what I want to eat for breakfast. This is just, I need calories. And this is a good mixture of protein from chicken and carbs from fries. What I want for breakfast is eggs, bacon, sausage, hash brown, toast, French toast. What else? All that stuff. A big fry up. But it's very hard to find that in really most countries. Like the only country in Europe that does breakfast to what I want is like UK. Ireland too will have them. And then when I was in southern Spain, there were so many British tourists that there were lots of restaurants selling English breakfast. I did have a Korean toast yesterday, and I did like that. If I can find that more frequently, I'm okay with that for breakfast. I need a few. The portions here are not usually big enough. This is a lot of fries, and this is definitely big enough. Korean egg toast with sugar on it. Is that like French toast but Koreanized? Because French toast is like egg and milk and cinnamon, right? Just like a fried egg sandwich, but they put sugar on it. Oh, I have to try that. Breakfast bakery is something that gets you open every morning. No, I'm still excited to try the different things they have to offer at different bakeries and stuff like that. So we're gonna explore that pretty thoroughly on this trip. I get very hungry in the morning, so. Oh yeah, I was gonna. Oh, alright. There's lots to try here, and I'm excited to try it all. $79, $64. Still in Chuncheon. Across the water is Chuncheon. I'm on the much more rural side of the whatever this river. Let me just look at a map because I'm confused where I am too. Yeah. So. Chuncheon is just across the water, and I'm on, the opposite banks of it, so that's a good title for the stream. It's the closest major place, and it's quite close. Tried the banana milk, not yet, but it's on the list. I'll link the streams. I have live GPS on this trip, so. Quite the fries variety pack, never seen anything like it. Honestly, me neither. It's good. It's just there's no like really variety in flavor so much. There's not like they're seasoned different or anything like that. It's just like it's all fried potato. So it's good. It's good carbs. Very usable energy. Perfect city for you, physical barrier that prevents you having to interact with it. Exactly. Cities make things logistically complicated. Rural traveling is usually quite simple. So fruit suggestions, let me eat whatever he runs into. Like for the most part, I just run into places, like you're saying, and just eat whatever they recommend when I get there. But it's still good to have like a list of things to look out for that I should be trying somewhere along the way. So, since the count is still at 8 out of 89. Yeah, I just don't think there was a mod here when we got the stamp this morning. So we're at 9, and then yeah, we're still in Chuncheon. If anyone watching is Korean, I apologize in advance for me butchering reading names and trying to say words in Korean. I don't think I'm doing a good job. Finish fries. Stamp, 989 location. Yeah, that looks great. I guess I'm not too much pressed. I do want these to fill up, and they're at 81 and 69%. Nice. Now it's 70. What's this one doing? 70 watts. Be at 70 watts for a while, then it'll drop down to 20 for a second, then I'll back up to 70. That's just strange. Why are you doing that? Let me switch ports, restart your charging cycle. In Korea, yeah. We're in just outside Chuncheon, Korea. Why are you doing that? That's weird. Still charging. It's just charging weirdly. You've PD chargers? That was quick. Yeah, I have. This is a 200 watt like charging. Oh, this is what? That came unplugged. There's a 200 watt charging kind of brick thing here. Sorry, there's coffee in the way. And then both these batteries here can be charged at 100 watts input. So it can do 2 ports at 100 watts charging out of this guy, or you can split it between all the 6 ports, and each port will do like less, but still a good chunk. It's fun going to 0 watts charging. This Super Tank Pro battery is getting pretty old though. There's several features where it's just starting to die on us. Chuncheon, it's more than cold. What does it say? Oh, it says it's 10 degrees already. Wow, it's warmed up fast. It was -3 this morning when we started. It's time to replace it. Yeah, this battery needs to be replacing. I cycled through a lot of batteries with just how I do my streams. I'm very rough on my... Yeah, okay, this one's done. When it starts to get full, it starts to charge strangely. So yeah, maybe so very windy weather ever. So far, we haven't had much for wind, which has been nice. I expect to have wind at some point here for sure. Especially the East Coast route. I feel like that will be windy. It should be warm suit. Neat. I got lots of layers. The only thing I think I might need to upgrade is potentially my... So this is the only like face cover I have for when it's like cold in the morning. You have to like cover your exposed skin, otherwise like you can very much easily get wind chill or wind frost bite. I just think like in a day or two we're supposed to have a night that goes down to about -10 degrees Celsius. And when I start in the morning and first ride, and it's still like -7, -6, -5 when I start, I don't think that will be quite enough. Cold really cuts battery efficiency too. That's very true. So, already we're kind of having like a bit of issues with some battery stuff. Skier or snowboarder? Skier. I would like to try snowboarding at some point. Actually, for the reason because, so my girlfriend Sarah, she's been like skiing like once or twice in her life, so she's a beginner. And if I went skiing with her, she'd feel really bad about like, you know, me having to hang out with her as she's a beginner learning and is slow and there's always struggling at the beginning. But because I've never snowboarded before, I would suck, and she's never snowboarded before, so she would suck, and we can suck together, and no one's holding the other one back, right? There's chocolate milk yesterday. Chocolate milk there, Trevor. I had my first chocolate milk yesterday. It was a little 500 milliliter like milk carton with a really cute character on it, and it was actually really good chocolate milk. It was fresh chocolate milk. It was tasty. I hope to be able to find that very frequently. Alright, we're almost done our fries here. Used to be snowboard, but I think next time I'm going back to skiing. Yeah, I don't have strong feelings one way or another. I just grew up skiing, so I continued to ski. It feels good to be decent at something. Sometimes being a beginner, spending a lot of time on your butt, snowboarding just doesn't sound that appealing. If I'm doing it with someone, it could be fun. In a train station? No, we're in a museum. A cafe in a museum. Won't believe this, so I won some gold medals back in the day with skiing. Why would I not believe that? That's not even that. That'd be a very strange claim to lie about. I believe you. Donder, good to see you. It's very cool. Which event? Or what kind of skiing were you doing? You stopped the hitchhiking? No, my last trip was hitchhiking. My trip before that was cycling. Then my trip before that was hitchhiking. And I switch it up. Australia Islam local newspaper. Oh, that's cool, man. Nice. All right, we're done. All right. See a hitchhiking trip with no deadline, just having fun. Yeah, we haven't really done one of those in a while. When was the last time I did this open-ended hitchhiking trip without a specific destination? Initially, the US trip was, and then we decided, yeah, we wanted to go to all 50 states. Then our Europe trip, I think that was pretty much just hitchhiking for the sake of hitchhiking. That was like 2018 November, and then through till 2019 sometime. That might be the last bigger open-ended hitchhiking trip I've done on stream. Yeah, definitely before, pandemic. Yeah, let's give this a few minutes here. It's at 84, it's at 87. Oh. For yourself, wanting to live anywhere you've traveled? It's a good question. In general, my answer to that is I like Canada. I feel very lucky to have been born in Canada. It feels like my home, and I would like it to continue to be my home. I've been a lot of places. I can't think of anywhere that I'd want to actually like fully move and live there forever. I could see like doing a year or two abroad, like with a working holiday visa or something like that. Could be interesting, with the intention of planning to come back to Canada. Girlfriend think when you're away so much? Well, Sarah now does what I do in her own way. When I met her, she worked in healthcare. And then she took a couple months off to do a tandem bicycle tour through Europe with me last summer. And then at the end of that trip, she started doing her own stream before we started the bike trip for the day. And then after that trip, she started doing her own solo stuff. Now she's going on her own solo bike tour. She's currently on a solo bike tour around Taiwan. So, like, what does she think? Well, she's doing it too. But we both agree it's like, it gets lonely. It's a long time away from each other? Yeah, it is. We are apart most of the time. And it goes up to kind of same stuff. Yeah, I do like to see Sarah go on her own trips. When Sarah travels with me, I know and I experience it. She just she doesn't want to affect how I travel, so she just wants me to make all the decisions and travel how I want to travel. But then it feels like my trip with Sarah tagging along rather than Sarah putting her own personality into the trip. So I do like seeing her do her solo trips because, you know, it's now up to her to make the travel decisions, and you get to see how she would prefer to be traveling. And there's some similarities, but there's some very major differences as well in how she wants to travel. And I think it's interesting to see the contrast. The biggest contrasts are where we like to sleep and what we like to eat. I like the wild camping part of this. I like sleeping in a tent. I sleep well in my tent. It's something I look forward to. I like the spontaneity, the randomness of just like starting my day somewhere I've never been and people are like, where are you gonna stay tonight? I'm like, I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. I like that. She doesn't, or it's more stressful to her, and that's understandable. And then the food part is complicated because she's vegetarian, and some countries are easy for that and some countries are not. She wants a fancy hotel? No, she doesn't desire luxury, fancy things so much. She just wants to sleep inside where it's temperature controlled, and I really don't think that's asking for luxury, but it is very much an increased expense. Accommodation in a lot of places will be a very large percentage of your expenses. But ends up in Saskatchewan instead of BC. Sarah was a child at that point, and it was her mom. That was Diane. At least I think she was still a child. Anyway, she wasn't driving. She wasn't in control of the navigation. So, you can't blame Sarah for that one. It's a funny story Sarah has told, and I sometimes tell because it's just, if you know Canadian geography, like starting in Edmonton, trying to go to British Columbia and ending up in Saskatchewan is just, it's funny. Stealth camping is an acquired lifestyle. Yeah, but it has to be something you want to do. It was something I wanted to do, but when I started like wild camping in 2014, when I first hitchhiked across Canada, I distinctly remember my first night like wild camping in the wilderness, and it was very unsettling. I managed to not have to sleep outside until I got to just outside Kenora, Ontario. Like I was starting from west, going all the way east. So I made it all the way to Ontario without having to sleep outside, which was pretty lucky. I kept getting, what was it? First night was Calgary. I slept in a truck stop, kind of. They wouldn't let us sleep. We kind of randomly power napped in a truck stop because I ran into some French hitchhikers and we ended up spending most of the night up just chatting. Next night I got a ride to Saskatoon and I was invited inside to sleep in a spare bedroom. That was nice. Next day I made it to Winnipeg and I got dropped off on the eastern edge at a Petrocan, like a gas station. And the employee there let me sleep in the trucker's lounge in the back. Like it was closed, it was done for the night, but he could tell I was just like stuck there for the night, so he just opened it up and let me sleep on a bench. And then the next night, yeah, I slept in my tent in Kenora. But anyway, I was just like in the woods of Ontario, and like every crack, creak sound that you hear when you're alone, and I was out in the outskirts of town, like I wasn't next to services or people or anything like that, just seems like a threat in your mind. It really isn't, but like that's something you have to get used to. It took me quite a while for it to feel comfortable doing that in random places, and it took even longer for me to enjoy doing that. Ever worry about someone stealing your bike while you're inside a place? Like, no. Yeah. Depends where I'm at. You kind of get a vibe for the area. That's not to say your vibe check can always be accurate. Korea doesn't feel like too risky of a place to be. But, you know, I could get burned on that at some point. Quite often when I'm in somewhere where I can't see the bike, I can see the bike from here. I'll just lock the bike to itself, which means if someone was going to steal it, they would have to pick up the bike and walk it away, or cut the lock and then ride it away. A lot of times bike theft is a crime of opportunity. They see a bike that's unlocked sitting there that you can just get on and have an easy means of escape, also known as riding it. So just try to make it not the easiest. Kind of dangerous bears and shit. Well, yeah, Canada has bears. And bad things have happened with bears, and bad things will continue to happen with bears. Statistically, very unlikely for it to happen. If you run into a bear runs into you, but there's always a chance. I think you're much more likely to, like, the most dangerous thing you do on a day-to-day basis that people really don't recognize the dangers of is just driving an automobile on the road. I don't think taking a walk in the woods is more dangerous than driving your car down the highway. It's your lady's channel name, Sarah Bridgewater, one word. I think we have exclamation point Sarah in chat. Puts a link. Yeah, the whole kind of monologue is just to say, single decision you make in your life, everything you do, comes with implied risks. Some things are more risky than others. Some things are quite safe, but still have some level of risk. It's up to you to balance those risks. If you look at the world as a whole and all 7 billion people or whatever, there's so many people doing so many different things. Just the statistics come into play, and there's always going to be bad things that happen no matter what you're doing. Bike theft targeting expensive bike accessories is supposedly very common. I don't bike, so I wouldn't know, but bike theft is one of a very small list of crimes that you do have to watch out for in Korea. Okay, that's good information to know. I feel like in rural areas, it would be less, but I don't know. That's usually the vibe. In cities, there's more people. There's enough people there that the statistics of people that might be wanting to steal a bike is just, there's more people, so there's more likely to be a group of people that would like to steal your bike. Remember to re-add TT as an editor last night? I did. He has been added. Okay, we're almost done here charging these ones. So, what is this at? This one says it's full. I'll just give that a couple seconds of juice here. Because yeah, I think now I'll just hit the washroom really quick, and then we can get back on the bike and go. Would say your bike is worth how much money you spent on it. When I purchased my Kona Sutra in 2020, I think it's a 2019 model, it cost 1,700 Canadian dollars, so like 1,200 US dollars. If I were to buy a new model Kona Sutra, all the bike companies drastically increase the price of their new bikes beyond the rate of inflation. It's insane. I think it's like now like 2,800 Canadian for that same bike to buy a new one. So I got my bike before they cranked the prices up of everything cycling. Apparently I've heard that, you know, during the pandemic, there was a supreme shortage of like a lot of outdoor gear, including cycling stuff. So they ramped up the prices to kind of take advantage of that increased demand for outdoor gear. But they also increased production. So they produced a ton of bikes and are continuing to produce a ton of bikes and stuff like that, and components and accessories. And now the demand has dropped off. And I've been told there's going to be a big surplus in bikes and accessories and components and stuff like that that'll make biking a much more approachable financially. Maybe will bring prices down a little bit. Maybe, possibly, hopefully, probably not. It was a good investment. Good job. That doesn't mean my bike is now worth $2,800. It just means the newer models, which they haven't really changed the components on. They just change the color every year, and maybe some very small changes. They just ramped up the price for a new one. It was good timing, though. Okay, I'm gonna go to the washroom. You guys protect these batteries. I don't know where the washroom is. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Also, in many countries, I wouldn't leave all my electronics just on the table like this, but I'm going to here. Be right back. Those are the wimpiest, like, hand blow dryers ever. No battery stealers? Nice. It's premium. Okay. So, should be good to go. I should just need my shell jacket to start with. Shouldn't need my buff. It's here in Norway. I hope you'll come back. I gotta come back at some point. My solar panel trailer is in Tromsø. I'm breaking this jacket. This elastic is supposed to be like on the cuff here around there, but it's all broken. $12 degrees. Is it already 12? Wow, it warmed up fast. If it's 12, I'll probably have to take this off pretty soon. Anyway, we'll start like this. Okay, that's charged. That's charged-ish. See the northern lights, you know, in the north of Norway, in the winter. Like, I've seen them before. They wouldn't stream well, so I don't think I'll do a streaming trip to somewhere that's known to have good northern lights, because most stuff for live streaming doesn't work well in low light situations. Grow beard, diet like Jay's, maybe look good by Chuncheon. Why should I diet? I can grow a beard fine. And I usually do on cycling trips. I just let my facial hair grow and see where we end up. So this trip will probably be a continuation of that. helmet even help you when it's that loose? What's loose about it? This strap not choking me? It's not coming off. And when I was putting it on, I was tightening this because it was a bit looser because I had a toque on before, but now I don't have a toque on. But you're right, some people have a very loose strap on their helmet, and if you can very easily take the strap over your head, it's a good chance when you crash the helmet's going to do nothing, it's just going to launch off. So what's the point of wearing a helmet at that point? So it's a valid thing to bring up. But I'd like to think my helmet is appropriately sized and appropriately fit onto my head. Don't have a small foldable solar panel? I have a couple actually. The small foldable ones that I have disappointed me greatly. They were like just horrible pieces of crap. Maybe they've gotten better, but yeah, last time I had them I was very disappointed. My 225 watt solar panel is not a packable foldable one, but it's very big. It's a very good solar panel. I like that solar panel a lot, but it's 225 watts and it's like 5 feet long. Okay, well, let's get back on the bike. Do our transition to Bella box setup as well, which will take a second. Can I do this in one trip, or is that gonna be too much? Back. Nice trip in Asia, like I see the whole world. Super happy that you share it with us. I am lucky to get to do what I do. Anyone that watches, enjoy it. Glad you enjoy it. Thanks for traveling with me. Let's go travel. Can I clip this on something right now? There. I think we're gonna need 2 trips here. Maybe I should, oh, there's a tray return there. Let's do that first. If I can get the batteries away. Ooh, I don't know if they'll fit in here. So they can temporarily go in here. Then we should be good. Ooh. Come on, handlebar bag. Okay. Guy bringing groceries in from the cart. Have to do it in one trip. Wait, but how do I carry the stream? Like this. Hey. Check. Didn't leave anything. Looks good. Do we have the viewers still here that wanted to see the way the pole is mounted? Still chilling? Would love to see it. All right. Let me put the handlebar bag on the bike and then I can show you. Cool. So, there's kind of a lot going on back here, but I'll try and isolate and just describe the pull part. This is the monopod. It can actually extend, like, it's very long. This is the section that doesn't collapse in. And it's got a section here that is not extended at all. It's got a section here that's just barely extended, and then this last section is fully extended. So I think it's like, I think it's much taller than me when it's fully extended. Anyway, I have a clamp mount on the rear quarter of the bike to just another a little ball joint connector thing to connect to the base of the monopod. And then I have this heavy duty clamp mount clamping the pull to the rear rack of the bike, an elastic strap pulling up to the seat of the bike, and then I have paracord pulling it down to try to secure the end of it so it doesn't get too vibration-y. New boots clip in. These are just my sandals with overshoes on, but they do clip in. Those are clips. Why is it? This is still saying it's half charge. I might just let this one die, so I'll keep running this one. Such a familiar sound. Most RL streamers, if you've been using an action camera, have been using this specific model of action cameras for years. And that powering on sound is just like the streaming sound. Tires and tubes that you carry? I don't carry any spare tires. I don't know anyone that tours with spare tires. Spare tubes? Usually 2 right now, I just have 1 though. Okay, I'm gonna steal the mic off of you so I can turn the bell box on properly. So now we're on the internal mic rather than the other mic. Getting the bell box set up. Just use my other phone, but whatever. good. Ooh. Disconnect from my Twitch chat. Let me just restart this. There's actually even a few bugs out. It's warmed up enough. Connect to the YouTube chat, but not my Twitch chat? What the heck? You make me log into my... You make me log out and log in? That's annoying. So I don't have Twitch chat for the moment. Do 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 do. What is this? Tangled? I don't know if you can hear it. Actually, I don't even know if I'm live because I haven't seen chat since I've join the channel, pitch. That's what we want. All right. Now I have chat. I don't know why it kicked me off. Okay, just gotta put a few things together. Good to go. Okay. I expect the trip to take, I've been estimating a month. I don't know if that's accurate or not. Why have this hard seat? Brooks B17 saddle is the most widely used and recommended touring saddle in the world. The reason I use it... Wait, where did I put the speaker? Because it came with the bike, and then I liked it, so I continued using it. You don't want a squishy, well, again, I haven't tried touring with one. In general, the recommendation is you don't want a squishy seat, as it'll introduce chafing. There's a lot more rubbing with a squishy kind of seat. Oh, there it is. I accidentally put it in with my charging stuff. I'd be more than happy to try different seats just to give you my review on them. But this is what my bike came with, and I've been very happy with it, so I felt no need to switch it up. But this is why I don't, like, people will ask, like, do you think this is the best touring bike? And I haven't tried enough to, like, say one way or the other. So I'm just, I hesitate to, like, strongly recommend individual things if I haven't tried, like, a good variety of things in that category. Just the hitchhiking and biking? Well, but even with hitchhiking, like, the equipment I use, if I've used, like, you know, one tent for 5 years, and people are like, is that the best tent? And you're like, well, I like it, but what is the best? What the best is for a specific activity is a very personal thing. All right, I think we're good. Sorry, that was a longer break than I'd like. What time are we at? It's noon. Yeah, probably gonna overheat here. All right, well, we'll push out and then we'll get on. When are they updating? Temp still says 5 degrees Celsius. That's a good question. I don't know. It should be warmer than that. Best thing you have with you at the time? Yes. Good way of looking at it. I'm gonna have to take my overshoes off. Actually, now we're moving into the air. It's actually kind of cold. Zip up to start with until I get my blood pumping. Where's my mic? It's not buried yet. Oh yeah, just up here on the right is where I was camping last night. You see that white little theater looking thing? I was just behind that. It was a nice cozy little spot. Over the update, now it says 12. All right, cool. I feel like 12 was about as warm as it got yesterday. It felt warmer yesterday. Well, I have been sitting inside a temperature-controlled environment for a while. The contrast always makes it feel more than it actually is. No more stamps today. Yeah, no more stamps today. If I'm lucky, I'll get back onto the main route we left yesterday, but that's a long ways away. They're playing medium golf. Well, any detours? Like, this is a detour in that I have to backtrack to get back on to the main route, but a required detour because they had stamping checkpoints along the way that I'm required to get to finish the Grand Slam tour. There will be other moments like this along the trip. You can find, orient yourself GPS. Yeah, GPS, like, I still haven't found, like, a perfect navigation system for Korea. I don't like their navigation apps. Google Maps doesn't really work here. But what I have on Google Maps is essentially from a website for Korea cycling. It's essentially overlaid all the routes and the checkpoints that I need like fixed onto my Google Maps page. So it doesn't do navigation, but it does just have it downloaded onto my map so I can see it whenever I'm zooming around and looking at stuff. So I generally just use that. And on the official route so far, you're usually on a pretty obvious bike path. There's been the occasional moment where I'm like, well, which way do I go? There's two bike paths. One goes that way, one goes that way. Which one do I take? But for the most part, it's just stay on bike path. Because I think it's koreabybike.com or something like that. It's a private website made by, I think, just some guy that has toured extensively around Korea and has a website that he made to help people out. I paid for a subscription on it and everything to get the more detailed guides and stuff like that. And it's been pretty useful so far. Like, that's how I got my Google Maps, my detailed little Google Maps pins and routes that are all saved onto my map. So some features are paid. It's just $7 for a year. But I don't think that was paid, the Google Maps thing. I think that's free. So if you wanted to look at it, you could load it onto your Google Maps right now. How much do you weigh if you don't mind me asking? Me personally, like 155 pounds, whatever that is in kilos. Sorry, Canadians are weird. We're officially metric, but so we should use kilos, but every Canadian says their weight in pounds. I'm pretty light. Around 70 kilos. All right, according to Google. Yeah, so far I'm really loving this tour in Korea. I'm really curious what tomorrow's going to be, because it's supposed to be that like dust storm of pollution. So I should pick up a mask today. I don't think my my buff is exactly what I would be looking for in those conditions. Should get a proper rated mask. Oh yeah, and just as a note, the battery I'm running the belt box off of right now was not full this morning, and it's been what we've been using. I didn't charge it there. I charged some other batteries while we were inside there. So it won't be that long until I gotta swap batteries on the belt box. That's fine. I'm curious if we'll have the same network problems on the same spot as yesterday. As I'm back on the modems that randomly stopped working in one specific spot, but my phone did work in that specific spot. So I kind of know the solution, but I'll still have to, get that set up when we get to there. Very expecting it's going to be getting. In a couple days, at least where I'm at right here, it says it's going to get as low as -10 overnight. I would think that would be about the worst I'd be expecting. Of course, it could get colder than that, but I think that's, for this time of the year, pretty cold for this area. So I shouldn't get too much. I say as so there's some dude water skiing or wakeboarding. It's hardcore. I assume they're wearing a dry suit or something. Yeah, our little bit of construction. That's that galbi last night. It was so good, and the owner was a really nice guy, so it was kind of fun. They seemed rather surprised that I ate it all, because it was supposed to be for 2 people, and I went in there and they were apologizing. They're like, sorry, like we don't do like half portions, and 1 portion is a 2-person meal. And I'm like, don't worry, I can eat for 2. I very much could eat for 2. I had the whole chicken and accessories portion, and then you can get them to fry rice on your pan after. Ate the whole fried rice portion for 2 people. And then I asked if there was dessert because I still had room for more. And they thought I wouldn't be able to. Rode over a new bridge just built. Oh yeah, back there. Yeah, no, I think I noted that yesterday. I'm like, this looks extremely new. It's like the kind of wooden post on the side, like still had like some of like the, I don't know, pieces from the manufacturer, like the plastic wrapping and stuff like that.
Jacob Bax tipped $50.
Whoa.
Thank you, 50, because you are not as cute as Sarah.
Wait, what did Sarah get? Or it's a sympathy $50. Sarah gets nothing because she's cute. Because, you know, pretty privilege. I get $50 as compensation for being not as cute. Jacob Bax, thank you very much for $50. I appreciate the support. It's very kind of you. Yeah, I agree. I'm not as cute as Sarah. Sad. I really do appreciate the support, though. Oh, sneaky bump. That is it. Wait, can I do? It's really hard to ding my bell with the gloves on. Jacob Bax, thank you very much for the $50. It's a lot of support. Goes a long way here when I'm sleeping outside and really only spending money on food. Those clouds in front of you, like it's hazy, but the substantial things in front of me are mountains. I assume. Wow, this valley is gorgeous. PSI like right on? He's around 60. I don't actually know if that's ideal or not. It's just what I've ended up having him on. We're back to the zone of every couple hundred meters, there's these signs of don't ride your bike into the water. Look over the river for us to chat. We'll be riding along this river valley for quite a while here. And there's a spot I want to stop and do something which I think will give you guys a nice view of the river here. So stay tuned. Oof. I forget if that's before or after the random dead zone. Biking infrastructure is hot and cold. There's some rough parts. Yeah, there's some round, like honestly, if it was like usually kind of rough and bumpy, then you just get used to it, and then you don't go oof when you hit it because you're just adapted into expecting it. But it's usually just really nice. So when you do get a random bump in there, it just stands out in contrast to what you have gotten used to. So in a way, for me, it's like an overreaction to having bumps here and there, just because I get used to it being really nice. Especially on the East Coast. Okay. But yeah, I'm curious what the East Coast is like. For me, quite often, my favorite kind of riding is coastal riding. I enjoy it a lot. It's something like I'm from an island. I grew up on the coast, and something just feels nice about being on the coast. But you know, this is interior, but riding along a river valley, this is also pretty spectacular. Can't complain about this. And if anything, I'll probably be getting blasted by wind on the East Coast, and this Central Valley is a bit more protected, so. Anxious if too far from shore/sea. Yeah, like when I was hitchhiking to Vegas, this 2 months ago, when I was going through like Kansas, and it's like super flat and you can't see anything on the horizon other than more flat, and you have like this giant blue sky with nothing breaking up the landscape. It almost feels like it messes with my head a little bit, because like I'm used to having something on the horizon, mountains or oceans or rivers or just something, but it's just the sky looks so much bigger and there's just nothing. It's almost unsettling. Vegas, did you gamble? I did. I lost it all. I had a gambling budget and I lost my gambling budget, going in with the expectation I'd lose it, but you know, the potential to come out ahead. I did not come out ahead. Eight miles East Coast Korean route. Search a nice pass. I hit roads, ride on 80 km cars. Let's get to ride through small beach towns. Scenic, but on purpose. All right. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Oh yeah, here's the gondola again. It just seems so strange. Just seemingly, to me at this point, in the middle of nowhere, this giant just gondola spanning this huge river and over this mountain and to the other side. I've seen mountain lions since you're from BC. Yeah, actually Vancouver Island has, I think it's the highest population density of mountain lions, or we call them cougars, in the world apparently. But so I haven't seen one, but there's apparently a lot out there. But the difference, I guess, between like mountain lion or cougar and a bear is bears are much easier to stumble into because bears just kind of lumber around, makes lots of noise, and there's no semblance of stealth with them. But like a cougar is like a stealthy hunter, so like if it's not trying to be seen, they're usually much more hidden and silent. So I've probably had cougars around in the general vicinity, but they specifically choose to keep their distance. And if they're close by, then they stay hidden. Way to rotate your camera 90 degrees while cycling. Yeah, it's one of the nice things. Like this would be a good time when we had the rear camera on the little gimbal. It wasn't super easy to spin it, but we could. And then I could just have it pointing to the left right now. There's the continuation of the gondola over here. To undo my jacket a little bit. I am warmed up now. All those carbs from all my fries are cranking. A big factor of whether I'm warm or cold is how well fed I am.
Very not Korean guy just resubscribed for 2 months. Mark my words, I will be sniping at some point. Enjoy the riding.
All right, I'll mark it. Very not Korean guy with the 2 ones. Expect the not Korean guy. I'll be looking for you. Everyone that comes by, I'm like, are you the very not Korean guy? And if it's just some random person that wanted to say hi, not knowing that much of the stream, they'll be like, what do you mean, very not Korean? I'm from Korea. I am Korean. Game you lose your money on in Vegas? Blackjack.
Right_said_Ted just subscribed with Twitch Prime. You gambled in Vegas when you danced next to me at the Twitch after party. Thanks for the selfie. You rock.
You gambled in Vegas when you danced next to me at the Twitch after party. Thanks for the selfie, you rock. I remember dancing. I hadn't already lost all my money at that point. Wait, which one was it? Was it the party put on by the, what's it, like the women's league? With the DJ? Well, okay, most are gonna have like a DJ. Take time to stop and say, take a cab part mountaintop. Just take time to enjoy where you are. It depends what I'm feeling like, but quite often when I'm on a bike tour, I'm enjoying the bike touring part I'm in whatever way I don't enjoy so much a lot of the touristic activities that a lot of places put in for tourism. A lot of times my big enjoyment is the process of traveling, whether that's hitchhiking or cycling. It's not to say I never do, but it's not the priority. Coming to reach today? It'd be nice to get back onto the main bike path heading towards Busan, but we had a slow morning because I had to charge some batteries because I didn't charge as much last night as I wanted to, because the guys at the restaurant were closing early to watch a Korean football/soccer match. So because that's essentially 70 kilometers, but we've had a bit of a slow start. And then in not too long here, I'm going to be stopping and trying something out that might take a little bit of time to set up. DJ's Thug Shells. Yeah, that one. Okay, I think I remember taking a selfie with you then. That was a fun night. I was out till the sunset came up that night. I think this is from Edmonton. Yeah. Wait, didn't they live in like Airdrie? I actually lived in Airdrie like when I was very young for like a year. I just thought it was so funny. I was hanging out. What'd they say? Hanging with Thug Shells and what's her name? She was doing like the hooping, and I think they lived in Airdrie together or something like that. $70 in 4 hours. I spent the past while in a cafe charging batteries.
Avid lurker cheered 100 bits. Hype lurk.
Avid lurker with 100 bits. Lurking is pretty hype. I am a lurker in chat. I don't chat much. The only chat I do chat in at all is Sarah's, and I'll only say a couple messages and then I'll just continue lurking. I'll just pretty much say hi and then go back to lurking. Thank you for the bits. I know it's just an emote, but I just like took the name of the emote and rolled with it. And Twitch it's 2012-ish. Oh yeah. This chat is mostly typed in just in the last hours. I'm a typical lurker. Again, respect the lurk. Actually, 2012 is when I first discovered Twitch. That's when I was going to college for accounting and finance. And I'd watch like StarCraft 2 streams and Hearthstone. Hearthstone specifically to fall asleep because it's so dry and slow that it can put you right to sleep. I never had an account, I just watched without an account. Otherwise I could have a nice 10-plus-year-old Twitch account, but nope. Yeah, that's a good call. Like using it's oh yeah, command you got the favorite aircraft
here, so I'll give you a do a walk around real quick and then we'll continue working on it. Snake! Ah! Fuck! I just, oh my god, I almost killed that snake. I was not expecting a snake crossing the road.
What? Do I know where you can find crystal meth? I do not know. Alright. Probably in the city, I'm guessing.
I'm still trying to wake up. Alright.
Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck. Alright, have a good one. Welcome to California.
Going to bed now because school tomorrow. And then I hear him, oh, motherfucker! And I'm like, oh.
called all Thea and Mike.
Recognize my network. This happened, if I'm live right now, this happened yesterday. This one zone, my Netgear hotspots wouldn't work at all, but my phone would for some reason. It's doing the same thing today, and I don't know why. It seems kind of illogical.
Duck Pundog just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Load, please. Hello? Why isn't it picking up my hotspot? What the heck? I'm creating a Wi-Fi hotspot. When I scan for the Wi-Fi hotspot, you should show up. I don't have chat right now, so. Why? Show up for my other phone? Yeah, it shows up on this one. Why isn't it showing up for my belly box? Fish recover now. Yeah, because I'm running off of my phone, which seems to work in this area when my modems don't. I don't know why. It's really weird. But I'm trying to get this phone connected so I can still use it via a Wi-Fi hotspot, but it's not. My belly box is not picking it up for whatever reason. It's saying it doesn't exist, but it does exist. So where do we start? You can also do like the tube move. Yeah, okay. And that, okay. Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like clover.
I can do it, but I think hers has like better form to it. It's more clovery.
Sorry guys, I should probably drive. It's great, don't worry.
Cool.
So there's a bag.
That definitely said hitch.
That said hitch.
Why is there a hitch bag? I think you didn't run it over.
That was garbage.
My mic. I was going to run and grab it.
Spinning around.
Who did this?
What is this?
Like, where are they?
Okay, I think we're coming back and we should be on this Wi-Fi hotspot, which I have no idea why. This is the only thing that works in this specific region. This is the weirdest tech situation I've ever experienced for cellular network. Because it works great with my modems everywhere else in Korea. Okay, I haven't been everywhere in Korea. In 3 days in Korea. There's just this one several kilometer section that just doesn't work. Back for me? Yeah, we should be back. I've switched over to the network that works in this section. It's just weird. No need for redogs. Redogs generally not our first point of contact for tech support now. When I was my servers through no rip and stuff like that. He was the main guy, but I switched server providers and stuff like that. So I'm not like a customer of his now. It feels wrong to just be like, hey, help me with things. But there's nothing anyone can do to help me tech-wise because this is just a local, like, in Korea side problem with the networks here. I'm literally right next to a cell tower.
Pegs Turno just resubscribed for 11 months. Day 3, how the did I miss this?
Pegster, thanks for the 11-month resub. Yeah, well, a lot of people miss the beginning of my trips because I start very spontaneously, you know? It's not like this big social media blast of like hyping up a trip for weeks beforehand. I just go. So, a few days in, start to see a lot of familiar usernames pop up in chat and stuff like that. It also depends on the time zone and stuff like that, especially for Europe. This is a very bad time zone for European viewers, unfortunately. I got a cable. Got 2 cables dangling down here. That's not ideal. There we go. Any off-roading yet? No, generally the routes we've been on so far have been all paved and quite well maintained in general. There's been some rougher sections, but I wouldn't call anything off-road. $5 a.m. literally on my way to bed. Whew, that's a late bedtime. Jeez. I thought you were just an early riser at 5 a.m. I think 5 a.m. is definitely well past the late at night and well into the early in the morning thing. Like there's a bridge. You know, 1 a.m. is late at night. 2 a.m. still late at night. 3 a.m. I think still late at night. 4 a.m. I think is when you can start questioning whether it's late at night or early in the morning. 5 a.m. is definitely, to me, early in the morning. Wow, we've got a lot of either up really late or up really early Europeans right now. What are these trees on the left here? I feel like I've never seen them, and they've got a very unique kind of like look to them right now. They're like draped. They do like they create like a little almost shelter looking thing around them. Not huge spider webs. Yeah, no, they look really weird. They're like cool, just but like in a weird way. First time I've seen trees like that. Yeah, here in Korea, it'd be the first time for me as well. Is there a reason, like this spot doesn't have it, but there was actually a trail that accessed the river here. Is there a reason that there's several spots along here in the middle of nowhere that have specific signs that say no swimming? Is there like an ecological or something reason? Oh, there's like a tourist train on the other side of this river here. Tides? That's a river, it shouldn't have tides. That's related to drought? Maybe? I don't know. I just want like a reason. Why can't I swim? It'd just be like something I'd consider when I'm getting a little bit ripe from many days in a row without a shower. Just take a dip in the river, even though it's winter. A little polar bear swim. See, if these people come on the river, else swimming isn't a popular sport here. Skill ability generally lower. That's more dangerous. Oh, okay. Wait, so like the average Korean person like doesn't learn how to swim growing up? Related to dams, yeah, this river is dammed in a few spots, so like we're pretty far away from the dams right now, but we're downstream of a dam now. We passed one just like 20 minutes ago or something. If they decide to do an emergency release of water, then yeah, anything down river is at risk. A spider web on the camera? Oh. Let me check. Where's my bow? Wait, it's in here. Thought it was on. It's not. There's actually been a few spiders this morning. I noticed it in some of my gear. Just wipe on the outside of this case, just in case it's draping down. I don't know. I didn't see it, but I just gave it a wipe anyway. We accumulate dust on the lens as well over time. So that's good to give it, probably at least, regardless of spiders or not. I'll wipe down once or twice a day. Is there vines over the trees? Like what we saw in the trees with like stuff draped over them? Those are separate plants? Ah, okay, I thought it was a specific kind of tree that just had like, grew that way. Something called bird cherry ermine. They're covering whole trees and they're spider web looking things. Bird cherry. What is that? Is it a plant? Or just a separate plant? High-speed rail above you? It's just a road, a highway. After this next, we gotta cross like a bridge and go across and go through this little town. After that place, then on the side of the river we were next to some kind of railway line. Someone called it a metro yesterday. I don't know. And then on this side of the river continues the highway. Highly invasive vine species. The one here, the one in Finland. I do like bridges. Yeah, I said that earlier today. I wasn't kidding. As I was saying before, I think the old road is the North American style where they just like, you know, blast into the mountainside and put the road there. But in Korea, they just like to build them on elevated bridges. And we were trying to speculate why.
because this road is at about the same height as the older road, I guess, that's right next to it, as that's part way up the hillside. Like, we are downstream from a dam, so it makes sense to want to elevate it, but it's about the same elevation as the other road. The fact link, wondering how the camera isn't vibrating. We don't have a fact link about how I've done the camera mount, but about 30 minutes ago when I got back on the bike after stopped at a little cafe restaurant thing, I kind of gave the rundown of how this monopod is attached here. But essentially, the camera's on a monopod. I strap the monopod down as securely as possible at multiple points. But the key factor there is these Samsung, it's not Samsung, I guess I'm in Korea, when I think tech, I think Samsung now. These Sony action cameras that everyone uses, the AS300 and FDR6000 action cameras, they have a ton of optical image stabilization. And so the pole is still bouncing around a bit, but the image stabilization in these cameras is just enough to take the majority of that away. So I don't know if the VOD is published, but in this case, this is where YouTube is actually really nice. If you go to my YouTube live stream, because I'm simulcasting, you can like rewind about 30 minutes when I was putting my bike together and see that kind of setup, how it's strapped down. Same road from Philly to San Francisco. I had to mount it on my shoulder. Couldn't mount it to the bike. Had you tried to mount it to the bike and it just wasn't stable enough, or? Yeah, most people that stream cycling or just film it, mount it to their body somewhere. Your body naturally takes a lot of the raw vibration out of it because it kind of acts as a stabilizer. And then a backpack setup is nice because, like, when you get off the bike, the camera comes with you. So when you go in to grab a drink, the camera comes with you. All that. I just really like not having all the camera stuff attached to me. So when I'm riding, I'm just much more comfortable because of that. Did it so it sounded like an airplane vibrating on. Well, you'll need an external microphone for sure. The internal mic mounted back there will sound horrible. So I have DJI mics that I use. And then I don't know what camera you were using, but a lot of action cameras do not have the stabilization that these Sony action cameras do. Steep little climb. Camping or hotels, hostels? We're camping. It's only day 3, so 2 nights so far. We've camped both nights so far. Military jets passed by yet? No jets. Several military helicopters though. Feels like I'm in Norway. Tilt tops. Nice. I think I'm supposed to ride over on the other side of the bridge. I think it's directional. Yeah, there's a little bike thing there. Oh, wait. Back at sleeping bag? Oh, yeah. I actually got a new one for this trip. I'm actually using a sleeping quilt, so no zipper on it.
Enlightened Equipment Enigma, 10 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 12 Celsius, sleeping quilt. Why am I still red? Oh, I guess they're about to go. Chuncheon is home of Camp Page, former major U.S. base. Yeah, actually, the owner of the restaurant I went to yesterday was explaining kind of the history of why chicken is so popular there. Apparently, with the military base, there was a demand for, you know, chicken, and it wasn't super popular here. So they brought in chicken to sell to the Americans, but then they produced so much chicken that they started selling it for quite cheap to the locals and stuff like that as well, and they developed their own recipes and stuff like that and started making really good chicken. And now here we are, I don't know how much later, and they still just make good chicken. Okay, is this ever gonna change? Okay, they got a left advance. I guess that's why it's not changing. Later on, I stopped in RA in Ohio, bought the wrong slim bag for October weather. 40 Fahrenheit night. Yeah, if you get like a proper, or like a lightweight summer bag, and you start getting closer to zero, it will be very uncomfortable. Korea has the longest light cycles I've ever experienced in my life. There we go. Now we're just crossing the other side of the river, and we'll be going down again, riding along the riverside again, and yeah, we'll have the train line on our left, like on our side of the river, and then the road will still be on the other side. So. Right, this is just like kind of rough, so we're going a little slow. Oh, there's a huge mass of people. It's the next checkpoint. Not for a while. We have to get back to a completely different, like, bike tour route, which is like a 70-kilometer backtrack. I was hoping if I made good time, I'd get back to the main route and get some miles and potentially get another stamp, but since we stopped for food and mostly to charge batteries, is why I waited so long, this probably won't happen. Is that both directions of bike lanes, or is it just one direction? Okay, this one was both ways, I think. Yeah. Oh, but wait, we go left, I think. Not straight, left, I think. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's right. Left is right. Perfect. Driven an army jeep along this road many times in the 70s. Really? Well, yeah, we were just referencing the U.S. military base in this area in relation to the food culture around here. So it's interesting that you were stationed here. I had to unzip after that climb, and then, and then I immediately, now that we're going downhill, I'm just chilling. And I think I'll be in the shadow of a mountain here pretty soon. I immediately now feel cold again. Also, there's more, all of a sudden it's like a bit of a wind channeling up this valley. Whew, a lot cooler in the shade than the sun. Gloves back, fold it over my fingers. You like your big Agnes tent? Yeah, I like the big Agnes tents quite a bit. They're quite roomy inside. You can see they made distinct design choices to make both where your head is and your feet is as vertical as possible, so the tent fabric isn't like draping over your face or like draping over your footbox of your sleeping bag, getting condensation on it and stuff like that. My Z-Packs was kind of like quite angled, and with that it felt, you know, a bit more claustrophobic, and it was easy to like move my feet and brush it along the tent fabric, or lift my head up and hit the tent wall. So that's nice, pretty easy to set up. There's some nice comfort features as well. Like into the mesh upper, there's actually lots of storage spaces where you can like, I always put my headlamp directly above my head in this little mesh pouch kind of thing. And there's one by the footbox as well that I'll put like just some of the storage bags that I tend to lose in the tent, like the stuff sack for my sleeping bag and for the sleeping pad and stuff like that. You pay for that in extra weight and extra pack space in your bag, but any condensation, trouble that on mine. On this trip so far, not much. The first time I used the one person was on the US trip a couple months ago. I don't think I had much condensation problems on that trip either. I have a lot more condensation problems in single wall tents, like my Z-Packs one. I find the inner mesh layer with the tent fly on top deals with moisture and condensation a lot more pleasantly than a single wall tent where it just goes from, you know, the tent body where you're sleeping directly to that actual like tent fly material, in the case of the Z-Packs one, Dyneema fabric. Days this trip supposed to be? I was estimating about a month. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes a little bit longer because there's just a lot of detours. Like, we spent most of the day going up this same route in the opposite direction to knock out all the stamps up here. But in order to continue, I have to backtrack 70 kilometers to get back on the other bike route and continue on that way to continue getting my stamps. So it would be much faster to like ride up here than take a bus back or something like that, but I don't like doing that. A little bit of sunshine again. month did 2,600 miles, 45 days. Was that across the U.S.? Yeah, I found the more spread out things are, the more distance I travel in an average day. Like when I was going across Canada, you know, sometimes the next town would be like 100 kilometers a day, so guaranteed you're going to do 100 kilometers in that day. Because if you want to eat at night, and if you're not carrying like all your own food to cook with and stuff like that, then well, you have extra motivation to get to your next point of civilization. This backtracking. It is, yeah. There's a lot of stuff like this to complete the South Korea tour. You can either backtrack via bicycle or you can backtrack via taking a bus. It's, to me, gonna be a pain to load up my bike and all my gear onto a bus to backtrack 70 kilometers, so we're doing this. Longest is 110 miles in Utah to Nevada. Nothing in between. No, exactly. When there's nothing, all you do is ride your bike and you just zone out and get the miles down. So yeah, like my biggest kilometer days, I think 110 miles was 170-ish kilometers. I think it was about that. It was 100. I think it was about Imperial Century, just over, no, about Imperial, so about 100 miles. It was from Revelstoke, BC to Golden, BC, over the Rogers Pass over the Rocky Mountains. There wasn't even a single gas station, and in between you just go. Any good climbs yet? Nothing I'd consider a good climb. There's been some short climbs that get to a reasonably steep grade, but nothing that I'd actually consider like an extended climb or anything like that. Between here and Busan, there's a 500-meter mountain which we'll climb, which I look forward to. I'm one of those guys that actually likes climbing. I find it satisfying, rewarding. But in Korea, probably safer. Plenty of water whenever you want. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, when you're really out there, the scarcity for like food and water can definitely become a real thing. Like I found in Canada, probably different than the route you took in the US. Like you said, like Utah, Nevada. Yeah, that's desert. In Canada, I wasn't concerned too much because there's always like farmhouses and stuff like that around. If I really ran out of water, no one's gonna be like, no, you can't have water. I'm considering doing a cross Australia trip, and that will also run into water scarcity problems. But really my emergency system there, which I've heard of people doing when they're touring across Australia, is, well, if you run out of water, even with what you thought was decent planning, just, there'll still be traffic. You're not like, we're not taking like the really outback routes down like a desert road. It's still paved, still has traffic. Just park your bike, stand a little bit out on the road, take your water bottle, open it up, and show it that it's empty. And within a few cars, you have someone that comes by and gives you some water. Of course, that's not something I'd want to do, but your chances of just having hours of no one stopping to give you water is fairly slim. I feel like this is as good a spot as any to set up the thing I wanted to try Lots of space. Just go onto the pedestrian paths. Drink water before you leave? I forced myself to drink 2 bottles of water before I left my campsite. No, usually, like, I'll drink some, but I won't like force it in me. I just drink as I feel thirsty. Just have to think where everything is. It's mostly in these back panniers, I think. It's that one. Oh, but the other one's in that one. Probably should have tried to do this, test this before, but I only got this stuff like right before I got here. Or right before I started this trip. Numbers on how many people completed this last year. The Grand Slam tour? I don't know if they publish numbers on how many people do this. I'm sure they have the numbers because they do keep track of this. Like, this is registered to my passport and everything like that. It feels very official when you get your passport and stuff like that. Your bike passport, that is. So, like, you know, Department of Energy or whatever is on the passport. They probably keep track of it to see if their infrastructure is being utilized. But I don't know beyond that. Whoa. Maybe default to that. Okay. Nope. Single day, not bike while there? Probably. Probably take it off. I'll have to. Just gonna put you down here for now. Is this the right app? I still have the camera shut on. Cool. T8.
28
時間がないんや。
You have to slow down.
減速する必要があります。
OK。はい、スローリー。
Get off my fingers. Scene switch to ingest. I thought it was the battery, but apparently it wasn't. I need like a fucking tutorial. This is... Aircraft disconnected. So it says aircraft disconnected. What does that mean? Okay, I might have to actually learn how to do this by watching some YouTube stuff. Go 5 for DJI drone models. Drone assist. Assume it's the one by DJI. Aircraft battery 0%? It doesn't look like 0%. It looks like it's full. Wouldn't it be off if it was 0%? So now it's turned off. So you should, yeah, aircraft disconnected. Compass normal. I am used as vision sensors normal. Aircraft battery 0%. Why? It's charged. Shows 3 full lights and the 4th one's flashing. I also have to set this up to broadcast an RTMP signal, which I don't know how to do. There's so many menus on here. Familiar with DJI? It's a DJI Mini 4 Pro. I got it because it has follow mode and it has omnidirectional obstacle avoidance. So in theory, we shouldn't hit anything. I have another battery. I could try that. still says aircraft battery 0%. Why does it do that? It shows 3/4 bars on the drone. I should have tested this before, but I got it like the day before I flew, so I couldn't set it up beforehand. But maybe I should, well, I could have set it up in our hotel when I was hanging out with Sarah, but I didn't. But I'm not going to be able to take off if it thinks it has no battery, even though it has battery. Because this path is very wide and open and chill, so I'm like, there's no trees. That'd be a good place to test it. But yeah, no matter what I'm doing, it's just saying, there's no battery. You can plug them in. In theory, it would charge via that. But that doesn't seem to be doing anything by plugging it in. Okay. Well, I should probably figure this out. I guess I'll just do it one evening when I'm chilling. But apparently full batteries mean 0% battery currently, which is a bit annoying because I charged them before I left. Anyway, my surprise is spoiled and I didn't even get to use it because it's doing something weird. No flight then? No flight yet. I just have to figure out how everything in software works because apparently it's not user friendly for someone as simple-minded as I. Hotel and the battery. They're charged. they are, so it's some kind of bug, I assume. Because and they showed their charge, like it's showing 4 bars of charge, but connecting it to the drone app, it said it was connected because it's calibrating the compass and stuff like that and doing all that. It would just say 0% drone battery. Because I can charge it via USB, so I don't need to go inside to charge it, really. Oh, might need new firmware. Yeah, it probably needs like an update or something. I haven't even turned it on yet before this, so you're probably right. Which way does it go? This way. It's a very underwhelming surprise. Surprise locked behind a firmware update. Okay, what are you caught on? I've struggled with this in the past, getting this little blade protector thing back on. Everything needs to be perfectly lined up. Otherwise it doesn't want to go on. What are you caught on? I don't understand. professional. I just don't want to waste the whole day like troubleshooting this. I could probably sit here for hours and eventually get there, but okay, what is that? Yeah, it's probably it's on the wrong side there. No, this is in the way. Or not. There we go. User error, at least that part was. Throw us off a cliff. Well, you're not even connected to the drone yet, so I can't, even if I threw this off a cliff, well, I guess once I get it sorted out. I do have insurance on this, so in theory, if I break it, or it just flies away out into the ocean, I'd feel bad for the ecological impact that would have. But financially, I have to pay a small replacement cost. Well, small is subjective. I have to pay a replacement cost, and then they'll just replace it for me. And I think it's free to just fix it. If you like damage it, like I crash it, but I can recover it. You have to pay if you like full on lose it. Have an unfortunate accident requiring free replacement. Well, I think the thing is like there's like a serial number and stuff like that to it, so they'd probably like lock out the previous device. Like that serial number is now cannot be used for the drone. I assume it's like some DRM stuff, but I could be wrong. Ooh, gotta take these joysticks off. I took a drone instead of taking a stove, because I thought it'd be cool. And probably with all the drone and accessory stuff, it's about the size of my stove and pot. So, I made sacrifices in the morning. You know, it's not even paying off. Also a financial sacrifice, I guess. Okay. Sorry, that was underwhelming. Yeah, I rode through here yesterday. I'm like, this would be a good spot to try it. It's because it's quite open here. A lot of the paths are separate from the roads, which is nice. But they are like, there's just trees everywhere, so the optical avoidance will be putting in work. Especially, I've heard in the winter, like when they're bare trees, it's harder for the optical avoidance to actually see it, because there isn't like that nice, thick, leafy green foliage. It's just bare, thin branches. So, spring, summertime is easier for optical avoidance than winter. But I think there's a lot of good bike paths here that will be comparable to this. That'll be a good spot to use it. I definitely won't use it when I'm like riding on a road, I don't think, because like when a truck like that drives past, they can create quite a draft. And I'd have to make sure that it's, you know, if it's low and just behind me, then yeah, it'd be easy for either a draft or whatever to just push the drone into a vehicle, which is dangerous for everyone involved and damaging for the vehicle and destroys the drone. And I probably have a decent amount of liability in that circumstances. As a drone operator, I have a certain amount of responsibilities to fly responsibly and put no one else's person or property at risk. So I did look up the rules for South Korea, and it is pretty standard drone rules, especially for the minis because they're under 250 grams. You don't have to register or anything like that, but just most of the rules come down to like don't do anything stupid. Alright, we are still running off of that battery from this morning, so that will probably die at some point, not too long. Didn't realize it followed so close. You can adjust the follow distance to a certain extent, but you can't have it follow like 100 meters behind you because it'll lose track of you. It needs to. Apparently, it's pretty decent at tracking, but it has to stay reasonably close. Oh God. Yeah, there's, I think by default there's two following distance. There's a short distance one that's like quite close, and then there's a long distance one, which I don't know how far that is, but you can adjust it to a certain extent. Yeah, just not near airports, designated military facilities, that's true. Not the old bike path, the one on the right. I think they've actually just separated the bike path from the pedestrian path. So this is bikes only, that's pedestrians only. What tires are you using? Schwab Marathons. From the front I got Mondials 40 mil. From the rear I got Schwab Marathon Pluses, which are 38 mil. Got two different kinds of tires actually right now, because the rears were completely run down without any tread left. Front still had a little bit, so rather than swapping them out early, we just kept the old tire in the front and swapped out the rear, which needed it. The message about the drone for the tech mods. I don't think any of our mods like have used drones. Actually, I don't know. It really should be my responsibility to figure that stuff out. I already had Wyver help me set up the scene. So the plan is when we get the drone going, we'll still have this rear camera in one of the corners, like this third-person camera, but the main scene will be the drone POV. We'll have the audio from my mic here as well. So that scene's already set up. I just have to get the drone working. I like the finger mitts while riding the bike. It's actually really nice. So right now, because I'm doing stuff, I got it like this. But sometimes I kind of have to bite it to pull over my fingers with just one hand. If I was more confident in my handless riding capabilities, it would be easier. But anyway, I can just get the thumb on. All right. Go into full mitt mode. As these gloves are windproof, so as soon as I get my hands in the full mitt, like, it's just so cozy in there. That's a 700 size wheel. I like it. That I do. 700 by 38 and 40. 40 in front, 38 in the rear. It's probably strange, but it's only 2 millimeters, so I don't notice the difference. Honestly, I haven't toured. No, the tandem bike was a 26 inch wheel, so smaller. Honestly, I can't physically tell the difference on just wheel size. Be a stamping today. I think the one stamp we did this morning is the only one we're gonna have time for, because all of this, what we're doing right now, is just backtracking. I only got just over 3 hours till the sun sets, so. That's why there's cuttings all over the track, because they just cut the grass, or cut the bush. Ever bump into the scooter gang again? Do you mean like the scooter gang in Quebec by the border to New Brunswick? In, what was that town called? Started with a D. Is it D? That was a very old reference of it. 700 is better rolling speed, more constant. What have I read? So this is this big station. When people are just like, oh, the metro doesn't stop here. It's in the middle of nowhere. It just goes from population center to population center. But there's this huge station, but there's nothing here outside of this station. Bagyang Station. It almost just looks like it still looks clean and modern, but it just looks abandoned. Like, who uses this station? What's around here? Wait till the end. Miss stamp. No, so our plan hasn't changed. Just what we've been doing for most of yesterday and now today is there was an individual bike path that we took off the main route heading towards Busan, rather, that we had to get our stamps for. But it's like 70 kilometers out and 70 kilometers back. There's really no great alternative for that. So we did that route. We got the stamp at the end of the route this morning, and now we're riding back the 70 kilometers to get back on the Four Rivers bike path headed towards Busan. So white stuff in the grass on the left. Well, there's some frost in there still. I guess this part of the this spot hasn't gotten any sunshine today. Gotcha. Awesome views at least. Oh yeah, absolutely. So I've been enjoying this thoroughly. Usually I'm not a big fan of backtracking. I'd rather do like a big loop than there and back again kind of thing, but this is fine. But due to charging our batteries for quite a while this morning and spending a while trying to get a nice drone shot that didn't come to fruition, we probably won't get back onto the main trail today. I don't know exactly where we'll get to, but I'll try and, we got 3.5 hours of riding remaining. I'll try to be pretty productive for the last 3.5 hours of daylight we got here. See what we can churn out for distance. It would be wonderful to get to the back on route. Also, I think right at that junction would probably be a good spot to camp as well. Lots of kind of open space there, and looks, I think there's a couple like restaurant-y looking things. Subway station that runs from Seoul. It's not close to much. Just there's folk who live nearby. A few mountain resorts quite close by. I might use them. Oh, okay. Well, there's the metro we're going past right now. It very much does look like a metro line. Like, it doesn't look like a long distance train. Because yeah, in my head I'm like, this must be like a bullet train or something, like some kind of fast long distance train. Oh, it's just the metro line. Any plans to meet at the EXBC? Yeah, a couple people have asked it, and I haven't talked to them. And they haven't talked to me. But I'd say it's totally possible that when I get to Busan, they're around, and I'm more than happy to meet up with them. If they're around and want to meet up with me, we can try and do something. Because I think I've only met them like once briefly in passing, but I don't really know them personally.
Beefy78 cheered 1,500 bits. The completionists in chat appreciate the backtrack. My OCD is satiated.
Oh, there you go. Mr. VP with the 1,500 bits. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, in this case, because they've like gamified this whole like passport thing, I very much have like a completionist kind of mindset on it. Where like, I have to do them all and I have to do it correctly. But thank you very much for the 1,500 bits. It's very kind of you. That's a lot of bits. It's a good chance that covers dinner tonight. Food in Korea can be quite reasonable. Isn't track one of those high-speed trains like that in Japan? No, it's literally just like a metro line, like a subway line. Just looks like a local train you'd ride around on the subway. Right, we just saw one go past like a couple minutes ago. This maybe serve Chuncheon. Basically, since it's spots along the way, had stations for a few stops. Yeah, no, like that does make sense. Just yeah, at that station, I'm like, I don't see anything. I don't see any buildings, any infrastructure. He's got an extra camera on his head. Bike lanes go all around the country. It'd be kind of nice if, like, say that this route that I went on, but going that way, if it continued going northeast all the way to the northeast corner, then I could take the east coast route down all the way to Busan and like do an entire loop of the country, and that encompasses, you know, it's like the loop route. And then there's the interior route from Seoul to Busan, and then a few offshoots there. But most, like a lot of the individual bike routes here that are official routes for all the stamps in your passport, a lot of them are just completely disconnected from the other routes. So you have to do some like this strange kind of positioning to get yourself onto the next route when you finish one. Thousand doulas. You jump off your bike, climb the mountain to your right. What was the last one that happened? Someone... I think it was on our last hitchhiking trip. Oh yeah, someone bet like 500 gifted subs, I think it was. Or was it 100 gifted subs? That no truck would stop where I was hitchhiking at. And then shortly after that, a truck stopped at the spot I was hitchhiking at. And then they stayed in chat, and everyone was making fun of them to pay up. And they're moaning in chat how they didn't, like, the truck pulled over further down the on-ramp than they meant. And they meant the truck had to pull over right next to me. Anyway, I don't do things because people say in chat that they'll do something. Using electrolytes or supplements. I got water mixed with Pocari Sweat, which is like a sports drink, so I assume it's got electrolytes. So I got one water bottle that's a water sports drink mix. I got one water bottle that's just water. Able to make it to climb that mountain. Which mountain are we talking about? The one across the river? That pointy one? That is a nice mountain. Looks like it's pretty climbable that we're coming from. Curious if there's any actual like official route up like a trail, or if you'd just be like blazing your own trail. Dragging something? No. We had a trailer last trip, but not this one. Rip my rent. No. No one should pledge or just donate in general money that they can't realistically afford. I know you're saying that as a joke, but throughout the history of Twitch, there's never been people that have gotten themselves in trouble financially from supporting a broadcaster that they like, but that's... Don't donate money to me that you need yourself. Looks like a fun place, lots of activities. Yeah, I know, it's a cool place. Been really enjoying it so far. I'm really excited to see different regions and how they differ.
can do it. So he took me somewhere where I could do it. I hitchhiked there for an hour and a half. It's a horrible spot, but I'm like, fine, I'll deal with this. You deal with the problem, with the situations you get put in. And then he came back and he's like, you can't hitchhike here. I'm like, you told me to hitchhike here. And he's like, no, you have to go across the other side of the street. I'm like, it's impossible to hitchhike there. He's like, it doesn't matter. Subaru. Oh, you don't have to give me any money. It's okay.
Oh no, not this again. Not the offline, online spam. Seems to be back. Now, at some point here, this battery's got to die because it was only half full when I started the stream today. And I haven't recharged this battery in particular. I just decided to run it down. But it's still going. Car sweat on supply drink powder plus equals interesting made in Japan. Yeah, yeah, car sweat is Japanese, right? Anyway, it seems common here in Korea as well. It's pretty good. They also had like Powerade here, and I was gonna get the Powerade, and I'm like, you know what? Even though it's not Korean, it still feels more culturally appropriate to get Pocari Sweat than Powerade. I'll just ride it. It's gonna go around. So we're getting back into, I think, that area that had like the, it's like where people have their second homes, their summer homes, and then there's like some random places that would say outside of them pool villas or private pool villas or something like that. Anyway, I momentarily pondered if I should rent my own private pool villa, and then realized I don't have that much money, and continued riding and slept in my tent behind a museum. Or went to a sports drink? I think so. I could be wrong. Make it to the place. Would you ever consider ghost riding or something? What does that mean? I'm gonna take the way I took last time rather than the road. It's like, I'm pretty sure this is the pedestrian path, but there's like no one on it yesterday, and it was pretty smooth, so we'll take this. Can be sports drink, no carbs, caffeine, lots of ions. Okay. Ions. There you go. There's no sugar in it? I want the sugar. It's a snack culture, just comes from Japan, mid-20th century. Sure, similar to, okay. Because yeah, I'm definitely seeing some crossover in what I see in convenience stores from Japan to Korea. So that makes sense. Oh, the other thing that's probably gonna die soon is my microphone. Sugar's a carb, yeah. Sugar's good energy. It's very easy to digest, fast burning, just while I'm riding. Like, that's why I snack on like fuzzy peaches. Well, one, I just like them, and two, they actually provide usable energy that just like is essentially immediately available. Woo woo. 42 is the perfect temperature. Yeah, no, I agree. This is like ideal. In fact, my feet are getting too warm in my little shoe covers right now. I might have to go full sandalman mode. Although it'll start cooling down soon, or it should. Should be about peak temperature around where we have 2. Sun sets in 3 hours, so. Ooh. Yeah, good call on the braking there. That one would have been pretty rough at speed. Using shoe covers with the sandals. Yeah, I'm still cycling in sandals even though it's the winter. Well, it's technically late fall. But yeah, I'm using my Shimano SPD sandals with insulated shoe covers over top. I actually quite like these a lot. Although one of them, one of the elastics on the bottom is like half broken. I'll have to sew it back together at some point here. Socks and sandals the only way to tour in Korea. I am still convinced, even in the winter, that sandals is superior bike touring footwear. You can't convince me otherwise. I'm currently using them, and I've been quite comfortable this whole time. So yeah, summer touring, just sandals. If it gets a little cold in the evening, just put socks on. If it rains, you can even wear waterproof socks if you want. I have a pair, ready to go. And then in the winter, just put shoe covers on. Lower limit, you use the sandals. With the shoe covers or not? I'm actually curious how comfortable I can cycle with the shoe covers. And I felt good this morning, and it was, when we actually started cycling, I think it was still around 0 degrees. The next day or two, we'll have a night that goes down to -10, so that'll be a good test of everything. And I think the daytime high that is only 1, so it'll be a full day test. Right, sock should be okay. Yeah, right now I got my mid-weight merino sock on underneath this too. Riding west gets tough later in the day. Oh, did I not go this way last time? I must have jumped on this trail past this point. I don't remember doing this. Anyway, it should be fine. I don't know how soft this is going to be. Let's see. We're going to go up to the road now. This is all unpaved past this point. Above 0 daytime seems pretty safe. -10 daytime might start to cause issues. Yeah, I'm really curious how I'll feel during that day. It'll be a great test of all my system that I have in place. Like, no matter what, like, my sleep system will keep me safe from hypothermia at least overnight. I might get cold if I don't do things correctly, but only to the extent of me losing a bit of sleep from feeling a little chilled. And then in the morning when I pack up and start riding, if it's just too much, like here in Korea, I'm just not that far from civilization. If I need to like get out of the elements. I can just go into any cafe or anything and just wait it out if I really need to. I like to think I know my limits, but Korea feel too, you know, because many options. So like and I have to be. There's a car on fire. There's a car on fire, guys. It says it's over 1000 bit rate. Now it's back. I'll switch over to. Oh no, it is on that. Let me just look at this for a second. Is this buried in here, something like that? Could be. A little bit. Oh, it's back to 10,000 bit, right? Alright. Let's see. Just random few second cutouts. Again, this battery's gonna die at some point. That sounds still really manageable. Yeah, as long as you're prepared for it, and I think I have reasonable equipment for it. The only thing I'm like might not be enough for riding in well below 0 temperatures is my buff is just a thin polyester buff. I might need something a little bit more substantial to cut the wind chill on my face. Because whether there's wind or not, riding your bike, you ride into air, so it feels like you're riding into wind. And riding into air at -10 will be quite biting on any exposed skin. So don't use merino buff also. You know, I've never felt like I needed more buff, as in like more warmth. I am a huge proponent of merino. Like I just have buffs that I was given for free when I used to sell outdoor gear, and they always felt like enough of a little buffer for my neck that I just use those. In this circumstance, I think it would be something that would be better to have. So if I find one, I keep losing connection to chat. I don't know if my stream is cutting in and out still. I stopped at a bike shop along bike route yesterday, but all they had was like thin buffs as well. Oh god. Should be fine now? Yeah, it's just constantly cutting in and out the connection to Twitch. It's strange. My phone's actually on a different network than the stream is, so. Is this where I turn left here? It is. Remember this? I remember people saying when I came down here it would be a good climb the other way. And here we are, climbing the other way. Oh yeah. Just cruise it so I don't get my heart rate up too much. Some people try too hard on hills and they just overdo it on effort and then regret it. If you have good gears, hills don't have to be that hard. What's our uptime? Are we at about the 6-hour mark? That's the classic battery needs to be swap time. Oh, loud rail, other side of the bridge. Good memory. One of these little metal transition things is, yeah, on the loud side. $6:02. Wow. Yesterday it was like 6 hours on the dot as well, like within a few minutes, I think. I'm very consistent on the battery uptime right now. It's just really impressive to me, like, how much they really have invested in this bike infrastructure. Like in Canada, they'll give you like a nice wide shoulder to ride on the highway most of the time. But like, say you get to a bridge, it's really expensive to expand a bridge to include room for, you know, non-important things like bicycles. So they don't, so you just have to like rub shoulders with commercial trucks for the bridge, and then you cross the bridge and then you get a little bit extra room because it's it's less expensive to make a wider road when there's no, when it's just, you know, on normal land. And then Korea is just like, nah, we're gonna build completely separate bicycle bridges that follow the road but are completely independent. They're only for bicycles. And we built it just for you. People were saying there'd be a lot of military trucks, and, well, we're seeing some. Bits that drive off the bridge. There's been many signs warning you to not drive your bike off the path into the water, to the point where I'm like, have they really had a problem with that in the past, where people just keep like crashing their bike into the railing, launching over the railing and into the water? Wait. No. So there's technically a bike sign that said left. I'm like, oh, was that the loudest one? Or was the next one not the last one? I took that slow because I was slowing down looking at a sign, but Korea's bike infrastructure's top tier. One was it Korea just to ride the bike trails? Yeah, sponsor me, government of Korea. Said the same thing for Norway. I think I did it wasn't my intention to like just promote Norwegian bike tourism. It just naturally promotes itself by being beautiful. I think Korea's doing the same by being both beautiful but also really well built, specifically the bike infrastructure part. I don't think it'll always be this nice, but in fact, some of the stretch here before we get back onto the main route will be less nice than what we've got right now, but in general, it's just really well made. Okay, the one on the last section was the loud one. I was going slow enough that it wasn't obnoxiously loud. Okay, if I remember correctly, we got a switch back at the bottom here. Yeah. Bus infrastructure slowly improving. It's not good country to ride. Create doesn't recommend riding in places with poor infrastructure in the city center and no bike lanes. Yeah, so before I started the stream 2 days ago in Chuncheon at like the bike certification center, like the main one, I had to ride like 15 kilometers of just like city riding in Seoul, or in Incheon in this case, just to get to the starting point. I didn't do that on stream, I did that just before I started the stream. And I wouldn't say it was the most pleasant experience. So where they've invested in their infrastructure has been, it's very impressive, but in places where if it's invested in at all, it's kind of like an afterthought. It's definitely less exciting. Red lights? Those ones didn't have any lights, and I was surprised that they didn't yesterday. Unless the lighting is too harsh for me to even read it, and the lights are just dim. Also, I will say the light cycles in Korea are super slow. They take forever. They seem very inefficient. We're about to go past one of the other certification centers that we stamped in yesterday. This one here on the left. Right there. Major infrastructure, all in all, is pretty new. Chance to think about it. Establish a lot of places versus trying to fit it in after. Yeah, it's potentially true. Yeah, I don't know how new a lot of the infrastructure is. I guess it depends what you consider new. I assume some of it is like brand new. But, right, like Korea experienced like a period of mass urbanization and like infrastructure development post-Korean War, so late 1950s and beyond, right? Oof. Oof. Gyro on your back wheel? You mean dynamo? No. Comes up every day. Dynamos are, like, you get something from them, but you don't get much. Like, I'm cruising fairly slow right now. I'd probably be getting like 2-3 watts out of a dynamo at this moment. At 20 kilometers an hour, the most I've seen that they can reliably get is about 5 watts, which is enough to keep your phone charged. So that's something, but you're going to lose power actually driving your wheel. Like it takes power from the system to generate power and then charge your device with them. How's the Korean people been so far? Very kind so far. I've had a very good time here so far, both with the cycling, the infrastructure here, but also the people I've run into. It's not like I'm having as much in-depth conversations as when I'm hitchhiking, but everyone I have actually talked to has been quite pleasant, or at least accommodating, if we don't have more than just a normal customer service level conversation. Both internal and external dynamos. Everything I've read about dynamos has, yes, both internal and external dynamos really don't generate much. There's a reasonable cost to purchase them, and then if the only thing you're powering is just a phone for navigation and taking the occasional picture, that's your one thing of electronic, then it could be worth it, and then you'd be independent from the power grid for the most part. But I just have so much more electronics going on that it's not going to make too much of a difference. So, new pinion gearbox. I think I watched a YouTube video about it. I actually saw one guy with a pinion gearbox from Germany when I was riding in Norway. And we kind of mostly silently rode together for, I think we did like 20, 30 kilometers together. Older guy on a trip with his family, and left his family to go on a bike ride, and we toured together for a couple towns. I don't recall the benefits and drawbacks, but I have a roll-off internal gear hub on my tandem, which I very much enjoy using. It's very pleasant. You can shift under load. Oh, really? Because yeah, with the roll-off, if anyone here watched me and Sarah tour through Europe last year, I'd count out my gear changes so Sarah would know when I was going to change gears. So it'd be 1, 2, 3. And on 3, both of us stop pedaling for just a fraction of a second. And in that time, power is off the gearbox, I do the gear change, and then we continue pedaling. So if you're just listening to the stream in the background, it's just constant 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Because I change my gears a lot to find the perfect kind of power and cadence combination that I enjoy. But that's another thing. Sarah prefers a lower cadence than me. So when we're touring together, she feels like she's spinning quite quickly, uncomfortably so. But that's just my natural cadence that I'm always riding at. Play some Age of Empires. Oh, nice. I like Age of Empires. I watch like some. I usually don't watch it on Twitch, but I watch it on YouTube. Also, something that I might fall asleep to because it's quite chill and relaxing. Some was it T90 and Viper. The game is very nostalgic for me because I played it like my dad played it when I was like 6 years old. I'd use the computer and play Age of Empires and just type all the cheats in and, how do you turn this on? How do I turn this on? Get the Cobra cars and stuff like that. Zero strategy, but very nostalgic to me. That rated me a week ago with 4,500 viewers. I was gonna die. Yeah, that is a no crap kind of moment. Especially when I was getting started streaming, when someone just dropped 1,000+ people into your stream, it's like you get comfortable being on camera with the normal viewer size that you're used to, and kind of get the same chatters and occasional new people, but kind of get a feeling for it. And all of a sudden you get an entire community just dropped right in front of you, all waiting to be entertained, and I'm like, what do I say? What do I do? Yeah, somewhere in my area, laid back style, feet out in front, and he was touring. Oh, recumbent. I like recumbents. I kind of want to, I already have 3 bikes. I want to get a recumbent bike. Early days of 3D games aged really poorly. I think, well, okay, Age of Empires, everyone uses the definitive edition now, right? Now, which is like, has had a graphical update. So when you do see the original Age of Empires 2, like clips from it, it does look fairly dated. The definitive edition looks pretty good. But yeah, I'd agree, early 3D games. But like, they still have their own little bit of charm to it. It really depends what you expect from it. Have to stay on track. Can you bike throughout the country? Like, I don't, unless there's a sign on a road that says you can't ride your bike, you technically can ride your bike like anywhere. Again, as long as they, like I've already seen when I was riding to start my trip, like highways and stuff like that with signs that have the big picture of a bike with a red line through it. That means don't bike there. Outside of that, you're mostly free to do what you want. You might not want to. Might be uncomfortable and unpleasant to ride on some of the roads that you're technically legally allowed to, but this might not be fun. But yeah, we're gonna try to stick to the route as much as possible because it is enjoyable. Oh, I was supposed to pick up a mask at some point today. There'll be convenience stores I'll roll past. Tomorrow's supposed to be like pollution dust kind of day. I think this is the bridge I take. Maybe not. Maybe? I think so. Ooh, nope. Not that one. This one? Yeah. That looks more familiar. Yeah. Oh. I totally missed this turn yesterday. I came here. I ended up at like that. It was like a flooded road down there when you went straight, and I got rather confused, and some local person directed me the correct way. Bike pass on the passport probably got selected to be on there because they meet the minimum guidelines. That sounds like a very logical assessment. That would make a lot of sense. Haven't really thought about it to that extent, but you're probably right. Air quality forecast looks pretty bad for tomorrow morning, only a few hours. Okay. I'll still try to grab a proper mask tonight. Just add a convenience store here. It smells like smoky right now. I don't know if that's from here or far away. And it has been like hazy all day. Again, don't know if that's, I feel like that's some level of pollution, not just all day long haze. I had seen like clips of like some of the South Korea bike highways where they have the like a solar roof like that above them, so it's kind of cool to ride a section like that. Good use of the space? Yeah, no, I agree. Very much so. The cost of solar cells has come down substantially in the past like decade, so implementing solar is cheaper and cheaper as the years go on. There's some broken glass. Nice biking out the trailer? Yeah, the bike does feel much more sprightly and like it wants to go without lugging the trailer behind. Definitely felt like I was driving a commercial truck and trailer of the bike world with the solar trailer. Homesick. Love your stream as background noise. Keep it up. Hey, thank you. FDY2. Yeah, we get a lot of people in the stream that essentially have this up as background noise and kind of background entertainment while they work, or they're just at home and have it up on a screen somewhere while they are living their life, cooking dinner, doing whatever. It's not really something that you have to be paying 100% attention to all the time to keep track of what's going on and get the narrative of the day. So chilling on the road to bring us that. This is the lifestyle I do enjoy living. I assume there'll come a point in time where I'm tired of this. But the day-to-day lifestyle of just a long-distance trip is something I have somehow just evolved to enjoy, to the point when I'm stationary I feel like lost and I don't know what to do with myself. Life feels simple when your goal for the day is to travel in that direction, and that's about it. You're right, air quality is 100 plus near you, not the greatest. Maybe I should get a mask for this evening. You're 29, right? That is correct. Be 30 in like 7 months, something like that. Curious how I feel about that when that happens. Get some additional charge. Yeah, I stopped at a cafe. Probably got, I don't know how long we stopped there. At least an hour, I think. These ones have the lights put in, but they're not on. Like the crossing lights to tell me whether I can go or not. So yeah, definitely enough power for today, although the battery running the bell box right now is probably close to dying at this moment. Still should charge tonight at dinner when we lose the light in 2.5 hours or so. Three lanes, how does it work? So that yellow line, essentially think of the lanes with the yellow line in the middle as a road, with the yellow line designating oncoming traffic coming the other way. So this is this lane of bike traffic. One next to me is that direction of bike traffic. And then the white line's like the shoulder. And on the shoulder walks is the pedestrians. Which I don't like it when countries use white lines for everything. We use white lines separating, like, you know, lanes of traffic going in the same direction. Like a dash white line means you're like, you know, you can pass people, but they're all traveling the same direction. And the solid white line in the middle, on the other side, this traffic oncoming the other way. The yellow line is very descriptive, like how North America does it. Yellow line means if you're going in your lane like you should be, if you cross that yellow line, you should expect oncoming traffic coming the other way. Say something about Pip? Yeah, I have a drone. I tried to fly it, but it wouldn't. It was having issues. I only got the drone delivered to me like a day before I flew here, so I didn't get to test it. But apparently I should have tried to find the time to, because it didn't want to do anything. Cow. So yeah, I have a DJI Mini 4 Pro, which has like a follow mode and omnidirectional obstacle avoidance. It's got sensors that, in theory, cover 360 degrees in all directions. So, hopefully won't hit anything. Still only use it when it looks like fairly clear and it's not like trees everywhere hanging over the trail and stuff like that. Yeah, the picture-in-picture will be drone as the main feed, taking up the vast majority of the camera feed, and then in the corner we'll still have the third-person camera to just give that closer in-person view, and then the same audio source through the mic. I agree, it is hydration time. right? Yeah, TTC, as far as I know, has all the same powers he had previously, reinstated. So you time out again to be evil. In my defense, TT was trolling me. Didn't say it would be a great defense, but it's a defense. Going to Jeju Island too? Yes. So I'm going to every single bike checkpoint all through Korea. There's 89 of them, and there's like 5 on Jeju, so you gotta go there. It's the first time in Korea? It is. First time. Been to Japan 3 times, but never Korea, so happy to be here, enjoying it so far. Quite excited to see how this trip progresses over the next month or so as we go all over the country. I forgot to activate walk again because it's still since last US trip. So you enabled the command just to use it to troll me? Totally deserved. Going home before Christmas. I think it's unlikely that I'll finish before Christmas, so I say a month. Seems more like a month plus. Also, traveling, if I did finish right before Christmas, traveling right before Christmas is not fun and expensive. In countries that might not be bike friendly, say India. I know people have biked through India, but I'd say definitely some places probably aren't super bike friendly. Oh yeah, this tunnel up here will lose internet and get it back on the other side. Well, theoretically, we lost it yesterday, so probably see you on the other side. Just after New Year's, it's also $1 million. Yeah, so I guess if I'm committed to wintering past Christmas here, then I'm committing to probably after January 5th, 6th, 7th, it should start chilling a little bit more, I would guess. See you on the other side.
Supposed to be in the Bible Belt, and oh god, underneath my car is going to be nice.
Yeah. I was just in Chesterfield.
Oh right, yeah, I know Chesterfield.
Yeah.
I've had many a drunken night in Chesterfield.
Is it a good night or a good place for that?
Yeah, in my younger day. I mean, yeah, we're going back about 30 years, but yeah, it was. I think it still is. But yeah, we used to have some cracking nights out actually. Really good. A hell of a lot I could tell you about, but not on air. Especially if my first wife found out. Did you make it home for?
You finished this yourself. Alright, let's just throw this up really quick. Dude, I'm not. Yeah, but it's already, look at it, it's already emptied out. Everything's emptied out. We're just getting.
Should be back. Ah. It was kind of a slight downhill coming this way, so it was a much longer offline when we were going the other way, because it was like a kind of gradual uphill, so I was going much slower. Interesting spot for a tunnel. Well, what we've assumed is that this is a former rail line. So with that, all filled with helium. Oh, it's doing that. And we have a bad network thing. It'll catch up. Or we can do a server fix and it'll put it back into shape. But in the meantime, enjoy high pitch hitch. It's fixed now? Oh, okay. Yeah. It just takes a little bit to fix itself. Fixed, and good morning. Good morning, Hannibal. Good to see you. Tried to fly my drone today, and it wasn't connecting properly, so my surprise was spoiled, and we didn't even get to show it off on the stream. Trees blooming with flowers there before I sight. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know what trees these are. I don't know if they're a flowering tree or if they're just a leafing tree. Is leafing a word? Probably not. Will it snow? If I had to guess, we'll see snow at least some point on this trip. But no guarantees. In fact, when I got to Seoul, I got here last Thursday. So I've already been in Korea for like, well, closer to a week-ish now. Anyway, on like Saturday or something like that, it snowed in Seoul. Just for a couple hours, but it has already snowed. Joke in that region, potato country? Oh, okay. It's seen as fun and friendly. Okay. Well, that's nice. I haven't seen any potatoes yet, though. I want to see some potatoes. Where we started today, there was lots of cabbages. Launch it switch from a van to a helicopter sport vehicle. That'd be pretty cool. And then you guys would get to fly in a helicopter too, so everyone wins in that situation. Ooh, a cat. I'll give you space so you don't get scared. Hi. Only here for about 10 minutes, stuff to do today. All right. Well, thanks for dropping in, saying hi. And good to see you. Have a good day. To the left, to the left. Day temp will drop about 10 degrees for Friday. Was it for Friday where the overnight low is minus 10 and the daytime high is like 1 degree? yeah, it'll be a cold day. So I'm quite interested to see how my sleep system and just cycling clothing system handles a properly chilly day like that. Plenty of people ride their bikes in conditions like that and much colder. It is all about preparation and wearing gear appropriate to those conditions. Now it's, have I packed appropriate gear for those conditions? We will find out. Is biking popular in Korea? I am not qualified to answer that. I don't know. Any Koreans here have any comments on biking culture in this country? Rivers would be great for drone shots. That's true, that would be nice. This would be a good spot too. I'm scared when there's like trees, especially bare trees, like without leaves on them. Apparently the obstacle avoidance struggles with like thin spindly branches because they don't show up as well as like a nice leafy branch. So if I had it like tracking me and it was staying in the river valley, there isn't too many obstacles like these trees, but they still could nick a branch. And then I'd have to go and try and chase it into the river. What's wrong with the drone? The batteries were charged, and I plugged it in and downloaded the DJI like Fly app or whatever it's called. But it was saying when I connected it to the app that the drone had no battery, even though I could look at the drone and it showed it's got full bars of battery. People said I might, since I'd never actually turned it on, it probably needs like a software update before I can actually like use it properly. So I'll have to like, when I stop maybe tonight or something like that, turn it on and go into the settings and see if I can update it and stuff. Alright, one of these flashy red-green ones. Cashin. I saw a truck there, but it's just parked with no driver in it. Alright. Fingers crossed for an easy fix. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. Big. I'm conflicted. This is where it'd be good to have like. I should have done this when I was just hanging out with Sarah, but my priority was hanging out with Sarah, not trying to set up my stream too much. Although we did spend like an entire day shopping for like a camera adapter because I needed it to start my stream at all. So I forgot it. And apparently it's hard to find. I mean, they flash green red. It's just gonna be like a yield, kind of like you're driving into an kind of controlled intersection. Cars will be driving through here as well. So pay attention, go when it's clear. Never too outbarred sync of the fly. No fly zone map updates before it connects properly. Also, I didn't even know if I downloaded the right app. It was the only one, when I like just searched DJI, it was the only one from like, actually made by DJI. At least that's what it said. All the other ones were like just random other companies. So hopefully I downloaded the right one. But in hindsight, yeah, definitely should have tried to test it and set it up. Because I also have to set up, essentially the DJI Fly app or whatever has RTMP live streaming. So what we're going to do is through the app we're going to live stream the drone feed to my ingest number 2 feed. The one I use for my cell phone when I go and eat. And then we'll keep the main feed here, and we'll have both feeds overlaid at the same time, the drone one being the main feed, the third person camera being a small corner feed. But anyway, there's a few things to set up as far as inputting my RTMP address for that ingest number 2 feed, which again, be much simpler to do when I'm not actively live streaming. DJ Go 4 is the app mine uses. What one did I download? Oh, if Korea could be a no-fly zone? It's not. I looked it up beforehand. Just by military bases and airports within a certain radius. I think it's like 5 kilometers.
여보세요?
Any croissants? Actually, a few hours ago when I was along a different river, when it was like the warmest time of the day, there were a few little tiny bugs landed on me that looked like they were trying to bite me, so they could have been croissants. aka black flies, aka midges, aka probably a few other names. Actually, I'm curious what the South Korean name would be for them. Kind of read up the bike tour, so fascinating. Like, particularly about what I'm planning to do, or like the Korean bike touring kind of network in general. A website I found really helpful when I was researching this. I think it's not like a government website or anything, it's just made by a guy that has toured quite extensively around Korea. I think it was like koreabybike.com or something like that. It's got a lot of useful information of what you're doing. But yeah, probably that website kind of like can give you much more detail about the different routes and the certification system and the passport and stuff like that. I'm more than happy to answer any specific questions you have, but if you just want to yourself read more in depth, I found that website very useful. Dedicated bike path or tiny road? I think this is both. This is a dedicated tiny bike path, but there are some like houses and stuff out here that I'm pretty sure also use this. It's just a very local road, so it won't have much traffic. Slow boost on the East Coast. Of course, it's not flat. Oh, I'm aware. I spent all summer riding the fjords of Norway to the Arctic Circle, to Nordkapp. I am well acquainted with climbing. My bike was also much heavier, as I had this big trailer with a 225 watt solar panel on that trip as well. RC busy, want me to set up drone scene in OBS, send me a DM set. Well, I already set up the drone scene already, so if you go, do you have access to my server, like IRL Toolkit? He set a new scene in IRL Toolkit to those specifications that I talked about. He did that yesterday. Probably one of the coolest things I've ever stumbled upon on Twitch. I'd love to make a donation. Well, that's very kind of you. Cinnabang. You really don't have to donate. Like, don't. That message was plenty enough to say that you think it's interesting. Makes me feel good. But yeah, if you want to, there is a donation link somewhere in the channel. Sarah is very sweaty on her route. She said Hitch would not like this and she don't like the cold. But is she liking that? Because Sarah likes hot weather. Also, it actually takes quite a bit for Sarah to sweat. She's not a sweaty individual. I sweat a lot. How hot is it in where Sarah is in Taiwan right now? She was climbing a big hill. Yeah, that would do it. Because yeah, usually when Sarah's touring, it takes quite a bit of effort for her to actually for the pores to open up and the sweat to start pouring out. 27°C. What's the humidity like? Sorry, I'm just getting very specific requests. On Sarah's stream a couple weeks ago, Taiwan's during winter's t-shirt weather. She didn't believe me. Well, now she's experiencing it firsthand. Bet she agrees with you now. Humidity 57. Light wind. Okay. But what's the dew point? Okay, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, that'd be hot. I'd be a bucket of sweat. I think I'd be able to handle that. Like, I'd be very sweaty, but I wouldn't. It would be okay. I don't actually mind. I prefer riding when it's warmer than hitchhiking when it's really hot. Because the act of riding your bike creates a draft that kind of cools you down as you go, even if the air's warm. You at least have like airflow. Or when I'm like hitchhiking and it's just like stagnant air, so I'm standing there trying to catch a ride, you just feel like you're baking. I'm ready to go. Have a wonderful day at Trevor and Shannon. All right, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Always good to see you. Pretty sure I can I'm trying to mostly breathe through my nose, but I can kind of feel it in my throat, the air quality. Since your guy watched Hitchhike to Las Vegas, yes, I am that guy. I am I'm known for hitchhiking. During the pandemic, I started doing bike touring as well. So now I switch back and forth between hitchhiking and bike touring. So it's an obscure combination of content here on Twitch. Especially the hitchhiking. When I started bike touring, there's a few people that had done a little bit here and there. But for the long distance bike touring, in 2020 when I did it, it was I feel like it helped push bike touring as a kind of content. Now there's quite a few people that do it more regularly. Korean government is serious about investing in bicycle environment as wants citizens healthy. Well, that's a wonderful initiative. I like that. I think more places should invest in not just cycling, but things to promote a healthy lifestyle. Wait, oh, I'm supposed to be here. This is bike lane. Yellow line is opposite traffic. That's a roadway. And here's my bike lane. Oh yeah, this section is bumpy. Ugh. I don't know if they're allowed to take motorized scooters on these. Well, there's continuation of the metro line. I think we probably rode past earlier in the day. What are those guys doing up there? It's like it's digging up in that hillside somewhere. But not like a city worker or anything like that. Up here on the right is the unofficial stamping point for like the bike route, but it's not actually a proper one on the passport. But I stamped it anyway because, you know. And this one actually looked cool. It was like a deer, something like that. Looked cool. You did scooters everywhere. Well, I haven't seen many scooters on the separated bike paths. I've seen them on the roads. I've seen cats often these days. I see a few a day. Seems. Saw a cat like 15 minutes ago. You done this before? Yeah, so I had to, yesterday, this specific bike route is 70 kilometers of kind of like detour off one of the main routes, and I have to do it because it's got 4 stamps on it to complete my entire bike passport. Oh yeah, I like this bridge. So yesterday I rode the 70 kilometers out, and now today I'm riding the 70 kilometers back to get onto the mainline route headed towards south to Busan. So this was a there and back again, one day out, one day back, to get these 4 stamps. Something to get on the road in the AM. I've been starting my stream around 8 a.m. locally. I wake up a bit before that, try to do a few logistical things in the morning. Sometimes I'm just too tired in the evening. By the time I end the stream, I'm just like, all I have enough energy to do is like plug in some batteries that I know need to recharge overnight. Like use my big batteries to recharge like my microphone and my my speaker and stuff like that. And then I just pass out. Heck is bike passport. So Korea has created, we do have a clip for it, but I'll just explain it to anyone watching right now so you don't have to click on a clip. They essentially had a bunch of different like official bike routes, and they put these little phone booth looking things. We actually just rode past one earlier. That was an unofficial one, but anyway. Inside each of those, they have like a custom stamp, and when you come to Korea, if you want to, you can be issued an official Korean bicycle tour passport. And inside that booklet is 89 different stamp points. Let's not hit this dog. It's roaming. So there's 89 different official stamping checkpoints throughout the entire country of South Korea. And if you do a tour and you check in at all 89, like stamp your passport at all 89, you qualify to be awarded with a gold medal at the end. I think it's a really cool kind of thing that they created to promote bike tourism, both for domestic tourism and international tourism, like myself. When we next stop, I can show you the passport, if you'd like to see it. Is that for all the questions? No, that's what I'm here for. One of the things I knew that was going to happen when I started my hitchhiking stream.
Just subscribed. Thank you.
Hey, Cinnabang, thank you very much for the sub, and welcome to the Twitchbikers. When I started streaming hitchhiking, as soon as I started like having people come into my chat, I realized very quickly that I'd constantly be having new people in my chat, and they constantly asking what you would say are like the same questions, like, what's the longest you've ever waited hitchhiking, and like stuff like that. How do you go to the bathroom? And right from the get-go, I've always had the mentality that, like, that's a good thing. People are watching the content that you enjoy creating, and they have questions about it. They want to learn more. There's nothing wrong with having questions. Sometimes chat will answer frequently asked comments for me, or frequently asked questions for me. Just so I don't have to repeat myself all the time. But it's really not a bad thing to ask questions. I've never thought negatively about it. Media share? I could implement media share again. We did it in Norway a bit. Where donations are $5 or more would go to media share. So maybe we'll do it again. This is kind of like, this section's a little bit rough, but like when you're just like cruising down like well-maintained bike paths, it's kind of, it's fun to have chat dictate a little bit of the vibe through a soundtrack. Sometimes they're trolling you, but other times they're just setting a vibe. You can see the passport? Yeah, okay, I can stop here. Next time we're in the sun, maybe. Jeez. As soon as you get off the actual dedicated bike infrastructure, this is a road. That's when it gets rough. Anything for bikes, it's generally really well done. But when you intersect with a car infrastructure, that's when it degrades. Wait, did Sebedy do the entire 89 checkpoints? I know Sebedy, did a Korea tour. I didn't realize he did the whole thing. In fact, Sebedy, as far as I can recall, was the first person that did like longer distance bike touring on Twitch, well before I did. I don't think he streams anymore, if I recall correctly. What's up, man? How much longer stream? I'm in the background while I sleep. I'll be biking for another about 2 hours. It'll be dark at that point. And then I'll be just getting a place to camp, finding a place to get food and charge some batteries for a little bit, and then coming back to that camp spot and camping. So I should be live. Well, it depends if I stream the camping or not. But it seemed, it usually ended at like 8 p.m., 9 p.m. on a local time, so another like 5-ish hours, give or take. So we did 43 camps, about 2,000 kilometer route. Oh, okay. I think you can get a certificate for that, but to do the medal, actually no. I think there's 2 different ones you can do. You can do the Grand Slam, which is every single one, which is what I'm doing. There's one other qualification that you can get. It's a separate medal that says a different thing on it, but I don't remember. If someone goes to that Korea by Bike website, I think there'll be a page that would tell you that if you're curious. The silver, bronze medals? No, so yeah, you have like the gold medal ones for the biggest routes, the most touring, And then say you just did Seoul to Busan, you can get a certificate for that, like a piece of paper. But we're going for gold. I want the medal. Is this... If that light's supposed to be on, it's not.
Hi.
Hey. What's he doing? That place, it's closed, it's called the Memphis Belle. Isn't that like a famous World War II American bomber? Oh God, let's go around that. All right, brief little interaction with traffic and towns, and then back onto our bike route. Night's been looking pretty cold, sleeping well despite the weather. Yeah, I got a new sleeping quilt for this trip, and it's been awesome so far. It's been super warm. It's a Enlightened Equipment Enigma 10 degree Fahrenheit, minus 12 Celsius quilt. So, no zipper. Essentially a fancy blanket. But I've really enjoyed using it. So, I've been cozy in there. Hardest part is getting out of it in the morning. Say Memphis Belle, because I'm pretty sure there's funk instruments with that name. Yeah, Memphis Belle, but Belle with like another E on the end. More French looking. But yeah, first night we camped out, it was minus 1 Celsius. Last night was minus 3 Celsius for the overnight low. I don't know what tonight's supposed to be. But I think tomorrow night is potentially the minus 10 night. Not talking music. Okay. Yeah, I had no idea what the Memphis Belle, the business, was related to, but that was a unique name for this area. So I feel like I've associated it with like a Memphis Belle. Was it just like I think it might have been like a bomber team in World War II that had a very long career and, you know, made it out, where the statistics of bombers were pretty bad at that time. I could be wrong. I hope we visit Seoul. We started there, and I'll be visiting there again at the end of this trip to certify my completion of the Grand Slam tour. Showing love from California. Oh, thank you very much. Ooh, a train. Sending it back from South Korea. path day yesterday was pretty nice along the river of the mountains. Yeah, no, a very enjoyable path. So I had to do the route out yesterday and the exact same route in reverse today. But it is quite a nice route, so I really can't complain too much. Usually I do complain about having to backtrack. Not a huge backtracking fan, but this wasn't so bad. Is it a race? Nope, not a race. You can go at your own pace. You could do this. I don't think there's any reason you can't do it over like several years if you want to. You know, every year do one of the official bike tours. And then just slowly fill out the passport, and when you finish, get it certified. We're going to pass all the circles. Yeah, all the circles should be all the different checkpoints. So they're all spread out, and some of the bike tour routes are like kind of disjointed from other ones. So there's no clean way to just like do it all in one big clean loop. But now, keeping your stream on the background, while I get situated, and explain the purpose of the streams. Well, the purpose of my streams in general was just, well, historically, I had hitchhiked for 5 years. I liked hitchhiking. I thought hitchhiking was a bit misunderstood. Not that I wanted to promote it, but I just wanted to show it in an authentic way. I didn't think there was any media that really showed what it's actually like to hitchhike. People have written books. There's been like, someone did like a YouTube documentary, like Thumbs Up and stuff like that. But I feel like a lot of it's like over dramatized. They're playing it up because everyone assumes hitchhiking is some big dangerous whirlwind of life and death moments. But it's mostly just normal people picking you up, being kind to a fellow stranger, and taking them along the way that they were driving anyway. Like, you get a lot of interesting interactions, but it's like, it's not what people make it out to be. Anyway, I did it for 5 years, then I decided I wanted to show it, and I thought live stream would be the best way to do that. So I started doing that. Did that for several years, really enjoyed sharing that. And then during the pandemic, I added bike touring as just some form of traveling to do that was less social, so I could do it during pandemic times, discovered I really like it. So now I switch it up and show 2 different kinds of traveling, both hitchhiking and bike touring. Yeah, the purpose is really just to showcase alternative forms of transportation that most people have not experienced. And they're just methods of transportation that I had already liked. Well, not the bike touring, the hitchhiking specifically. Is this something I liked, regardless of if I was filming it or not? And I started filming it to show it. And the rest is history. Short days, nothing that sucks about this time of year. I agree. It'd be much easier if I had, till 9 for the sun to set, so I could not feel like I'm wasting daylight hours when I'm just like, take a break in the day and stuff. See, have this little stream crossing the river thing. I've never seen it set up like that. It's weird. You like Korea? Yeah, I've loved it so far. Only day 3, so I'll be able to give a more thorough kind of I don't know. I feel I can say a lot more about it in a few weeks or after a month or whatever, more than 3 days. But so far, 3 days in, loving it. Saw your shorts a while back and subscribed from it. It's really interesting. What's your furthest you've traveled? For this bike trip, it's across Canada. It ended up in total being about 8,000 kilometers. For this hitchhiking trip was it was pre-streaming in 2015. It was my around the world trip, so across Canada. That route was like 7,000, but then all through Europe for like 4 months, through Ireland, Wales, England, Scotland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, into Russia, across Russia, from the Latvian-Russian border to Vladivostok on the east coast, and then flew to Fukuoka, Japan, hitchhiked to Tokyo, and then flew back home to Western Canada. That's my biggest hitchhiking trip, but that wasn't on stream. My biggest streamed hitchhiking trip was probably the 50 US state trip, where we hitchhiked to and through, well, 49 out of 50 states, because I flew to Hawaii and then there was a hurricane and I didn't do any hitchhiking there. Back to the main route by the end of the day. Should be close. Not sure if we'll get there or if we'll just be like just before. I think I don't know how far we have to go. Let me look at a map. Oops. We're not too far. Well, it's probably still 20 something kilometers, but we got an hour and a half till sunsets. It's doable. Kicker here to cook meals at night. Usually not. I have in the past, and I never used it as much as I thought I would. One of the things I'm quite excited about here in Korea is the trying out a bunch of the local food, and that involved me going in and trying it at restaurants. So one of the things that streaming has allowed for me is, now that I earn an income from broadcasting this type of traveling, is I allow myself to eat good food. When I hitchhiked pre-streaming, I didn't have any income while I was traveling, so I had the money I had saved from working a variety of type of jobs back in Canada. But the less money I spent day to day, the longer I could travel, so I was very, very, very frugal, including in the type of food I would eat. So I'd eat crap, just enough food to keep me going. But with the stream, I have the opportunity to try the culinary side of the culture of different places I go. So that's quite nice. I did want to bring my camp stove on this trip, mostly for like a hot drink in the morning. While I'm packing up my tent, it'd be kind of nice to boil some water, make some coffee, and just have a warm drink when it's cold. Best, worst, and weirdest experience. I'm always bad at picking like favorites, bests, worsts, because I have to look back at now about 10 years of traveling quite extensively and pick one. And I very much struggle with picking one of any category. So it's always I'm always very bad at answering it. Kind of disappointing answer, but honestly, I don't know how to answer that kind of question. Get to spoil yourself now. Like, in comparison to how I used to eat, I absolutely am spoiling myself. But it's really my main luxury is decent food. I still sleep in a tent in a bush. I still just ride my bike all day with free transportation. Actual live video of a dude riding his bike? Yes, it is live video of a dude riding his bike. Didn't trust that guy. Is that dude the narrator? This dude? I am the narrator. Are you him? Are you the guy? I'm the dude, playing the dude, disguised as another dude. Hydration time. I don't trust this bump. Yeah. Let me just go to bed this trip. So far I've been going to bed pretty early. Like last night I think it was like lights out at like 9 something. Maybe 10 at the latest. It gets dark fairly early. And I think with the cold weather, something about it that just makes it a little bit more tiring. I don't mean that in a negative way, I just mean it like your body is fighting to create heat, and that's just making your body work a little bit harder. So at the end of the day, and you climb into your cozy, warm sleeping bag, there's something that's just like, my body's just like, okay, we're done, good night, bye. Any placebo effect from not having the trailer anymore? Feel weird to think about trailer when riding. Just believe you don't have it anymore. Like, the bike feels, I said before, like more sprightly, more awake. Like, just like turning and stuff like that feels more responsive because you don't have that extra just ton of weight that you're hauling behind. Not to say that with the solar trailer the bike felt bad, it just felt slower, like in like a steering and how agile the bike was kind of sense. And then when I do climb, the bike feels much easier to haul uphill. We haven't had huge hills yet on this trip, but they felt, bike feels good climbing right now. So I am like a weird guy that likes climbing on bikes. What's the word? What's the name of a person that enjoys feeling pain? There's a word for that. I don't know why I can't think of it right now. I'm that. Masochist, thank you. Like, you'll catch me mid-climb and my breath rate is elevated. You can tell I'm like, pores are opening up, sweating, working hard. It's objectively uncomfortable, but I like it. And I find it so satisfying to get to the top of a good climb. Then you get the fun downhill on the other side and stuff like that. I don't know. Jungle Potato on this trip on the bike. There won't be a distance goal per se, but because we have limited daylight hours, my goal is kind of to just like seize the day, well, specifically the daylight. If I spend a lot of daylight hours just loitering, specifically eating or something like that, then like I won't be riding into the nighttime much, at least not by choice. I will at times out of necessity, just, you know. But yeah, just try to get a decent amount of days on the bike every day. Like I'll spend an amount of time trying to find a good meal in the morning, because I feel much better if I get something hearty in my stomach within a couple hours in the morning. But I probably won't stop much for like lunch, outside just snacks. And then wait for the sun to be pretty much going down in the evening. And then once it's dark, have a proper meal, proper dinner. But now it's already nighttime at that point, so I don't feel in a rush to try and get through that. But the landscapes, which Korea looks better? Well, between like south, you mean which Korea isn't south-north? I haven't been to North Korea, so nor will I in any conceivable, reasonable amount of time, so Park golf course. This was the golf course that was like super busy, I think, the other day. This is covering day 1, day 2. I think day 1 we estimated was about 65. Yesterday was 78. What's our distance so far today? Japan is further north, south, east, and west than South Korea. Really? North, south, east. Really? Isn't like... and west especially. Where's the most southern point of Korea? Oh, Japan, okay, sorry, Japan is further than Korea. I was like, when Korea was further south than Japan, I'm like, they got like all the islands. And then, okay, so then west. What's the most furthest west point of Japan? So that would be the challenging one, wouldn't it? So yeah, I believe northeast, south. What's west? Okinawa. Okinawa would be south. But does it also end up going further west than Korea? I have to look at a map. Islands to southern tip do stretch. Yeah, maybe those kind of rip out west further than you might think. Yanaguni, just outside Taiwan. Wait, there's a Japanese island just outside Taiwan? Huh. That is kind of a fun fact. Need more sugar if I'm going to push to 5 p.m. Just going to open up another bag of candy, drink some water. Oh, I said I was going to stop and show the passport, and then it's been like 30 minutes without me stopping. Sure. Here's my Korea's cross-country cycling road tour passport from the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. So here's the route we've completed, and now we're just backtracking on. The Bukhangang. Sorry, I'm pronouncing that horribly. So we got all the stamps here. That's what we did before. Yeah. Pretty neat. Okay, stop. Oops. Keep it after certification? I hope so. I don't want to give it away. I like it. Ah. Wait, where did I? That's there. Sweet jacket, thanks. I actually got this outer jacket, the score one, for I think it was $7 Canadian at a Salvation Army thrift store. We scored with this one. I actually have one of these. I think I still have a couple sour candies. No, maybe not. Disregard. Again. Pussy peaches. Giant glow in the dark visibility. It's just high vis. So like a reflective yellow color. I think there's high vis reflective patches on the back too, if I recall correctly. But it doesn't like glow in the dark. It just reflects headlights. What else do I get for snacks? Oh, I have Pringles. So our basic sugars and carbs and stuff like that are just good mid-cycling fuel that just is like fast to digest, and you feel the effects of the energy very quickly. About the snack bag. Snack bags holstered and ready. Oh, wow. I tried to do, wait, did I already say this to you? Did you already talk in chat? I tried to do the drone today, and I couldn't get it working. I think it needs to do like updates and stuff like that. I had never turned it on before today, so that was probably my mistake. Probably requires me to spend some time and actually download some stuff. Because I found a good spot to use it. I tried and I failed. Like the Decathlon stores, excellent stuff, very cheap prices, every stuff. Yeah, Decathlon's great. This vest is from Decathlon. It's like the Van Rysel brand, which is like Decathlon's like one of their cycling brands. Everything I've ever gotten from Decathlon has been really good, a really good bang for the buck. It's not always like the top of the line gear, but it's decent gear and it's appropriately priced. Sarah's touring bike is a Decathlon bike. It's a Riverside Tour 520. The Decathlon stuff I've had. I'm a big fan.
How many days will be there? It should be about a month-ish tour. Probably erring on the side of a month plus. I don't feel too strong right now. And I feel like it's because of the air quality. But I could also just be hungry. I'm gonna eat some Pringles too for carbs and salt. Maybe not, I don't know. How's the wind? Biking in the wind suck? So far we haven't had too much wind, just the occasional slightly breezier spot. We will have windy days, and yeah, riding into a headwind or a strong crosswind does suck. If you've talked to anyone that's cycled a lot, wind is like probably the most complained about thing for cyclists. Reason chose bike over hike this trip. Passport specifically you wanted. I like bike touring, I like hitchhiking, but I mix it up. Korea has specifically invested in a lot of biking infrastructure and a very fun passport system, like you mentioned. So it's just sounded like a fun trip to go to every bike passport check-in spot, complete the entire passport, and get a medal at the end. I could aimlessly hitchhike around Korea, and I'd say there's a good chance I do at some point, but this just sounded fun. Wind sucks, sometimes it's great. Well, yeah, if it's tailwind, then it feels like you have to put no effort in, then you could just rip along. In general, I'd prefer it just to never be windy when I'm riding. It's much more comfortable that way. This makes it 3 times colder when I bike to work. Yeah, no, it's chilling. So I haven't really had a cold day with a ripping wind yet, and I suspect we will have those. I would be surprised if we didn't. So I don't really know how, again, my equipment will handle that because I haven't done it. Shit. I just feel kind of weak. Okay, I did not realize that was going to be used as an ATV path. Okay. All right. Apparently you can take your ATV up there. I feel like I'm in freaking Northern Ontario right now. People got their 4-wheelers out. They're ripping. Carbs and salt. Random event. Felt like it. Life is like a video game. No respawning though. I got sold 2 weeks ago in front of my house. 4 days ago, a new one. I'm glad you got a new bike. Sorry about the other bike getting stolen though. It's a horrible feeling having something stolen. Oh. Speaking of stolen, or apparently not stolen. Update. In like July, I had my not my passport, my wallet either lost or stolen when I was at the Ghent festival in Belgium.
And I just got an email like a week ago being like, your wallet was turned in with whatever, a couple credit cards, a list of things in there. And I think they said 85 euros cash. Clearly I lost it because it still had the cash in it. Anyway, so they're like, are you still in Belgium? I'm like, this was like July. It's been like half a year. I messaged Wyver. They didn't say anything about a photo, but I assume they just didn't, include. It has a picture of a white guy with a Japanese family in the list of things. They're more talking about like my IDs and stuff like that. They won't ship it, but they're like, if you know someone in Belgium, they can come pick it up. I'm like, usually that wouldn't work, but I actually do know someone in Belgium. I don't know if they ever go to Brussels though. Anyway, asked Wyvern, he said he might do like a streaming trip out of going to Brussels, but I do have to update them and probably give them his name so they know to not give my wallet just to anyone, but to this particular person. I was so surprised to get that, that email. And it's been so long, I had fully accepted and was just like, yep, that stuff, it's gone forever. You know why I send it? Yeah. I'll just transfer him some money to send it via like whatever courier to me. Brussels is like 2-hour high-speed train from my city. Oh, that's kind of. Oh wait. Oh, TT. Okay. Wait. You're closer to Brussels than I thought. Wait, you want to pick it up instead? Who wants to pick up my ID for me? Well, my wallet. Most annoying things to replace. All the credit cards are already replaced. Is the IDs. I've just been using my passport in the meantime. I should have already replaced my driver's license stuff. I just haven't. Just march into the consulate and pick it up. I think I have to tell them. Because otherwise, at this point now, I've just said this live on stream, and we can just wander into the consulate and be like, I am picking up the wallet of Hitch. Do you know him? Alright. Let's go. I have an hour to walk a boat. And since I stop moving, then I get cold, and then I start moving, and then I get warm. It's not like 3 hours, but still very close. I didn't realize that. I'm still surprised that the Bella box is running off of this battery that was half empty when I started the stream. I guess technically the Bella box is only powering the Bella box. I'm just running one network off of it, and it's connected via Wi-Fi, so it doesn't have to power like any modems or anything. So I really need to tighten that. That's loose. Right, like it's cold. Yeah, it's winter. You get orange pie 1.7 times more streaming out of it. The thing is, like, my Bella Box B is just so slick. Does the orange pie by default have, like, do you still need to use the annoying, like, a HDMI encoder thingy? Or is it built in? So the Bella Box B, it's like,
No external adaptery thing. The power supply is pretty good on it. No cam link built in. Ugh, okay. S-Fun HDMI. S-Fun uses like a Live View LU600 or LU800, like a $30,000 broadcasting, bit of broadcasting hardware. Like professional. Like what? Like news broadcasters and stuff use.
Drink just resubscribed for 40 months. My favorite hitchbiker.
Drink Wasser. Thanks for the 40-month reset. I appreciate it. It's definitely getting colder now. Never cable wire, 2 Nighthawks. Alright. All the Nighthawks. Where does he close the gap when people pass? Ah, fellas, lifter. 30,000 USD professional unit. Bellbox supports more types of cameras for 150 USD. More types of camera, like it accepts USB cameras or what? The main benefit that like one of those professional units provide is, what was it? Adaptive resolution. So as your bitrate drops, it will adapt the bit rate, but also adapt to a lower resolution to try and keep the feed looking as appropriately decent as possible. UVC input or RTMP input? Built-in RTMP input? That's nice. Because yeah, it'd be nice to, I do want to try out like a wireless RTMP camera feed. Like Jay Streezy uses a DJI Action 3 action camera. This guy's unpredictable. Still unpredictable. Just gonna go this way. And wirelessly connects it via RTMP. But you need like a something to receive it, right? DJI Pocket 3 now. Oh, is he using the new DJI Pocket? How is that going? Current box has it. Oh, it does. Okay. I didn't even know that. Ooh, we're gonna get close to putting my buff on weather. It's really cooled off in the past like 30 minutes. Okay, just since I stopped moving, so I probably just am not warmed up anymore because I stopped for long enough. He likes it. Yeah, it does look nice. There's a big image sensor too. It's probably really good for lower light settings as well. Potentially that's slick enough for me to implement via hitchhiking as well. And step up my hitchhiking quality.
Z4x4R rated my stream with 26 viewers.
Z4x4. Thanks for the raid, never welcome to Hitch, and welcome to South Korea. We're on a probably month plus long bike tour, hitting, sorry, the explanation, it's complicated. Going to every bike checkpoint in South Korea and filling out essentially a bicycle passport that's issued to you when you come to Korea and want to do a bike tour. And if I finish that passport by filling it out entirely, by getting stamps at all these checkpoints, then I get a gold medal. I still haven't found like a nice, really clean, concise, short, condensed way to explain this.
Oh no, I passed the guy because I carried better momentum, but he's on a lighter bike, so he might climb better than me. No, I outclimbed him anyway.
Fujitha just resubscribed for 7 months.
Fujithor, thanks for the 7-month resub. Gonna take you 1 month to do it. What do you reckon? Yeah, from the get-go, I've said about a month. I feel like in reality, it'll probably take a bit longer, but we'll see. A nice way to go here. Yeah, so far any official biking route here in Korea has been, by and large, amazing to cycle on. It's random, like, awkward sections that briefly intersect with, like, vehicle traffic a little bit. And not so much the traffic, but interacting with roadways and just roads in general that are much less maintained than the bike paths are. This plan once it gets snowy. It does snow in South Korea. I don't think our accumulations will be anything insane. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, usually it wouldn't like snow and then stick around for a week, right? I'm not Korean. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are we coming into the bakery town? There's a town that was just like bakery and then a bakery and then a bakery, or like cafe with bakery inside. Maybe I should get some pastries. I freaking love pastries. Bakery cafe named Daenerys somewhat got themed. Oh, Game of Thrones themed. I did see that on yesterday when I was coming up the same path, or just tuning in. This part of the bike tour is a out and back part. I had to ride 70 kilometers out yesterday and 70 kilometers back today. But yeah, there was a cafe called Daenerys, and I didn't really say anything about it, but I'm like,
just subscribed with Twitch
when I see Daenerys, I just think Game of Thrones. We got Benny Rides with the 13-month primary sub. Thanks for 13 months. Best food so far in Korea. The meal I had last night was absolutely spectacular. And I think it was like a dish kind of like more famous in that region. It's like they cook it in front of you on like a kind of a hot plate circle stovetop thing. It's like chicken and vegetables and a rice cake thing, and after they cook that and have the chicken and stuff like that, then they use like all the seared on bits of chicken and stuff and sauce and make fried rice on top of it. Anyway, they only make enough for tables for 2 people or more. So I went in there like, sorry, we only do like 2 people. And I'm like, don't worry, I can eat for 2 and I'll pay for 2. And they're like, okay. And I very much ate for 2. Ooh, got another tunnel. This one I think the network works through. So yeah, this is was a rail line. Convert it to multi-use path, which is lovely. Is this one of the ones that plays soothing music? Snack you typically crave on trips like this? Chocolate milk. This counts as a snack, right? I think they're playing very soft music. Keep track of calories in and out. No, not to the extent. I do have power meter pedals that I'd like to implement onto the stream, specifically to give fairly accurate estimates of how much calories I'm expending. As we take the active watts that I'm putting down to the pedal as I pedal and then average them to get the average watts times the number of the amount of time that I average those watts, you can convert that into calories, a unit of energy. How much energy have I put to the pedals? And then you can kind of estimate how many calories I burnt from cycling, plus number of calories I burnt from just existing, my base metabolic rate, and kind of figure out how much I should be eating for each given day. I haven't implemented it, but I do have the hardware for it. I just need the software implementation. It's time for Seoul. December 22 is -14 with no snow. Yeah, tomorrow night I think was the day that it might get down to like -10. At least where I was this morning. We will see. Could have a very cold day. Not tomorrow, but the next day. See how many kilometers you've biked, that you've tracked all that? Well, we usually actually do track distance for each trip. I just don't know if we've added it up. So it wouldn't be too hard to actually get a rough total. Probably to the nearest few hundred kilometers. What would it be? Canada was 8,000. US was like 1,700. Portugal and Spain was a few thousand, wasn't it? 3,000? 2,000? I think the Norway tour ended up being like 4,000, isn't it? So soon to watch to track my daily calorie usage, how many steps I took. How do you track your calorie usage with your watch? You just manually input everything you eat. This will be a few thousand kilometers, but we haven't done it yet, so we can't count that. I did 3,000, I think, with Sarah on the tandem. Probably can't count the tandem. We're probably getting into around 20,000 kilometer territory. I think I must apologize. Whenever it's colder, things just get sniffly. Sarah's too proud to do that. She'll sit there sniffling for hours. And wherever you want in specific sites. Generally, it seems in Korea, they have a out of sight, out of mind kind of policy. Don't be obnoxious with your camping, and no one really cares. Oh, watch this tracks calorie expenditure. Okay, that makes sense. Connected to heart rate sensor, added accuracy. See how much I spend. Intake. Here's a different story. Probably more than it should be. Yeah. That sounds about right. I gotta purge the other one. Yeah, it'd probably give you a pretty good sense. But yeah, I would like to implement the power meter pedal thing because I think that gives a pretty accurate reading of how many calories you're burning from the activity itself by directly converting the power that you're putting into the pedals to a unit of, well, energy expenditure of calories. Like Almsraten, like it's not quite right to roam like Norway, Sweden, Scotland and stuff like that. It's more just tolerated than like, oh right, there's a law that says I have the right to. I don't have any right. People just don't care. Does auto energy emissions saves distance speed stat? What's energy emissions? I'm curious. I think like Strava and stuff will estimate the amount of watts. I don't know how it goes an estimate, because how many watts you need to expend to go a certain speed depends on so many factors, like your bike and wheels and tires, how aero your gear is, if you're riding into wind, the wind's pushing you, or there's no wind. So many variables. I don't know how you give an estimate on power without actually measuring power. I guess it is just that, an estimate. Well, we've found civilization apparently. Jeez. I need to get out of this place in order to find a place to camp, presumably. Big structure popping up in the distance. Yeah, it goes from nothing all of a sudden to like very high density housing in a very concentrated cluster, and then nothing. Well, nothing, I presume. I don't remember now. What's our distance for the day so far, overlaid on stream? Probably not too much, because I had a very slow start with the battery charging. $65? That's not too bad. We should be getting pretty close to our junction back to the main route. I feel like this road is small enough that I don't need an actual light. Just go up, look left to right, and then go. But I will be a good tourist. Yeah, it doesn't look like it would just be busy enough to warrant this. Probably still technically safer to have it that way though. So I will use the infrastructure as implemented. Probably another 10 kilometers. Like, I think we had to do 5 kilometers from where I was camped to get to the stamping point. And then at that point I turned around. Wait, so that'd be 10 kilometers. Let's see. Yeah, anyway, probably like 10-ish. Cats. Because this individual bike tour is like 70 kilometers offshooting the last route we were on. Going to the mist station? No, just this specific bike route was a it just branched off for 70 kilometers, and then there's nothing at the end as far as like cycling routes are concerned. So then you just backtrack, get back onto, I think it's like the Four Rivers bike route, and then continue on our way down towards Busan. So we've almost backtracked all the way back to the start of start of this one, so we can get back onto the other route. We won't be going back to Seoul for the one we missed until I'm finished the rest of the trip, and we'll go back to Seoul and get that last stamp that I awkwardly missed, and then go to the certification center and get our medal. English knowledge of the local people in South Korea. Some people, like, generally pretty high. I feel weird, like, defaulting to English and expecting it. I think especially younger people, they learn it in schools a bit more, and then I think with probably media and stuff like that, movies and stuff, just a bit more exposure to it. Older generation, a bit less. Ooh, bunch of cats. Sarah would love that. Looks like people feed them there. How do you sleep at -10? With appropriate gear, should be able to camp out in any condition. On the cold side, it's really freaking hot. It's really hard to camp, regardless. Like when I was in Malaysia, it'd be midnight and still like 30 degrees Celsius. So I got like a hotel every night in Malaysia because I couldn't handle the heat. But yeah, if you're planning for the cold, you can force yourself to be comfortable in the cold. You just really have to plan for it. Going the right way? Yeah, I finished this offshoot bike tour, and now we're going back to like the Four Rivers main bike tour route between Seoul and Busan. So I did the reverse of this the other day. Or since I have to stop here, let me look at where I am. I assume unless I'm taking, oh fuck. I missed the turn and I'm just on a very nice bike route, but not the, oh, fuck me, you're right. When you said that, I'm like, this doesn't look familiar. I don't know if this is right. It just looked so nice, I assumed it was the original one, or the official one. It's absolutely not. I got a Sarah, I got a U-turn. It's like a couple kilometers back. Thank you. Just a Sarah moment. Who was that? Very nice road though. Yeah, it's just so nice. I assume that's the official bike route because, well, super nice. How far? Back to near the river. It should be a few kilometers. I haven't done very good on this trip so far. Made a few mistakes logistically. Bike broken, alright, just going down. That's my bar end shifters, if that's what you mean. Like when I go down here, that would be. When you hear the gear shifting there, that's how I shift gears. I have one on this side, but it's, you shift the gears on the back a lot more than the gears in the front, so. Well, this is all downhill, so that's nice. Makes it less likely that we'll get to the the junction in time. I didn't see, maybe there is somewhere like actual GPX coordinates for different sections of the official routes here. So if I had GPX coordinates, I could just put it into Komoot or
they have given 3 gift
any map app. OE Tiger, thanks for the gifted sub. Was that a gift sub to our stream saver who told me I was going the wrong way? And I'm immediately like, no, it's right. But then I got the gears turning. I'm like, but wait, I've technically already done this route and now I'm just going backwards and none of this looks familiar. Maybe they are right. When I checked, and they were right. Yeah, I think. All right. Well, that's very kind of you. Thanks for gifting them a sub. I think they deserved it. Roads are the best for every country you have biked, and why is it Norway? Norway did not have the best cycling infrastructure. They just had like small roads that weren't super busy, and the cars were really polite about passing you. But they didn't really have much specific cycling infrastructure, just roads that were comfortable enough to cycle on. Countries with the best cycling infrastructure. So far for the actual routes, like Korea is really, really, honestly super impressive. But like classics would be like Netherlands, just amazing bike infrastructure, and it's everywhere. Korea, if you're on these official routes,
cheered 200 bits. I missed where you showed the gear shifters for this trip. First day watching.
Oh, no worries. Thanks for the 200 bits though, dog. Wait, what was I? Prompt for your bike is still not already set up. Oh, we gotta change that. A lot of stuff with my commands and stuff like that is outdated. But yeah, this is my touring bike that I've used since 2020 for most of my trips, except for the tandem. But yeah, it's very old school. The bar end shifters down here, it's very old school style. I'm very used to it. My road bike has like drifters, like you push the brake levers inwards to change the gears, and it is quite convenient, as you just get to leave your hands in the hoods. I don't have to go like this all the time to change gears. Well, this backtrack is mostly downhill, but that does mean I did a bunch of unnecessary uphill. Alright, not too much further. So that was a good little unintentional, inefficient detour. But chat is never right. Hey, I compliment my chat and say that, you know, like we were talking yesterday about how you're giving me good ideas. We're doing all these stamps now, and someone's like, you should make a custom like hitch stamp, and then when viewers come by, you know, they can get like they can get a stamp of it, and the only people that come by and say hi, like when I'm on a trip, will have access to this like custom hitch stamp. It's like a collector's item. And it takes effort to actually get it. And more backtracks. Yeah, along this route in general. Just between here and Busan, there's one other one, I think, where we kind of have to do another offshoot of the main Seoul to Busan route, and then come back. I think it's shorter than this one. This feels so useless. Hey, how much traffic does this really get? The answer is I don't think it gets like any. It's like one kind of commercial building complex. Western influence Korea, McDonald's, 7-Eleven. There's McDonald's, there's 7-Elevens. They have quite a few Baskin Robbins. I've seen several. I've seen Subway. Yeah, they got your Western influenced chains and stuff like that. And the Jeju, yeah, it's part of the official route network I have to go to. There's, I think, 5 stamps on the island of Jeju. So we'll be going there to catch those. Man, that dog did like a 720 spin before trying to jump onto my bike. Opening the first Tim Hortons in Seoul in a month or so. Really? We were just talking the other day about how Tim Hortons is in surprising places. I was in like Dubai, right next to the Burj Khalifa, in a mall. I'm wandering around, and then all of a sudden there's a Tim Hortons, and I go into the Tim Hortons, and they've got like a patio overlooking the Burj Khalifa, like the fountain right in front of it, and the tower right behind it. I'm like, the heck, Tim Hortons? Didn't realize you've got this international flair now. Man, I did so much unnecessary climbing. It's all just coasting downhill now. So this backtrack was easy, but I wasted a ton of time and energy doing this. It was basketball man for before. Did they have poutine in the Tim Hortons? Do they sell poutine at all now? Oof. Sun's gonna set in like 20 minutes. Tim Hortons does not sell poutine. Yeah, McDonald's in Canada does sell poutine now. But yeah, I wasn't sure if Tim Hortons did or not. Alright, we're getting close. Okay, where did I mess up? We're about to find out. And was it obvious, or am I... or was this the more obvious route to take? There probably was a sign, I just missed it. I'm curious. That looks beautiful. That's quite an interesting one, yeah. Got vines growing all over it too. Alright, must be somewhere up here at this intersection. It was one of the bike checkpoints too. So what the heck did I do? Oh, I was supposed to stay on that side and go down that way. Wow. There's a guy there, just did his checkpoint. Probably was a sign saying, stay en route, turn coming from the other way left to go down this way. But I just missed it. I think I was rushing to make this light, because it was like green but it started flashing or something like that. And I'm like, go, go, go. Maybe. Protein was one of the best things about the Canada trip. Like protein? Which kind of protein? I definitely got more protein in my breakfast because I'd go to like greasy truck stop diners and get my eggs, bacon, sausage, hash brown. All the protein. Oof. It's the dollar store I went to yesterday with my chocolate milk. Now we're back en route. That was, I don't know how much time that wasted, but quite a bit. Instead of climbing, I could have just, kept going downhill. Mistakes were made.
a camp up there. Just a random field. Surprised there's a clearish kind of spot right in town. Sunset coming, dinner or tent first today. The ideal order of operations is scout out a tent spot while it's still kind of light out. And then once it's scouted out, I don't set up the tent, but I just, all right, make a note of it. That's a good spot to camp. Then we go find food, we eat, charge batteries for a bit, and then we go back to the scouted camp spot and sleep there. It's just much easier to find a good spot to camp when you have a little bit of natural light to get a lay of, like a sense of what the actual layout is. Sometimes it can be very hard to find a place once it's fully dark. Using just your headlamp or bike light, it can be hard to see if, you know, some bushes on the side of the road are actually good for camping in or not. I had to backtrack. This part of the bike route is 70 kilometers out, and then there's nothing there, so you essentially just have to turn around and do 70 kilometers back. Some people will take a bus back, but that ain't me. Safety precautions when you encounter something dangerous while camping like an animal. Statistics is my safety precaution. Statistical chance of running into an animal while camping that means you any harm is near negligible. I don't think there's any in... Is there anything in Korea? Wasn't the safest part of the world to gold? Yes. This was decided upon yesterday. We were doing this route and we were coming back. There was a moment where we were considering seeing if I could go completely just YOLO it, continue at the end of this route. We were like, well, apparently 200 kilometers from the northeast corner of the East Coast cycle route, and I'm like, well, we could just ride on roads for 200 kilometers and start that route early. But I decided against that because there's no official cycle route there, so it'd mostly probably just be on roads. Why is that motorcycle upside down on the sign? Oof. I went to Siberian tigers, damn poachers. Was it poachers that called them, or was it like earlier humans considered Siberian tigers a threat to their community? Because
They'll hunt humans, will they not? They're one of the few animals that will see humans as prey. So they eliminated them with the mindset of, this is the threat, eliminate the threat. Or just habitat loss. Yep, that's totally possible as well. Because wasn't that like what they did with wolves? Even though wolves actually don't actually hunt people, really. In like Great Britain. And they just get rid of them because they consider them dangerous. Eradicated during period of Korea under Japanese rule, 1910-1945. Let's say why they did. It's more just general curiosity. Predated on livestock. Yeah, that makes sense. Pretty big social politics here. Sweden, whether to keep them or not. Yeah, aren't they trying to reintroduce them? I think they're trying to reintroduce them to parts of like... Aren't they trying to in Canada? I think they're a protected species. It is like part of... So like in areas they get rid of all the natural predators of things like, say, deer, like wolves. And then the deer population goes crazy because there's nothing keeping the deer population in check. It's kind of a natural balance to things, and we tend to screw with that. It's gonna get dark pretty soon. I don't know if the sun is actually set behind the horizon. If it hasn't, it will very soon. And once it does, then it gets dark real fast. "5:17 p.m. sunset Seoul." We're a little bit east of that, but it should only be maybe a couple minutes difference. Wow, look at that stuff. Pretty cool. What are you doing, car? Okay. So we go pitch back 517 anyway. Once the sun's below the horizon, sometimes it's very surprising how fast it does get dark. Got a nice park. It's like campable. Maybe a little too public, too close to more major point of civilization. There probably will be times on this trip where I camp awfully publicly. They've been so far, good progress. Yeah, decent progress. We're almost back to like finish this kind of official detour that was required to get 4 stamps on this little offshoot bike route. So that was kind of the goal, was to get back to the main 4 Rivers route on our way to Busan. And we're almost there. We might not quite get there, but actually, let me look. Right, it was good today. We definitely would have got there if I didn't have to charge my batteries this morning when I got breakfast. No, we won't get there. Potentially would have even got there if I didn't do that silly mistake on detour, going the wrong way. But we'll be close. So, since we're not going to make it there, we won't make it a complete goal. It'd be pitch black before we get there. Hold on, looks like we're climbing out of town here. Let's go there. Let me assess our situation. It's like, you know, there's still like food and stuff along the way. We follow the riverbank. Hopefully there's spots to camp. Between here and somewhere along the way. I'm gonna take my glasses off. It's getting dark enough that the sunglasses do more harm than good. Dinner after your left. The goal is to try to, ooh, delicious meal. That's what that sign says on the left. Ooh, that's good. The goal is to try to find a place to camp first and then go eat. If they say it's delicious, then it must be delicious. Gosh, I'm curious. My modem might be close to dying here, running the stream. Working up an appetite there, boss? Yeah, I know I'm hungry. I feel a little bit off today. I'm curious if it's because the air quality index is really low. You can see it in the air. You can smell it. It's supposed to get worse too, especially tomorrow morning. Yeah, I was gonna buy a mask. The setup camp before sundown. I don't usually set it up. I just scout it out. So when I'm sitting down to eat dinner, I can take my time and not worry about where I need to go after. I already know. So I prefer to not leave my campsite just on its own while I go and get food. Especially because I'm wild camping, right? Like, it's not like an official campground or anything. I know, so I have no problems to feel off. Yeah, the other days I felt really good at the end of the day and like famished, like really hungry. It's a good sign if I feel really hungry. My body's responding to the physical output and requesting some replacement energy. My stomach feels a little off today. It's like I will be eating, but I feel like I don't have the appetite that I need right now. Oh, that was much more aggressive than I thought it was going to be. High sun, high moon. Oh, the moon is out. I don't know if you can see it. And 90 degrees to my left. Guys, you lady, have a good one. Get in shape watching, right? Absolutely. I think so. If you see me climbing and you have like a physical response to that, you start like almost wiggling there on the spot, that's technically like you're getting your body moving. Your brain's pretty much visualizing yourself climbing the hill with me. It's pretty much exercise. Round is still a shape, yeah. Yeah, it depends what shape you're going for. Here's cameras for speed. Do you see any? Yeah, I have seen signs for the cars saying that there's like, how do they list them? I remember just like at a glance seeing it, but not really paying that much attention to it. I forgot what they say on them. Or it's just a picture. I don't remember. But yes, they do exist. Do for babes, keep it comfy on the bike all day and out. I have a pair of cycling shorts and a pair of cycling bibs, and I'll switch between them. But I have a pair of kind of pants / tights I'll put over top because very much needed in these conditions. But I do feel my butt a little bit. Alright. Because I haven't really rode the bike since I finished the Norway trip, which is back in September. So it's been a while. Never speeding on a bicycle would be an achievement. Yeah, unless I was speeding in like a school zone, I would like mount that on my wall or something. Any good food in Korea yet? The chicken I had yesterday, someone in chat can give the actual name, was amazing. It's supposed to be a dinner for 2 people. I'm like, sorry, 2 people only. We can't like cook for one. Because they cook at your table, it's like a 2-person thing. And I'm like, don't worry. I will eat for 2 and I will pay for 2. So I did, and I ate it all. With room to spare. I asked for dessert and they said they didn't have dessert. Is this a through road? Am I supposed to wait here? Probably technically. Oh. How's your throat feel? A little funky. The air quality today hasn't been great. It's supposed to be worse tomorrow morning, especially. So, see how that goes. The previous days have been like really clear and nice. This one's been kind of hazy all day. Noise. Kicked to a place I want to have groups. Hot dinner for 4 people. Just about right for him. I couldn't convince them. That's funny. Yeah, they seemed surprised that I was willing to eat for 2. And more surprised when I ate the first serving and then you have to request the fried rice afterwards. I ate all the fried rice. And then I asked for dessert after that, and they were very surprised about each step of that. I can't blame them. Yeah, I am rail thin. I'm 155 pounds, like 70 kilos. But the cycling, really 15% grade down? I don't believe it. Let's see. Still not believing it. Yeah, the cycling just brings out an appetite in me that I have never experienced. If that's the steep section, that is not 15%. That's not even close. It's not even 10%. You know, that too is, it's definitely not 15%. 15% is very, very steep. It's really rare to see a roadway or a path or whatever like that is legitimately 15% grade. I think in Norway we had some that were around that, like, legitimately, and those were absolutely challenging. Like, I was going downhill. But, like, again, this is a reverse of what I did yesterday because we have to finish this out there and back again route. I don't remember that hill. I would remember a 15% hill. The inclination expert after Norway. Yeah, I got really used to just, you really get a feel for how steep a hill is when you know how your bike handles given the specific grade of the hills, what gear you have to be in, what cadence you're in at that gear. We're still not seeing much good spots to camp. It's very much like we got river on one side and then we got hillside on the other and roads. I do think by that bike checkpoint, like right there, is some good fields and there's not much going on there. It would be a good spot, but we'd have to, well, how much further is it? Oh, there's Daenerys. The one that said, someone said it's vaguely Game of Thrones theme. Like, they didn't say it like was fully, but kind of. Maybe the extent of the Game of Thrones theming is that it's called Daenerys. Much further. It's only a few kilometers. Could probably get there. So what are we at? 5:20. So the sun has set. Will get dark soon. Ooh, this looks steep. See, that's like maybe just over 10% for a very short amount of time. That's the point. It specifically has the red bike light too. It was just the red light for vehicles. Then I might just be like, well, I can see that there's no cars, and go. But looks fancy. Doesn't look Game of Thrones themed. It's too fancy for me. I kind of like going to like the almost sketchy looking places. I feel like they got the best food. bike path's pretty sick. Yeah, Korea so far has been awesome with their bike paths. Some of the stuff we rode today was like near the early part of the day where we had that separate like bike bridge that was essentially riding over the water, and it was just that bike bridge and it was just me. There was no one else around. And kind of the morning haze, it was like, oh, it's awesome. Small portion of food in fancy restaurants. There you go. Another reason to avoid the fancy restaurants. I need volume. That's a sexy bridge right there too. Infrastructure. Wow. Korea loves their bridges. They build them everywhere. I don't remember this Game of Thrones. House Lannister is pretty wealthy. Jeez, when you're right under it, you get the full scale of it. Jeez, what the heck? Ooh, if there's any flat land out here, this could be a good camping area. That's someone's like orchard. Probably can't do that. Something about the bike route in 500 meters. Am I only 500 meters from the intersection? Maybe. I think there's some potential food sources right by where the two bike routes meet up. I think we're more than 500 meters though. Like, we'd probably get away with it right there, but that's just a little bit too blatant even for me. Well, that looks like a park. Is it a park? A bunch of picnic tables. Doesn't look like there's access to it. Maybe it's just attached to that orchard for like staff. Is this a park? What is this park? Yeah, it's some kind of park. This is possible. Place to eat around here. Probably without going too far. I'd have to look. Because we're off the main road right now. If there's like an actual road we could take to the main road, there could just be a restaurant like anywhere here. But regardless, even if we had to backtrack, like we went through a fairly major place with lots of places to eat within, you know, like 2 kilometers. I like stretches of path like this where you get to be completely separate from the road. It's so like quiet and peaceful. We're down there. I think it gets marshy down there, probably not. When are you gonna go to? Like desert or dessert? Desert as in sand or dessert as in carrot cake? It's one of my favorite desserts. Sand. Well, it was just in Vegas. It's kind of a desert. No, it is a desert, isn't it? And then southwestern Utah very much felt like a desert too. Dogs are off leash, but seem very chill. This also looks like a bit of a park, but very much not tucked away. Although those hedges, wild flower, what does that mean? Had lunch hitch, just breakfast and then snacks. So we've been skipping like a main lunch in favor of snacking throughout the day to avoid wasting daylight hours because we only have 10 hours of sun up time. Sun comes up around 7:15, sets around 5:15. It's getting dark, yeah. Sunset 15 minutes ago, about. So, it'll be very dark very soon. Haven't put my headlight on yet, but I'm not really interacting with vehicles right now, so I don't feel too bad about it. Ryudos for the raid, thank you. Meal for 4 people, still have room for dessert, maybe. Yeah, the meal for 2 yesterday was enough, but I still had room, and like if I got room in my stomach, I might as well fill it on these touring days. I work up an appetite. Ooh, that's some nice bush. Probably camp up in there. Ooh, that's some sexy bush. I'd have to walk far to actually get out of line of sight, but I don't know what that sign says. The last bush I slept in near Seoul had like signs on some of the trees. I'm like, oh, maybe it's like don't camp here or something like that. So I translated it, and it's like don't shake the trees. I'm like, all right, got it. I made a mental note to not shake the trees, and I didn't shake the trees. All is well. It's only getting dark. Yeah, it goes from like very appropriate to no light
surprisingly quick. The certification center is still 3 kilometers, which we could do if we really want to. Which one? This way. I'll need to get my light out here soon though.
Selena raided my stream with 296 viewers.
Sorry for it being nighttime. Selena, thank you very much for the raid. Never went on the hitch, I wanted to South Korea. We are doing about a month long, maybe month plus long tour over all of, well, most of South Korea on every official bike route there is. And if we complete it and check in at every official checkpoint, we have official bike passport and all, to show that you have been to every checkpoint along the way, all 89 of them, then we get a gold medal. So we're going for gold. This is day 3 of, well, probably 30 something. And we're just trying to find a place to sleep tonight. I sleep in a tent in the bushes. So, I could go. Place to sleep in a bush and then find food after. About in that park. Is it a park? No, it's just like a creek crossing. Yeah, it's winter, well, it's late fall here in Korea, so every night's getting down to, well, last night was -3, night before was -1. I don't know what tonight's supposed to be. Probably about the same. I got decent winter camping gear, and I got decent cold weather riding gear. So, we've been enjoying the cold but clear weather that Korean winters seem to provide. What was Selena up to? She ran into her on my way home from Vegas, TwitchCon. What about that park? It's pretty much just like an open field. It's like a little blatant. Now, if I got up early, it wouldn't really matter, but what about that one? Oh, it's just a path. Sorry about the visibility. What is that place? There's a pirate ship. Can I camp in the pirate ship? Is that wrong? To camp in the pirate ship? Probably. What if a parent takes their child early morning to the pirate ship and there's some Canadian sleeping there? What then? Too dark to see anything at all? I know, it's very dark. The darkness happens fast. I still do have to find a place to eat too, so that's where I'm just continuing riding, making a mental note of potential places I can camp. And then at some point here we'll probably reconnect up with the road and services, and then I can get food and backtrack to a variety of places along the way. What about this place? It's pretty visible. I've already found places that I could camp. Wouldn't be a problem too. But how this works with me wild camping at night is I start with high standards. I have somewhere that's like completely tucked away where no one can see me, and I have my own little private bit of bush to sleep in. And then as I don't find that very specific bush, I start to lower my standards to just something that's acceptable enough for that night. I didn't even put my light on though. I'm just trying to push through to see, one, if I can find something, and then 2, if I reconnect up with civilization for food. But that park seems pretty nice. Curious how busy this walkway is. I feel like it's not too busy. And most places are totally fine as long as you get up early enough to not bother people. I just don't want to startle people that live around here. I feel like that would be decent. Be right next to kind of like an offshoot of this path, but
just motivation to get up early. But I do apologize, you probably can't see much anymore. Action cameras aren't great in low light. And we're still set to 60 FPS, 30 FPS. It's a little bit better in lower light, not that much better, but a little bit. I feel like we're getting closer to civilization. What about that park? It's about 6.5 dozen. Yeah, that would be fine over there too. That could be a good spot. We might be coming back here. I think this park would be a nice spot on my left or the right. Wow, that's quite a bit on my right. Okay, yeah. There's lots of good choosing around here. I don't have to find my exact spot. Just ballpark it, then come back after eating. Yeah, lots of options here. Whew. Not bad. It was the getting picked up right away. It was number one, and then the next day we had the Country Roads Minami singing, which was very cute. Where's your mic?
On me?
Oh, you actually have thing to clip on.
Yeah.
Can I clip it on my nipple here or something?
Okay, I think we're good with the water.
Okay.
Oh no, the towels are right there. I'm like, I just dipped all my hands in the water.
We're fine. Alright. Oh yeah.
Just
Can I just go back in the tent and retry today? I want to redo. I was trying to be quick. And it just turned into clumsy. Alright. Mods get those messages? What? I didn't even know I'm a mod on Chase Tracy's channel. I'm a mod on Chase Tracy's channel. I didn't know I had this power. Is there a lock on her?
You want a lock?
Uh, Thank you for grabbing me, I appreciate that. Alright. Yeah, I don't take anything of you.
Whoa!
Sure. To get to a spot where I can appropriately hitchhike. Where in Europe everything... Oh, it's just a bumblebee, that's okay. Bumblebee! Or in Europe it's much easier. Okay, like, I understand you're friendly, but you don't need to land in my hair. Stop it! You're a good bumblebee. Stop flying into my hair. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Stop it! You're gonna sting me. I'm sorry, but you keep flying into my face. Stop it! Stop it! Your thumb is small, stretch it. No, I'm actually known to have long fingers. Like that one.
Ah!
What was that? What did we just get sprayed by?
Guys?
I didn't even see. How much was that? The food? The waffle thing was... Oh, sorry. I'm used to prepaying. That's the second time I've done that on the stream. Sorry, feel bad. Why do I do that? Sorry. Perfect, yeah. No, it's okay. Alright, thanks.
Just like the rest of us.
In this life or whatever? Yeah.
I mean, I've drank someone else's blood. I'm not like the psychic vampires. Like, you don't have to be psychic vampire to steal someone's energy. You can know those techniques and then do them.
Yeah. Now, did they voluntarily give up their blood to?
What?
Did they voluntarily give up their blood to you?
One of them didn't know I was getting some until a few seconds afterwards.
And they were okay with it at that point, or they're like, "Whoa, buddy."
Yeah, they were like, "Whoa, buddy."
As long as you don't try to do that with me.
Yeah, they already had a cut, so I was like, I just grabbed their arm.
Okay. And what's the experience like to draw their energy in that form?
It wasn't enough to make any difference.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah, have a little fun.
But I just tell you, just a quick story. Where last year we were on a canal boat in England.
Yeah.
And there was a boat going the other way that had 3 generations on, I think. And just as it went past, there was a little lad, I suppose, 4 or 5. And as he went past, he looked at me and suddenly dashed down inside this canal boat, shouting at the top of his voice, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, I've just seen a real pirate, he's got a blue beard!" Which made the trip.
Bluebeard.
So we can call you Captain Bluebeard then?
Captain Bluebeard.
I often answer my Chinese name of all you. Say clearly, guys.
Almost heaven. West Virginia. Blue Ridge Mountains. Shenandoah River. Life is older. Older than the trees. Younger than the mountains. Blowing like a breeze. You gotta do this part.
Come on.
Take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama.
Oh, lost connection?
Oh, that's one of my connections died. It's okay, we'll fix it. The stream's still going. Memories gather round her. What are you doing?
Should Trevor beg me? That's my question.
Okay. Lots of bikes out today. It makes the same mistakes. Makes the same mistakes. And the mistake is usually when it mishears what you're saying in your native language, not the translation. Have you ever hitchhiked before? Sex. Okay, sorry, we are back. That'll take a while. I rode for like another 2 minutes before I actually stopped because I'm like, oh, I see lights. Like I might roll past the restaurant and I can just turn it back on when I stop at a restaurant. And it was a convenience store. So I came down here and I had to find my batteries. Anyway, I stopped at the neon sign because I thought it was nifty. It's important to stop at nifty places. Anyway, well, Jesus. Well, we're at this nifty sign. Let's put the bike camera more at the nifty sign. Let's quickly look at a map and see what's near here. We actually are at the essentially at the junction to the other route. Oh yeah, no, there's places around here. I just had to get on the other side of the road. What place is this? Oh, it's an eel restaurant. Eel restaurant. That's interesting. What's this? What's this? There's lots of restaurants around here. Unagi. Oh, hi Tanya. Cheapest to trim at hitches on the Orange Lake. I'm actually right at the intersection between.
Further 86 just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
I don't know what color the legs are.
For the adventures, Hitch Cool, Hitch Banana.
We got further 86 with the 4-month resub. Thanks for joining the adventures. Sorry you can't see. I should get my headlamp out. That's what I should be doing right here. Korean restaurants provide usually grilled one, very rich and juicy meat. I think that would be fun. I already have 9 stamps. Yeah, 9 out of 89. Might have missed one. It's, you know, easy to go back to because I gotta get back to Seoul anyway. So we'll be coming back to Seoul to get that. The one that I awkwardly missed because it was right by where I was camping and I wasn't paying attention when I was looking for a camp. So anyway, long story short, it will be got. Just wasn't got in the exact order that we were planning. Headlamp. It's also something I need. Yes, this is on battery, right? Yes, battery. Yeah. Okay. I'm curious about this eel restaurant. I feel like that would just be a unique experience. Oh, that light is facing backwards. That is not what I need. Forwards is ideal. Put your sunglasses away? Yeah, just the bag's really full. So I will put it away, but everything's a mess in there right now, so I just don't want to cram it in there and get it all scratched up and crap. So we're gonna do that later. Wait, why is this not? This should be charging. Oh, okay, you're not plugged in. Might as well have this charging while we ride. It's like adding the kilometers. Yeah, we're just extending the tour. It's all intentional. Having so fun, we're gonna do more.
Apparently there's like even stamping points that aren't on the official map, because we found one and I stamped it anyway. So maybe we got to find like the like Easter eggs, you know, the hidden extra stamps, and then maybe we get another award for finding the Easter eggs. No Koreans are gamers, but they're gamifying bike tour. Wasn't expecting that. All right, I gotta go back. So, back up there. We go up there? And up there? And across there? Maybe? Maybe it's satellite view. Maybe. Can I get up that way? I think I can get up that way. All right, let's go that way. Beep. It's an interesting horn. Oops, I didn't mean to change gears. Okay, this is my bike crossing. The other side is very expensive. $50 to $100. Is it really? Hey, let's go find out. Is it really that expensive? Like US dollars? Is this on timer? I need to push a button. So this light when, well, that car's got to turn anyway. There we go, yellow. Feel this thing that don't have the solar hanger? Yeah, the cycle. Really, they're gonna give them a left advance? We can just like go at the same time. Like I know they're turning left, but like I don't trust it to not invite me across. Okay, it did. All right. In Canada, that wouldn't work. They wouldn't give you the chance to go unless you pushed a button. Oh, this is for bikes. Nice. But yeah, the bike without the trailer, yeah, feels, when I say yearly, much more sprightly, much more active. Like when I'm like turning and doing stuff, it just more responsive that way. And then climbing's much easier. The extra weight, I'm not getting dragged back by it. Now, there hasn't been like many really solid climbs in Korea yet. But the short, sweet climbs I have had to do so far have felt good on this bike. But that place has lots of lights. Bike cafe.
Okay, we're back. I don't know, I just had to restart the feed to the bell box and it seemed to work fine. There's 3 cats here. They're cute.
Okay, we're back.
Oh, I'm hearing myself. I don't like hearing myself.
I just had to
No.
to the bell.
Okay, we're good. We got bike rack. That's a good sign. There's no one here. Oh my God, there's a lot of cats. Do you see all the cats? Sarah would love this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 just ran around the corner. Close 9 p.m. That's plenty. Have a nice day. Yeah, they all look the same. I think this is a litter of cats. They're all very skittish. Okay, I need to go in and see if I can charge batteries and if I can film in there. And when I ask to charge batteries, they think like I'm asking for like a cable and like a charger for like to charge my phone. So I find it helps to just come in. Okay, I've only done this once. To come in with my own charger and be like, can I plug this in? Which is somewhere in here. Doo-doo-doo. Oh God, that's gonna fall. No fall. Is there a soccer game today? Oh no, everyone's coming right now. Are they coming here? I think so. It's bad timing. I think the cats have accepted me. This cat's staring at me and winking and or squinting and yawning. Oh yeah, they're going in. It's awkward timing because I gotta ask things. I'm just gonna let them go in there first and pick their table. Consent is oyo. That means can I use consent is oyo. Can I use outlet? Oh, maybe. We'll see. They have signs in English. Welcome and have a nice day. That's English. Sorry, going in a second. Let's go to the other side. How's my helmet hair? Okay, let's go see. Bring my phone in case I need to translate. Find a sleeping spot. Yeah, I scouted out a few places, not the like exact spot, but the general park. Mike might cut out here. Hi. Do you speak English? Sorry. No. Just for one? Yeah. Is it okay while I eat to like plug and charge battery?
There? It's okay. And Wally, is it okay to have a camera facing me?
Yeah.
Camera?
Yeah.
Is it okay? Yeah? Yeah. 감사합니다. Thank you. All right. Okay. I don't think they want you in there. All right. We can charge, we can film, we're good. Not done very, tactfully, but, I got the point across. All is well. Okay. Need to pick my batteries. Just this one. And what else? Those ones are charged, I think. It's quite the process. Which ones am I missing? Oh, just the ones in there, that one, and that one. Should be fine. Okay. So all I should need is handlebar bag and my backpack, I guess. Or we could just disconnect this, and then I can leave this on, and... No, we're not going to film the ride to go camping. It's not far enough to make it worth it. I can still leave this. I'm just going to pull the feet here, and I'm going to get it set up inside. Come here. That's not coming here, that's the opposite. Oh my god. This clip is like the worst. There you go. See you in a minute.
Yeah, we take it in the back.
Alright, let's do it. Yeah, in case you're wondering. That's where he has his gun, right there.
Where will I be able to see this?
On that card, there's a link at the bottom.
You gonna post some pictures up there?
So they'll have the live stream, and they'll have this ride saved. If you go to the videos, you'll be able to see this ride if you want to. I do post the pictures on like my Instagram just to show the different types of people.
You got your Instagram on there?
Yeah, on the card there's an Instagram page.
I'll follow you on there.
All right. Let's grab that backpack, and then we have a picture. Mm-hmm.
Oops.
I'm guessing it's not going to be too straight, so it just follows the coastline.
That was the best snipe I've ever seen. Biru, kudasai?
Biru, oh, shochu.
Sochu.
Oh,
No.
no.
What is shochu? I try? Yes.
Have you some Instagram or something
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah, I can give you my Instagram. It's hitch_live.
Okay.
Okay, should be on the mic now. 감사합니다.
주문했어요? 장어 한 마리.
Just one here.
시간은요?
Ah, 감사합니다.
이거 원 뭐야?
What is eel? Yeah. I don't know. Is that the eel? Did I just order something? I might have. Accidentally. That's okay. I'm sure it's good. I need to go plug these in. Yes. Okay, might not be able to hear me there. Plugging stuff in. Okay. Other phone. For translate. One king special eel, one serving, 37,000 won. I think we should try that. That's what he pointed to anyway, and I'm like, yeah. So I might have already ordered that. I think that would be a neat thing to try. And that's still like just under 30 bucks. Yeah, 28 bucks. King eel special. I think he said this is eel. Okay, well, yeah. Pork ribs, one serving is 15,000. I think it'd be interesting to try a king eel set. Eel soup. It is an eel restaurant. Grill the eel on charcoal. I'm scared to cook it wrong. I might mess it up. I don't want to mess up my eel. I'm gonna be like, excuse me, sir, can you help me cook my eel? I'm supposed to cook it myself. I don't know how. I'm just this clueless Canadian with no idea how to cook an eel correctly. I need help. This place is for eel? Yeah, they have eel and they have like pork, like barbecue pork. What was that? Serving of pork ribs. It's the other one up here. Eel barbecue, very popular in Korea, is the eel live. I don't see any eels swimming around. But that doesn't mean they're not. Live in water tank. Really? Good dish for stamina. Eel's pretty like fatty, isn't it? Fat's good at the end of the day here, especially. Are we coming back? I think the server's fucked. I had to restart my feed to the server again. Back very low bitrate. It's up to 2,000. My eel's now cooking. Live eel skinned live after order place. Maybe. Anyway, the eel is now cooking. Yeah, you missed the eel. Like, right as the guy's placing the eel down, everyone's just like, oh, F, black screen. I'm like, that's wonderful timing. I think this is going to be fun. I'm happy I don't have to cook this because I wouldn't know what to do. Yeah, eel for only in like sushi where it's like a piece on like rice and it's usually like quite barbecued. So I feel like you don't really get the taste of the eel in and of itself. So this will be my first experience having like a proper eel meal, which I'm very excited to try. Any rice? Not on my table. I got like a platter of a bunch of like salads and is that garlic and more salad and some like other salad. Little salad here, little salad there, salad everywhere. Some sauce. Let's just go over here. You can show it this way. Out in the way of the eel cooking. Eel. Still unsmudged. I feel like everything looks like it's a little bit messed. Green stuff cooking at the table. It is nice. Anyway, here's my table. Oh yeah, this is the plate of things that I didn't know how to show. It's salad and like more salad and like other kind of things and like more salad and then like maybe like kimchi and then like sauce and then like more salad. You have a beer on your table? Yeah, he did ask if I want a beer and I said of course. Well, I said yes. Wait, I don't even know what's yes in Korean. I really don't know. You can wrap again like yesterday. Is that what the big wrap is for? No is 아니요. Wait, did anyone say what yes was? Is about mixing it in together instead of separately. Okay. Well, I'm 100% down for that. Yes is nay? No. No, it's not. That's troll. It's nay? How could it be nay? What are those little pieces? Like this one and that one. I can't believe yes is nay. That's gonna break my brain this entire trip. How am I supposed to associate nay with yes? Crispy skin pieces, I think. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I feel like that would have been like a fun fact somewhere in my head that in Korea, nay is yes. But it's not. There's no knowledge of that. Should make it easy to remember. It just feels so wrong. Keep eels alive here? I don't know. People said usually they do at eel places, but I don't see eels, but that doesn't mean they're not here somewhere. You can ask the cook if eels are alive here, or if yes is no and no is yes. Well, no, just yes is no. No is no. Wait, what was it? No seal? No sail? 감사합니다. This? You did? 감사합니다. Alright, we dip. This is a dipping stream now. You guys go back over here. Why are you doing that now? For the reason sometimes this middle part sticks up further than it should, and then this thing does not stand up correctly. Which is currently what it wants to do. Why? That's so unstable. Jesus. Okay. Alright, this way. Okay. Shoot. So, he brought me a fork. I'm insulted. My chopstick skills are perfectly fine-ish-esque. I feel like this is going to be really hot. It is hot. I don't know what to do with all these, though. Do I like... bring them over? Create a smorgasbord? Slimy? Not really. Soy sauce? No, not soy. It's a thicker sauce than that. Is it chewy? No, I wouldn't call it chewy. When I've had eel in sushi, it's been like almost strangely tender, where it just kind of like disintegrates. This isn't quite that. It's a pleasant texture, I would say. Oh yeah, my drink. I do need that. Is this gonna overcook? This is my first time having actually Korean beer, so. All right, cheers to day 3 of cycling through Korea. I think we're finishing in a pretty cool way. We're charging batteries, and we're trying some barbecue eel. It's my first like Korean barbecue. This counts as Korean barbecue, right? This barbecue, and we're in Korea. That is a classic, clean, easy to drink lager beer that hits the spot. All right. So do I mix all these? Okay, let me try. Just like nibbling. Okay. Is it garlic or so it's a water check? All right. Oh, that's spicy. This is kimchi. No, I just want a little piece. I want to try. Well, that's an interesting flavor. All right, what's this sauce? Okay, here you go. Leo. Get in the sauce. And then cool off a little bit, because it's hot when I pull it right off the thingy. Oh, I didn't try this yet. What's this? What's that called? It's a very strange flavor. I know it. Like horseradish or something? But not, maybe? I don't know. This was very spicy. Should I try? Did I try? Was this kimchi? I'm trying to decide what to mix with it. Ginger? Is it ginger? Very weird flavor. Well, I think these are one-biters. They don't bite through cleanly. There's like enough like structure to them that they're like, no, not today. Okay, let me try it with this. Bite of this, and bite of this for a little heat. A radish in there, Queenie? Alright. Alright. Oh god. Why am I not being successful with my chopsticks right now? It's usually one of the skills I actually have like a reasonable, decent grasp on. Should I put like just a chunk of garlic on it? Sure, why not? And maybe this like, I assume that's like chili oil? Let's just try a clump of that. I'll just that a chunk of garlic. Grab some eel and condiments in the salad. This salad? This one? Wrap them? Oh yeah, these ones are like the wrap size. Okay. Okay, eel. It's like yesterday, but I don't know how to. The salad pieces are so big. Oh wait, we were supposed to do this in our hand, right? And now I've already got it sauced up. Crap. Eel. Okay, I'll get some of this. Some of this. One of these. And some of that. Always travel alone? Not always, but usually. And people are like, try to ball it up and eat it. Parachute. That's good. I like it this way. That's the way. Was that a decent one? I like that. I need to go wash my hands, so I've already, needle and damage done. I just palmed that. I've been riding my bike all day. But anyway, let's go wash my hands and I'll be right back. I can get used to this. This is fun. No microphones in the washroom. I'm just washing my hands, but someone else could be not. Yeah. All right. Back at it. As I learn how to eat Korean food. Sometimes successfully, sometimes not. Garlic. Spicy salad. Do we always mix everything? All right, we're gonna mix everything. This is the way. All right, in. Oh, this one wants to come out. No. I parachuted last time and it worked. No, parachute. Parachute. Yep, this is the way to do it. Look. Like kimchi, yeah. Add rice and soup. I don't have rice here yet. I don't know if it comes standard or I've ordered this separately or what. Give you everything that's in the lettuce bowl. Yeah, I just came here and they just had they brought a whole food tray with all these things. And I've just been, putting this all together here. Learning how to eat like a child. Combination of all this together is wonderful. Very happy. Oops. That's a big piece. All right, whatever. Oh, God. Can I still parachute? Yes, we can. You like seafood a lot? I do. I do. What's the meal you should order? Hot stew or soup in every Korean barbecue? Oh. I have to ask for rice. Maybe I should. It'd be good to get some carbs, yeah. This food you ordered, this is an eel barbecue meal. Which I'm very excited to try. I've had eel as like a nigiri, like a piece of eel slathered in barbecue sauce on a little piece of rice. But I feel like I couldn't taste the eel because it was slathered in barbecue sauce. So this is interesting to try because I've had a few pieces just straight up on their own. I've also had a lot of pieces. Is this? I feel like these need to be flipped. Oh God. Very much need to be flipped. Okay. It's a little extra crispy. Yeah, a little extra crisp on these ones. No rice noodles probably because of diet. I want carbs. My diet requests noodles, rice, any kind of carb. Any kind of carb. That is what I need. Any kind of carb. That's what it's from. Cooking it yourself? More preventing it from burning myself. Long time no see. Someone lost your channel pre-COVID. I also got lost mid-COVID for a while. But welcome back. So it's a little bit much on those sides. Got a little comfortable with this guy constantly coming by and flipping my my eel for me. There's side dishes. Or I can, there's lots of things you can order. I just ordered the eel barbecue so far. So, maybe, I probably will order more. Maybe I should order more before I eat all this. Like rice. Come here, garlic. There you go. Get it from the self-service bar. What do you mean self-service bar? Is it self-service bar? I think they just...
사모님.
Hello?
네. 친구 시크릿 프렌드가 돈 냈어요.
Do you speak English?
많이 받았어요.
Money?
네, 이제.
Do you speak English?
Little.
No? What is... I have a translator. You know what she's saying?
어떤 거예요?
돈 지불했어요. Money.
Money? I have money.
Secret friend.
Secret friend?
You are a secret friend.
I am a secret friend?
네, you.
Me?
네.
Do you watch?
I'm confused. She paid for me? Wait. Can you? I think it's translating right now. Is it one of you guys? Sorry, like, I don't agree. Oh, really? Oh. Did they say their name?
Oh, I don't
No?
know.
No? Okay. All right. Whoever you are, watching right now, you paid for my meal. It's extremely kind of you. Sorry, I couldn't understand what you're saying. All I heard was money, and I'm just like, I thought it was like the owner being like, is this guy good for his money? Like, you know, it's a eel meal. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Sorry the conversation was a bit broken. I do really appreciate it. Hopefully you're watching right now. It's very kind of you. Secret friend. Now I get to tell Sarah tonight that I have a secret friend that pays for things for me. And I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to offer any extra explanation. This lady called me. She's my secret friend. She paid for my meal. But yeah, if you're watching right now, thank you very much. How's the eel? It's really good. Some of these, lost track of them. They got a little too toasted. So they actually, on one side, have like that burnt taste. Now I feel like that takes away from the actual taste of the eel. Because now they partially just taste like burnt. But it's my bad. But most of them weren't like that. It's just the last like 6 pieces or something. Couldn't communicate via phone. Can you speak to her in English? Yeah, I don't know any other way to do it. I guess I could translate here. I'm just surprised that, like, in this case, they're watching my stream. We have closed captioning, don't we? Don't we? This is my last piece of this. Okay, I do want to try, just out of curiosity, like, what are these little nibbly bits? That's kind of fun. I can do it. And you got kimchi? Is it?
Maybe it's not kimchi. I don't know. I understand English but can't really speak it, don't want to speak it. It's a pretty common thing where they're used to listening to, in this case, English from movies and TV and music. You don't practice speaking it though. Because you live in Korea and you speak Korean, in this case. What pieces? That's not garlic? I swear I just like bit one on its own and I'm like, yeah, it's garlic. Yesterday was garlic at the chicken place. That's garlic. Tastes like garlic. Oh, I mean, the other one. Oh, this one. There's just one huge piece left, pretty much. Sorry. This one. Pickled radish. Okay. Sorry, I got confused with the white pieces. Never heard of or eaten grilled eel. I've had eel, but never grilled. I've had it in sushi, on like nigiri, little piece of eel, piece of fish, bit different vibe. Okay, I'm out of that lettuce stuff, but we'll still load up some goodies on it. Let's just start with that. Come on. That's a big piece. Oh well. What do you usually sleep? My tent's in the woods, which is one of the reasons, like, now I'm okay with, so I earn income from streaming, but my expenses are mostly, since I sleep outside, which is free accommodation, I ride a bike or hitchhike, which is free transportation. My main expense is just food. So like, if you're like, I'm like, there's an eel restaurant, I've never had grilled or barbecue eel. I would like to try that. If you're like, it's pretty expensive, I'm like, well, let's just find out. I'll bite the bullet because I'm not spending any other money. I'm just eating. All I am is, I just eat food, and that's my main expense. And drinking, yes. Cheers to that. Yes, there is, at the start of trips and end of trips, there are extra expenses, a big one being flights, of course, yeah. In this case, I'm more talking like day-to-day expenses. Another, expense that hurts my soul is when I'm gone for like months at a time on trips, I am still paying rent in Canada. Few things hurt my soul more than paying for rent for an apartment that I don't use. I do use it, I just am not using it currently. Now, I have like the smallest place possible. I have a 315 square foot micro suite, but still hurts the soul. Use it for bike storage? Yeah. It's my overpriced bike storage locker. feel like these pieces are just, yeah, it's like 50% burnt charcoal. So I'm just going to let these ones be sacrificed to the barbecue gods. This tail piece is kind of fun. Mad cyclist hair going on? Yeah. It's all part of the vibe. Eel bone? I am supposed to eat this, right? I assume they're grilling it, so you eat it. It's very crunchy. I think I need carbs now, though. So, separate from my secret friend's present to me, I would like to purchase more food. You look shagged? You guys don't know what happens when the stream goes down. We lost the stream for like 15 minutes earlier. That's all I need. What was I doing? Translating. Cold news, jelly rice, noodles, winter, Yule radish noodles, Minarijian, kimchi pancake, eel soup, air rice, drink. Oh, now it's drink as a category. You two look very tired, worn out. Wait. What did you say? Shagged? I definitely thought that was a sexual innuendo. Shagged means tired? I thought shagging was screwing. It's also an innuendo. I thought you said you were saying I have like sex hair. I also thought it meant something worse. Thank you. I'm not the only one. All right. What should I have? The pancake? I need carbs. What's jelly rice? Muchim. Feast noodles. Pancake is a la carte. Kimchi pancake? Is it? Is like potatoes and kimchi? It is also considered something you eat for sexual stamina, particularly the tail. Green pancakes are more like a meal and dessert. Really? I want to try that. Kimchi pancake time? Maybe? Kimchi Jeon. I might just have to point. Kimchi Jeon. How do I say excuse me? Type of pancakes built? Just kimchi. Right? There's right above it is Minari Jeon. Maybe that's a pancake too. Minari Jeon, and then kimchi pancake. Then next is eel stew. What's the, since that one's Minari Jeon, what's Minari? Kimchi pancakes with rice wine or beer, alcohol. I have beer. We can do this. Kimchi pancakes? What's Minari Jeon though? I'm curious. Silre Hapnida. Silre Nap. It's already gone off chat. Silre. Can you put it in chat again? Oh, veggie pancake. No. One more time. I need the phonetic spelling. It was really nice. It's just hard for me to scroll up right now because my only chat's over there. The phonetic is super helpful to me because I am clueless and reading silly. It's much harder than phonetic spelling. I think people can understand excuse me in English. I can try. I just Sorry, back. I have to constantly stop my feed to the server and then restart it, even though the whole time it says it's pushing good bitrate on my end. This has happened a few times in the past 2 hours. It's very annoying. Okay, I can keep my chopsticks probably. Just one of these things. I just have so many dishes in front of me. Let's just some of these away. I ordered the kimchi pancake while we were effed. Because I didn't know we were effed until after I sorted it out. I really like that. Also, another lady I haven't talked to yet that works here or owns the place or something came up, and I had it translated, your secret friend has already paid, you can just leave. And I'm like, I want more food though that I'll pay for. I don't trust myself. I'm gonna knock that over. So they want you to leave? I'm charging batteries. Because I charged a good little bit this morning, I'm not as dire, but I got like 3 things charging over there right now, so in fact, but this is gonna die here pretty soon. 7%, nice. But I'm using this sauce. Using this to run the internet on this, because this has my Canadian SIM in this, so I don't have internet on this phone outside of a Wi-Fi hotspot. So to wait, they said please leave. No, they didn't. They're just trying to make it clear that I don't have to pay, I think, and like, you owe us nothing more. Sometimes translations sound blunt. They don't have the classic, like, you know, intricacies that you might say in your native language. I'm still pretty hungry though, so hopefully this is big. Otherwise I might need to order more after that. Yeah, they're open till 9. We got 2 hours. I'm not going to be here the whole time. We'll eat the kimchi pancake, so I feel. Ever want something you don't want to try to pronounce it, you can point and say Igyo Juseo. Igyo Juseo. Or Juseo. I need to know the Juseo, because that's like essentially a please, right? Just say everything. Always add a Juseo. Ego. Juseo. So I should just start whenever I'm requesting something, throwing a Juseo. Juseo is like give please. All right. As long as it's got please on it, I'm happy. Because, you know, like when I'm in an English-speaking country, you know, I'm good with my please and thank yous. I try to be polite and courteous to everyone I interact with. In other languages, if I don't know how to be polite, then, well, I think they just know I'm a dumb tourist. Like from Juseo, it's like, do it for me, please. Juda is the original form, which means giving something to someone. Okay. Alright. I should turn the brightness down so right now this is running off the internal battery on this dude. There we go.
이건 안 잡서?
No.
No.
Juseo. I think. Do I want any of that? I don't know. I forgot thank you for a second. Wait. Kamsamida. Why did I forget? How do I eat this? A fork? I have a fork. We're learning other words. Use a voice translator, boss. A lot of times, in just like when someone's just like grabbing a dish, they're like, eh? Pulling out a translator is way too much effort for that situation. It's just essentially yes or no. Soy sauce. Soy sauce? Soy sauce, Juseo? Kimchi pancakes don't need sauce. Okay, well. Itself is good to eat. Alright, I'm digging in. Using a fork because I don't know how else to eat this. Hot. I should have expected that. It was fresh off the grill. I was gonna wait till it cooled down. I'm like, nah, this is still way too hot. This is gonna simmer. Let's simmer for a moment here. Play some waiting music. I feel like by the end of this trip, I'll have like a flow to this. I'll be able to handle basic customer service requests and everything just fine. In the beginning, it's in that like awkward, I have no clue what I'm doing phase. And we get there eventually, but there's a lot of awkwardness in getting there in the first place. Ask if you want to refill in the side dishes. Oh. I thought she was just asking if she wanted me to take if I wanted her to take them away. Awkwardness is good. Nice. Good one, Isa. Appreciate the effort with a smile. They are very nice. I can confirm that. I was just like, appreciate the effort. I'm like, oh my God, thanks. Kamsamida. All right, this piece I feel like I can eat because it's been exposed and it's out here. It's ready to be consumed. This is pretty thin, so it'll cool off quite fast. Yep, I like that. Savory. It's got that kind of kimchi, like fermentedness. It feels so much quieter now. Yeah, this doesn't need sauce. This is great. I'm using the fork. Yeah, but how would I eat this with chopsticks? It's delicious when you dip in soy sauce. Maybe. It's already kind of like salty, you know? Does it need more salt? Soy sauce is like a direct injection of salt and like its own flavor, but it's very salty. You cut it into pieces? With what? A fork? Oh, with those scissors? They got what you see right on the edge there, that's scissors. What, do you use scissors? And then pick it up with chopsticks? Use chopsticks to tear it apart? How? Use chopsticks to tear? I have not tried to do this. Grab one chopstick each on your hand and split them with it. That's the way I do. Put them together and use them to break the pancake? Like a scalpel? Let me try.
say one in each hand and you're just like... I guess. Like... Is it okay to like use it like a fork and knife? And then pick them up? Okay, fine. Fork away. Chopsticks it is. Piece or slice and use 2 chops to cut across. You can hold the chopsticks and break parts you want. They generally do it with one hand. I feel like I'm just gonna... How do you do it with one hand? Without the whole thing just sliding around. One like holds it stable. Explain one hand. Strategy meeting. Something how you break a piece of fish with chopsticks. I never break pieces of fish with chopsticks. I eat sushi with chopsticks and pick up rice with chopsticks. Cut it like a scissor? Like, do I just not have the cutting power when I go like this? 2 hands is fine. Okay. Stab and spread it outwards. I don't know how to... I've never had to use force to spread outwards. I don't have like... With how I use chopsticks, I've never... It feels weird to spread out. I don't have the strength. Use both hands, but people said use one hand. Or they usually use one hand. But I can try to stab and spread with 2 hands. That just kind of really tears it apart. Like it accomplishes the goal. Very much so. Like one guy said one hand? Okay. He said like people, local people, Korean people will generally use one hand, I assume. Well, people probably in any country that natively use chopsticks for most of their eating. I really like this. HBC will have to teach you how to chop things with chopsticks. More than 95% of local people use both hands? Really? Can anyone confirm? Or am I getting one guide again? Sound of one hand clapping? Like that? The only reason I can do that is because I can fold my hand flat. Like, see how it just goes completely flat? I got flexible fingers. Most people, like when they do the one hand clap, it's like more of a cupping motion. Stretch your thumb to wrist. When I was really young, I could do it backwards. Now I can do it forwards very, very easily. Actually, I can scratch my wrist with my fingers. But I used to be able to go backwards.
What I'm mostly known for with my finger, like, flexibility thing is like, just with that flexibility, I have a really long middle finger. So. What are you eating? We had a grilled eel barbecue, and now I'm having a kimchi pancake. Because I was still hungry. Really stands out. Yeah, it's actually not... I have hands on the larger-ish side, but mostly what makes it look really long is like most people flip you off like some lame version of this. I can just go like this and tuck everything else back. It's much cooler that way. It's educational. I'm not meaning it as an insult to you, but it's just, it stands out. Loophole for getting bag of checks to be annoying. Back in like grade school, it was like a funny joke among classmates that I had a really long middle finger, to the point where they like kids would tell the teachers that I have a long middle finger. So the teachers would be like, okay, show me. So I'd get permission to flip off the teachers, which was cool back in the day when I was like 14. I had explicit permission to flip off the teachers. Slicing a pancake with chopsticks. Slicing pancake with chopsticks. Yeah. Just feels so wrong. There we go. This is a big pancake too, it's great. That should be good after this. Favorite very beautiful place that you can visit, I mean in Korean? Like a Korean location that I very much want to visit? We'll see a lot of beautiful places through just touring the route I'm doing. But there's no like major detours where I'm like, while I'm in Korea, I really need to go here. I'm just happy to see what I'm presented with by doing the official cycling routes in South Korea. Bad stomach when eating so much. When I'm cycling, my appetite just cranks up really high because I need the calories, I need the sustenance. So my body just adapts to the amount of output I'm giving. I can't eat like this when I'm hitchhiking. But still, it's like, I feel like I don't have that big of a stomach. Well, like people that eat like competitively and stuff like that, like they train their stomach to handle that extra capacity. I don't really do that training. My appetite just goes up enough to eat. Do you like the eel? Yeah, I like the eel. It was good. The last few pieces got a little overcooked. That's my bad though. I just kind of forgot about moving them, flipping them. But yeah, I really did like it. It's nice. I'll probably eat this again at some point on this trip. How do you stay slim and not gain weight? By having a base metabolic rate of about 2,000 calories a day, and then bike touring all day, requiring an extra 2-3 on a really hard day, potentially 4,000 extra calories. So I need anywhere from 4,000 to 6,000 calories to just not lose weight. Explain to JKB what sfera is. It's a pancake. Clearly. Where are you now? I don't know. Where am I? Does anyone know? Then yes, I want spell it. This is a pancake. Yeah. Norwegians don't like to call it a pancake, but it's a pancake. Just like the quick lunch is like a Kit Kat. What else? How do we insult Norwegians? I think there's one other comparison that they're really proud about. And they're like, this is special and unique to Norway. And I'm like, it's just this. Nice. I'm happy we ordered this. I think, yeah, I'll be satiated and ready to camp in a bush after this. Do you guys want the camp set up? It's gonna be very dark. There's no lights out there. Or do you just want me to start in the morning? It's your call. Cream beer's baby sized. This is what I got it in. It's a 500 ml? Yeah, half-liter bottle. Just the cup that you drink it in. It's smaller. Found a camp spot already? On the bike route here, I scouted out some like parks near town here that look totally fine enough to camp in. It's enough from the main part of town where there'll be people walking past in the morning, but it's fine. How cold is it now? Is this still alive? We're at 4%. Find a camp, not find a shake trees? Absolutely. If you don't know that reference, When I was camping just outside Seoul on my first night of this trip, I wanted to some kind of forested area, and there was like signs put on the trees there. And before I committed to camping there, I'm like, I need to translate this sign. All done. Cool. There's these signs on the trees there, and I'm like, I shouldn't camp here without at least translating the signs on the trees in case you're not supposed to camp there. And it says it right next to where I'm camping. So I translated it, and it's like, please don't shake the trees. I'm like, oh, okay. That's the last thing I expected to be on these signs plastered on these trees. There's a bunch of trees just with signs that said, don't shake the trees. I feel like it was like a video game. What, Animal Crossing? Shake them to get little goodies to fall out, or a beehive if you're unlucky. Like, do they have a historical problem with people going into the woods and shaking the trees? DMJ Felix, I guess my, is this dead? Or just turn off? Am I just timed out? It's supposed to not turn itself off like these things are supposed to play like a silent noise every 5 minutes to keep it from turning off, but I might have missed some alerts then because I didn't realize my notification or my alerts were turned off. Okay, I'll have to pay, I think 9,000 won, so like $7, something like that, six something, for just the kimchi pancake, because we had a secret friend, presumably a viewer, who paid for my eel barbecue dinner and beer, which is extremely kind of them, and I do appreciate it. And if you're still watching, thank you again. They did call and they tried to talk to me. They didn't speak English, and I was very confused because the only word I understood was money, and I thought it was like someone asking if I had money, if I was going to pay with money or something like that, and I was very confused, and almost got defensive because I'm just like, what do you mean money? I will be paying for my meal, don't worry. What a strange thing to ask me about. But I think they were trying to say that they had paid for my my meal with money, so I don't have to pay any of my money. It was all lost in translation. Anyway, all is well. Thought it was a scammer? Yeah, I was very confused. Looked like Korean ajusi. I don't understand that reference. Can you explain it to me? I would like to understand that reference. I just don't. What is this one out? 52. Okay. Do I even need help for translation? It's tough to get chat to help me with translations actively in a conversation that requires it, because by the time, like, there's a chat delay between what happens in real life and when people see it and then have time to type out a response to help me, to the point where, like, if I'm asking chat to help me with a translation with someone standing next to me, it's just like they say something to me and I'm like, hold on, wait. Okay, now chat sees it, you hear it, now you have to type out a response. Waiting, the person's still standing there staring at me. Then it comes through, and then I see it immediately, but there's 15 seconds. And in an active, like, someone is there requesting input right then situation, it's a little bit strange. 감사합니다. I type quicker than that? Like this? Faster than this? That's pretty fast. Okay. Let's test the delay. Not right now. I'm ready to go into a bush and sleep in my tent. It's bush time. It's 7:40. It's not late. It's still bush time. It's still time for me to sleep. Because I'm tired. Ooh, I forgot. Tomorrow's supposed to be really pollution-y. You need to stop your GPS. Thank you. That's a good point. It's far to reach over there, so I'm not going to do this right this second. But I do need to do that. There's an app from Google to help translate. Yes. No. If I need immediate translation, it's much faster to be like, pull out Google Translate and like hit translate, get them to speak into it. It translates immediately back to them. That is much cleaner. But usually for a customer service, like, what do you want to order? I try to avoid using the translator because it's just a little cumbersome for like, I've already translated what these things are. I might ask the recommendation, which was Chuncheon, and be like, Chuncheon? But, yeah. So we don't pull it out all the time. Okay. I'm good to go. I will make sure I pay. I can turn the GP off now. GPS off. What's our final distance for the day? Charged enough? Should be. Since we got charged earlier this morning, we stopped at the cafe and got a good amount of charge. We're not hurting too bad, but yeah. Definitely every night I should be trying to get charging just while I'm eating. And if I always do that, then I shouldn't have to worry too much. As long as I get an hour, 1 to 2 hours while I'm eating of charging every day, we should just be able to maintain our charge pretty well. Actually, let me get loaded up here a little bit more. Why isn't my notifications working? This happened last night too, where my speaker's on, it's connected, but nothing's making sounds. So I missed Wakey with the 19-month resale. Sorry about that. And Z900NL. Why are none of my notifications making sense? Oh, I muted this app and it's probably Stream Buddy, since it's been in the background for so long, is no longer active. Inspire me to ride bikes, Hitch? I'm glad I inspired you to ride a bike. Hopefully you're having fun with it. I think riding a bike is really fun. Now, of course, that's subjective. This is kind of down here. What you find fun is subjective. Sorry, I just want to point out that there is currently a posse of cats. An absolute gang. I've never seen so many cats all clustered, all looking the same. Sarah would be in love right now. They're so jealous. Was it? Try? Yeah? What is it? The name?
좀 치다.
석화.
Petrified flour. Whoa. Okay. With this? Oh god. Oh, sorry. Oh god. It's slippery. Okay. With this.
More.
More? More?
Yeah.
Like this? Yeah. Okay.
괜찮은지 모르겠어요.
스테미나 굿.
그렇죠. Oh, oyster. Okay.
Where from?
Canada.
Canada.
We have many oyster in Canada.
Canada is famous.
Yeah.
Canada.
Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Is it okay to? All right.
젓가락.
Give me oysters. Okay. They don't know how much. Yeah.
Non-slip.
Oh, no slippery. These are very. 감사합니다. Thank you. Give me wooden chopsticks. They don't slip around. Thank you very much. All right.
이것도 잡숴보라 그래.
이건 좀 더 끓여야지.
끓여야 돼?
조금 더 끓여서.
여기다 찍어 괜찮아요.
Korean compare Canada.
Similar. Same. Yeah. Well. It was good.
Big?
We do some big, some small. Depends. I'm from. One sec. Canada. My home. This island. Many oysters in here. Yeah. Vancouver. My home, Victoria.
Victoria.
Yeah. But many oysters here. 감사합니다. Thank you very much.
우리 해변가에서 태어나잖아.
그래서
외국인들이 싫어해서 번화가 말사했어요.
I thought about recommending it or do not because foreigners don't like it. I like eating everything. I'm on a bicycle tour and I have a very large appetite.
생선지가 다음 생선지는 어딘가요?
I go to Busan.
Busan?
Yeah. I'm doing
로드 투어.
it's a so you go to and you stamp them all like they do all these and you go
강남마다 찍는구나. 강남마다 찍어.
스탬프 여기 있어요. 스탬프 있다고.
강남마다 찍는 거야.
이게 북한강 저 위에서부터 축구 내려오는 거고 한강 거기서 아라뱃길도 있고
이렇게 인천.
초장면. 초장이랑 이거 굴좀 넣었어요.
There's 89 different stamping points. 89.
기간은 얼마 정도 생각하고 있어요?
Should take just over 1 month to do, to go to all spots.
좋은데 겨울이라 힘들지 않아요?
Canada.
Snow tire?
No, snow tire. Does it snow very much here? Or just little?
내륙 산간 지방은 제가
Quite low in inland snow. Okay.
Your bicycle very thin.
Thin, yeah. I may have to go very slow.
잠은 어떻게 자요?
Tent. Yeah. I have a very warm sleeping bag.
오늘은 어디서 자요?
There's a park near here.
안에 따뜻한 데 있으니까 집은 아니고.
여보세요? 여보세요? 여보세요?
Okay?
네네네.
House is garden.
Yeah? Garden? Yeah? Okay. Yeah. 감사합니다. Thank you so much.
By car? 5 minutes?
5 minutes. Okay. By bike?
My truck.
Oh, you have a truck. Okay. It'll fit the bike? Okay. Oh.
그 앞에 정원에서 자라고.
펜션.
네?
한 펜션?
감사합니다. Thank you.
My wife is very English well.
Very English? Oh yeah. Yeah, teacher?
Teacher.
Oh.
좋아. 인사 한번 해봐. Hi, how are you? 해야지.
What's that?
Yeah.
I'm grabbing batteries.
전세계.
Batteries. For the electronics camera, yeah.
나오는 거야?
이거 넣고 뭐 하는 거야?
My internet's about to die, so. No, it's okay. I finish.
괜찮다고 하신다고.
Does it? It's okay? Yeah? What?
What's your name?
Trevor. Trevor.
Trevor?
Yeah.
Tree?
Similar. Oh, it died. One moment. Internet died. Here we go. Internet device.
여기 인터넷에?
와이파이.
뭐 와이파이?
Internet, yeah.
뭐야?
정문의 정원.
그냥 이렇게?
정문의 정원.
정문의 정원.
Internet dot.
와이파이. 정문의 정원.
It's my Wi-Fi is. There we go. Okay. There we go. Trevor.
Trevor.
Yeah.
아, Trevor.
Yeah.
Trevor.
And you?
Shin.
Shin. Ooh, can we do? Ho?
His wife.
His wife? Is this your restaurant?
Owner.
Owner?
여자.
Ah. Okay.
Husband.
Ah.
Father, mother.
Father, mother, whole family. Very nice family.
Trevor.
Ah. What do you say choose in Korean?
Safety, Trevor.
감사합니다. Thank you. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
You want?
같이 아유
한국에 온 지는 얼마나 됐어요?
또 먹을 때 그래서 막 하나만 끓여가지고 밥하고
Mm.
먹으라고. 근데 이렇게 승준이가
This is only day 3 of my traveling.
싸웠대. 내가
네.
그냥 갔지.
Seoul,
그래서 내가
Seoul, bicycle.
형좀 먹으라 그러고 너 삶아 먹지 그랬어.
Start Chuncheon, and then one day Seoul, one day to Chuncheon, and then back day 3.
And then
down this way. So there's
이거 싸우면 맛있어.
this is all East
Busan.
West. Yeah.
Busan.
But I do all. So Busan and then East Coast. And then on a bus to here and then ride here and then here and then here and then Jeju and then finish.
한국이 처음이에요.
First.
왜 한국에 자전거 길을 탐험하려고 왔어요?
How to explore the bicycle in Korea. I've been on bicycle tours in 12 countries.
12개국을 지금
Canada, America, Europe, many countries.
짱이네 짱이네.
This summer I rode from Belgium to northern Norway.
이번 여름
Oh, oh. I rode from Belgium to northern Norway this summer. Oh.
벨기에에서
Road.
까지.
Road.
와.
Many.
How old are you?
29.
12개국을 자전거로.
And then
와, 멋있지.
it's my job to film my traveling.
Oh, your job?
Yeah.
YouTuber?
YouTuber and Twitch TV.
Twitty?
Is a live stream, direct. So I've done that 5 years, and then all over. I film cycling and hitchhiking. You know?
Your address?
Address?
YouTuber?
Oh, I have business card, but it's my Twitch address.
Google? YouTube?
Main one is Twitch. So Google.
Google?
사과
Here we
아니 사과 유튜브 주소 알고 싶대.
go. Do you have a English?
지금 받아다니는 거.
English keyboard?
English?
Ah.
TV.
This is me.
지금 나오고 있어. 지금 나오고 있잖아. 뭐야지? 팔로우를 써는 거지? 팔로우.
사과도 유튜브 하고 있다고 얘기했죠.
아, 소아도 트위치라는 거 알아? 게임 생방송? 이걸 깔아야 돼. 트위치 게임. 구글 플레이에. 구글.
아 그냥 없고.
어제 나온다고?
Are there any Korean live streaming websites? Like America? Twitch. America. In Korea?
뭐가 있지? 틱톡? 아니 틱톡도
TikTok? Yeah. Okay.
거의 그다음에 인스타
Insta Live?
유튜브.
YouTube.
예.
아 아프리카 TV.
아프리카 TV.
Africa.
아프리카 제일 많죠. 거기서 다
얘기 안 끊기게 해. One more?
Oh yeah. 감사합니다.
Canada is wine alcohol dot.
In some Canada, wine is Canada. Oh, you mean which wine do you mean? No, wine. Thinking ice wine, maybe. It's quite famous in Canada.
Famous.
Ice wine is famous. You know, ice wine. And then I don't know, is Canadian wine famous in other places?
Ice wine.
We also produce regular wine. We also make regular wine. Wine. No. Canada.
When I visit New York.
New York, yeah.
10 years ago. And Niagara.
Oh, Niagara. Yeah.
And ice wine.
Ice wine. Oh, you do? Okay. You know.
Very sweet.
Yeah, very sweet. Dessert wine. What is the Korean cheers?
Gombe.
Kombe? Kombe.
Gun. G-U-N, gun.
Oh, gun.
네.
Bae.
건배.
Gunbae. Gunbae.
He is very famous.
Very famous.
This shop is a very famous shop.
Is it? It's very good.
This shop's name, Jongmu name, ears. Ear.
Ears?
Ear.
Oh, eel.
Jongmu house.
Yeah.
His name is Jongmu.
Ah. Named after him.
Yeah.
It was very good. I did like my meal. Yeah. I've only had eel with sushi, like
Sushi.
nigiri, in Canada.
Whoa, really?
But never grilled. First time. So it's very fun.
장어를 생으로 스시로.
스시로만 먹는다고?
아 먹어봤대.
아 먹어봤다고?
네.
생으로요? 놀랬어?
갑자기.
놀랬어. 아니, 이것도 놀랐네.
계속 노래. 생으로.
생으로 어떻게 먹어?
아니 그
I haven't seen your friend. No
바다는 안
friend.
하거든.
I seen
그거는
your friend.
해가지고 물에다 살짝 버무려 해가지고 짜가지고 먹잖아.
Two person.
옛날에 아빠 손 이거 쓰였을 때.
나는 당신의
우리나라에서
친구를 보진 못했지만
네.
둘이 왔나요?
청량리에서 내가 그
Didn't
떠다가
see your friend,
거기서 먹었어.
but you two came.
옛날에 청량리에서 많이
My friend? Only one?
Only?
Only one?
Only?
그러니까 아까 시크릿 친구가 내준 거죠.
근데
온라인에서?
누가 내줬지?
아, 온라인 friend.
Online, yeah. They say secret friend. They from they call and pay.
아, 예.
Yeah.
그게 가능하구나.
근데 정문의 장어집 그걸 얘기했나 보다.
전화해서 나한테 통화한 거예요.
I was very surprised.
아니 친구분이 식사한 거를 돈을 전화로 내줬어요. 나한테 입금을 해줬어요. 공짜로 드시고.
그러니까 둘이 왔다. 근데 그 친구는 그러니까 온라인 친구. 이걸 이제 라이브로 이제 생중계하고 있으니까 아 트래블러가 이 사람이 여기 와서 식사하니까 내가 계산해줘야겠다. 계산.
진짜 짱이네.
그다음에 이거 안 먹어봤구나.
여기 있어.
아 뭐.
뭐야?
Shake it.
아, 책 안 했을 때.
알코올 그레이드. 이게 몇 도짜리냐?
6도.
6도?
Is it small?
6 그레이드.
6. Like beer.
6도.
근데 이거 단
For gas. Fresh.
Oh.
Fresh.
In a bowl. Oh.
자전거 어떻게 타려고?
아 내가 트럭에 싣고
응.
우리 집 마당에서 자라고.
아, 마당에서 춥지 않아요?
아 지금 그렇게 자꾸 여행을 하고 있대. 근데
아니, 그러니까 그러면
본인이
단위
원하면은
텐트 있는 거?
그
This phone's gonna die soon.
본인이 원하면은 나는 이제 그 밑에 바베큐장 안에 그 안에 본인이 원하면
아, 글로 간다고? 잘 됐네, 그럼? 잘 됐어.
Are you ready?
Ready.
손을 받아, 이렇게.
So,
받아야지.
two hands.
Korean style.
Korean style. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Korean style.
Okay. Huh?
덜해.
어?
덜어 붙잡고 있는 거 아니야?
아니, 아직 몰라서 그래.
이렇게 잡아서
오케이.
딱 하고. 네.
Alright. Oh. Mm-hmm.
소주 믹스 막걸리.
비어, 막걸리, 소주.
Yeah.
Ah, my house.
Yeah.
My house nearby.
Yeah.
아빠 결제가
bicycle.
있는 거 맞지 이거?
Oh, by bicycle road. Okay.
아빠 결제가 있는 거 맞지?
Yep.
아빠 결제가
So
있는 거 맞지?
close. In the morning.
Mm.
Yeah. Bicycle.
When you start, when you start,
있는 거 맞지?
What time? Like 8?
이렇게
Yeah.
주세요.
Yeah. Could be about 8.
breakfast. Breakfast.
Vlog?
Breakfast.
Breakfast. Oh. Wait. What do you eat for breakfast? What do you eat for breakfast?
Korean?
Korean.
술 먹은 다음 날은 해장국을 하죠.
아빠가 아침을 어떻게 먹을 거냐고 이제 물어봤어.
Next day I had seafood.
해장.
Hangover soup.
해장국.
해장국.
행오브 숲. 해장국.
해장국.
해장국. 해.
After this and soju and beer, 해장국. I might need it.
이쪽이 양수리 쪽에 해장국집이 양수여가 쪽에 있지만 거기가 7시부터 하는 데가 있다고.
내가 말이 없네.
정말 말이야.
나 딱 그 얘기 하려고 했는데.
내가 이쪽하고 대화하느냐고 이걸 장어랬는데 이걸 못 먹었네.
장어.
요것만 먹고 내가 모시고 갈게.
네.
와이프한테 얘기 좀 해야지. 알지도 몰라.
일찍 내일 김장 갔다 오니 친정 가서 6시부터 하는데
친정.
서울이잖아.
내일 아침 한국 가요?
나?
오빠는 안 가.
나 아버지 모시고 출입국가를 가야 돼. 양주. 여보, 여기서 이 외국인 한 분을 만났는데 라이프를 하던 분인데 나이가 29인데 캐나다 사람인데 한국 그 자전거 도로로만 여행을 하는 거야. 그래서 우리랑 같이 합석을 하다가 불도 먹고 이러다가
Discussing with is good for stamina. Eel.
Same.
Same? Yeah.
내가 한국에 오고 싶었던 이유가 있었냐고 물어봐요.
나도 아까 그걸 물어보는 건데.
하고요?
I think the server's fucked. I don't know.
많은 나라 중에 한국에 오고 싶었던 특별한 이유가 있나요? question.
This place?
아니.
Or Korea?
Korea.
This. They created a bicycle network and this bicycle passport. No. But like no other country has supported cycling in this way.
다른 어떤 나라도 이런 방식으로 사이클을 진행한 적이 있고.
Like in Canada, when I ride across the country, I am just riding on a highway.
캐나다는 차를 타고 정보 행사할 때 그냥 고속도로를 타고.
In Korea, very nice.
제주도도 가던데. 제주도도 가나요?
아까 제주도 가서
Yeah.
제주도에 언제쯤 도착할 예정이세요?
It might be my last destination. All Korea and then Jeju.
아니 제주도 간다는 다 12월
December.
December
Late.
15? Well, 20?
Maybe around then. Yeah. Why?
I will go.
Oh, you go to Jeju. Yeah. What are you going to Jeju for? Vacation?
Vacation.
Vacation. Yeah.
My wife, sister.
Ah, okay.
In Jeju.
She lives there? Her home?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I've heard it's very nice. Jeju.
Oh, very nice. Nice girl.
서영이 제주도에 살아요.
Actor.
서울에
Actor.
살다가
And meditation.
애들이 제주도를 너무 좋아해가지고 그냥 아예 거기 사는 거예요.
Meditation.
Me too.
Oh, teacher? Or
수요일날에
just
제주도
yourself?
가고
Yeah.
이사해서
Very cool.
My Insta.
Mm.
I will show my
와 이거
Insta.
I'll
고추밥 안
add
먹어?
you. It's okay if they see the live stream?
Ah, yeah. Oh. Good. First tip. I love it.
한개는 구매.
Ah, it's okay.
My
Your Insta?
Insta